I think there we go. I think now we're streaming. I think now we're going. I think so. Let's find out. I'm gonna double check. But yeah, if I could, I'll tell you what though. The Ahmed Arbery trial. I think a lot of people will be surprised. I'm like literally on the other side of the spectrum on that one, where I'm like, it definitely seems like that kid was murdered, and it definitely seems, because I haven't watched that much of that trial. It definitely seems like that kid was murdered, and it definitely seems like that shit looks racist when you watch it. It just like sends chills up and down my spine when I see 3 white people in a pickup truck chasing down a black dude on the road like that. That shit. So that one I'll give you just out of like just the way it looks off the top. I'm already going in. Like yeah, y'all seem like you did.
I have. It affected me.
Oh shit! I don't think I unmuted you. Hold on. Wait, did I? Yeah. What the fuck? What's going on? Oh, you know what? Every time there's one thing forgotten, one thing screwed up.
See, the mod case was something that definitely like hit me differently in the end. Like we just talked about off before this. Like I have been.
Was it Ahmaud Arbery?
Yeah.
Am I saying that right?
Sounds Arbery right. Or Arbery? Yeah.
Arbery.
I've been chased and jumped for not being white, and that one hit me in a certain way. In that kind of way, but so I looked further into that case a lot. Like I went more in depth in that one. People's like stances. That's what kind of got me like really about a lot of people. Is people's like questions and stances they were taking kind of just seemed really off to me on what they thought priority wise, and like the way that they perceived that case in specific, as other people had watched the footage too. But according to Georgia law, like you cannot citizens arrest someone who isn't in the middle of a current felony being happening.
Right. He wasn't. Don't you have to see it like the one I was telling you about?
And trespassing is not a felony. For what he was doing was not a felony. He wasn't in the act of stealing anything at that moment or anything there. He was only trespassing. They did not have a right to citizens arrest.
And dude, when people go, well, when they came after him, you know, he started running like a criminal. I'm like, have you ever been chased? Period. Like if I make eye contact with you and I start running at you,
yeah,
there is immediately an instinct. Like, should I? I think I'm supposed to run. Like that literally goes through your head. Now, when it's 3 white people and they all have guns,
and you see that Confederate flag on the license plate in the front,
there's not a chance. I'm running. I look white and I'm still running. I'm like, who the fuck? I'm getting the fuck out of there, man. There ain't no way you get a rational response. Dude, people run from the cops because the cops are chasing them. You even see that in movies and TV shows.
I've had a gun placed on me 5 different times by cops.
Placed on you?
Like pointed at my face.
I thought you meant like planted on you.
Well, one time, yeah, not placed,
bro,
not
you
planted.
Need to fucking make
I wish, give me a gun, please.
Yeah.
They have gone to my window and greeted me by tapping on my window with the gun at that what used to be the old Colony gas station.
Jesus, that's fucking.
So that was one, and that pissed me off too. But what I've noticed from that time, any of those times of having my life endangered by a cop pointing a gun at me for no reason at all, is literally there's nothing in my body that's like, hey, it's a cop with a gun. It's always like there's someone I don't know right now who can immediately end my life. It's fight or flight at that moment in the most part.
100%.
And for me, and that's part of why I advocate for a lot of those things, because luckily I was in the right mental state where it didn't send me into just a reactionary mode, and I was able to like alleviate. I had to carefully and slowly reach for my registration and things so they wouldn't get scared. But I fully get why people don't comply when people are like, oh, you should just comply. Yeah, why people are saying, you should just comply when like really that you don't know what that's like in that moment. Cops purposely instigate. They try to assert control, and they instigate, and they come above. They kind of escalate any of those situations into being a life or death thing.
Yep. And they'll stack charges. They'll nitpick. They'll find one petty thing to just have a reason to fuck with you, and then they'll literally interrogate you right there on the spot and see how many things they can find. And then like, you know, oh, you're under arrest, and you go, no, fuck that, man. That's bullshit. Boom. Now they got you on resisting. You know, and then you like pull your arm again and you give them a little shove and they take you to the ground. Boom. Now you've assaulted a police officer. So now they've got you on like, and then they throw you into court and they stack it all against you. And then they go, well, we're willing to throw away everything as long as you plead to this, like whatever. And it's somewhere in the middle ground, but they still get a conviction. They still get their win. The prosecutor gets his win. The court gets their fucking fines, their jail time, whatever. Their indentured servitude. Fucking dude, it's the whole fucking system's fucked. Especially if you're poor.
Yeah, and especially
I think those are things I have personally experienced.
Yep. Like I was saying, with the cops with guns wanting to know where I'm going, what I'm driving, like at that time. It's never been for an actual reason of why I should be pulled over like that when I've had my life endangered like that.
I believe it, dude.
It's the enforcers of that system.
So with fucking the Rittenhouse thing, because the Arbery thing, that's not done. They were making their closing arguments today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that fucking...
Yeah, like again...
The defense, it's a woman. She reminded me of the prosecution from the Rittenhouse trial. Like, the lengths they were willing to go to make their case, it's gross. Like, she's a bitch because she's like, only this kid, only Mr. Arbery decided to only and it's just like, fuck you. At no point have you justified this kid losing his life. Like, I don't know, man. To me it's such a weird situation because in that Rittenhouse trial, that's basically what the prosecution was trying to do, was essentially stopping just short of flat out making shit up. It was bad, dude. It was really, really bad. And we can go through everything step by step.
It's the kind of stuff you see on both sides of like both perspectives, where a lot of people in extremes and in their feelings will reach to draw conclusions that are all based on half truths put together.
So what are some of the biggest issues that you have with it? With the Rittenhouse trial and the verdict specifically.
So I don't have a huge problem with the final verdict because I feel like they should have gone for other charges. Like, you can't. To me, it was self-defense to the point of like, you can't just go for a murder charge. If anything, there's a price to pay for what he did in ways, but like a full murder charge, I feel was not his intent. I felt like he, in my personal opinion, he went there to not like downright kill someone or anything, but went there with intent to use force in a way if he felt the just need to do so. I mean, it's kind of what you accept on doing when you're going to put yourself and insert yourself into that situation.
True.
Is all. And my whole thought then after that is, you know, I get to self-defense and I get that Grokowitz pulled a gun as well, but my whole thought and just the way that I think is like, do you kill someone and then are you then legally able to kill anyone who tries to stop you at that point?
Yeah, that's where I don't know, and that's where it gets fucking weird for me, because like we kind of talked about that even before the podcast. Like, what if you don't see the first part? You just hear, oh, fucking Kyle, this guy just shot those people. He just shot someone down there. You know what I mean? And like, you might just automatically assume this is a bad dude who just shot somebody. So you're trying to be a hero, you know, which is literally kind of the same thing Kyle was trying to do, right? Like, you hear about some bad shit happening in Kenosha the night before. So you're trying to be a hero, right? You go down there, you know, you got your AR, you're fucking 17, you think you're invincible. You know, you're with a bunch of other dudes who are like legit former military, you know, and they're doing a fairly ethical job. Some of them are a little fucking racist. You know, those people are always going to be there. But they weren't. Not every single one of those people wearing body armor and wearing ARs were together. There was like 6 or 7 different groups. None of them were related in any way, but some of them had better chemistry with each other, and so they fucking, when they needed each other, they, but there's always those fucking assholes nobody wants, but they're there. And, what are you going to do? Kick them out of a riot? Like, what the fuck? How do you kick them? They also have AR-15s, like...
Yep. And that's on both sides. That happens on both. Dude. Just like, I guarantee everyone who is there, not everyone, but, most of the people who were there in support for Jacob Blake and what they were actually there to protest, I'm sure would have felt the same about Rosenbaum like that. In that sense, he's that asshole that's there that's like...
I guarantee you there was a bunch of those militia members saying a bunch of dumb shit that made the situation way worse.
Oh, yeah.
I'm 100% certain of it. But I was watching a documentary how the police funneled them away from their initial protest spot as the day went on, and because they had blocked off all the roads, and funneled them towards the militia. The police did this on purpose, pushed them down to the militia. And so the police shoot Jacob Blake 7 times in the back to cause the initial protest. And then they block off and create a funnel, knowing there's a bunch of militia down the road. And so they funnel the protesters, the already agitated people, right towards the other fucking high. They just made
agitated
it worse.
People.
You know what I mean? They made it. They made it so much worse. And I think that personally, I don't know where I'm at, because again, like I had people come here to help defend the hood, and we all did that here. And people go, well, you live there. Yeah, well, I had people who don't fucking live here come help me, and we were all armed. Like, so I don't think, as of now, I haven't thought of a reason why he shouldn't be there or be allowed to be there. I mean, that's literally the same age we fucking drafted kids and threw them overseas to go beat Hitler. Literally 17 years old. That was exactly what we did. At that age, you were going to fucking World War II. So I don't want to hear this shit, oh, he's too young. Like, nah, we're soft now. Like, at 17, like... For thousands of years, at 17, you were a man. You know what I mean? Like, you were a fucking man. All the way up until literally 50, 60 years ago, you were old enough to go to war, dude.
Yes,
Think about that,
but
man.
People also carried so much more chores and responsibilities in that day and age than they do now. And I will, say for the most part that people, like younger generations, and the younger the age we are enabling them to the point of where like they don't mature in thought until after a certain time.
I will say this in counter to that though, because my little brothers, I mean, they're not his age.
Yeah.
They're all much older than he is, but when they were that age, it's not like a 17-year-old in the city, man. Like the country kids who grow up with guns, northern Minnesota, western Wisconsin. 17 it's like way different. Like the maturity level, the responsibility level they have, like the skills, the wisdom, like they are different. They are older in spirit and way more mature than us, especially with things like firearms and fucking crazy shit like that, dude.
I'd say with firearms, definitely for sure, because it's a certain discipline thing that gets like brought up in a way.
A lot of them are farming and hunting,
which
takes a lot of discipline. Because it's fucking boring. That's why it takes discipline if you don't know. Some of it's hard work. And
same time, though, I feel it hinders them in ways, though. When you can be so sure and you're developed in certain ways, it almost stops you from, like, fully letting go. Like, there's still a naivety. Like, there's still a sense of naive to younger people that you just don't really get it fully until you're older, I guess.
Oh, I agree with that.
Experience every side.
I would agree with that.
Like you're very stuck, stubborn. Maybe not stubborn,
I agree with
but
that.
most people are closed off, and especially when people can have success or have any type of just like a certainty and security in a way of life.
Yeah,
like you feel like that's it for sure.
I definitely.
It's not till you get older a bit that you kind of open up to like really being like, well, can this really apply to the other side of how I think too? And just because it's not my thought So I feel like, and that's how I kind of feel about
Yeah.
Kyle in a way, being, aspiring to be a police officer, aspiring to be the things that he was. Like, it's not anything bad against him in that sense, but I feel like it's what attributed to him going there and doing that. But when you other bring up points too about how, he was pretty disciplined in the end of it all, stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't change my mindset of how, like,
it doesn't seem like he was disciplined, but like,
yeah,
just from experience and being in fucking moments of pure chaos, making the correct legal decision and the correct ethical decision, the odds are totally against you, number one. Number two, you'll never get everyone to agree. That's why each of these laws are different in each state, That's another thing I'm super crazy about is like, it's Wisconsin state law that this happened under. Not Illinois, not Minnesota, certainly not Portland. So why the fuck do you guys care? Like, it literally can't affect you because here's another one. Dave Chappelle brought up DaBaby, a black dude who shot and killed a man in a fucking Walmart in Florida and did not get convicted for it because Florida's stand your ground laws, he was found to be not guilty. You see what I'm saying? So we can't say it's always a racist driven thing. And we can't say, and this is where I really start to have issue with everybody's argument. When you start to boil it down, it's like, as soon as people aren't happy with something, they want to throw it up to the federal government because that's the shit going around now. Well, we need to abandon the jury system, or we need to bring federal charges because the states don't know what they're doing. Man, now we're talking about some crazy fucking shit. Having the federal government step in and overturn verdicts on a regular basis, dude, I don't know, man. Like, that is fucking, now we're talking a whole other level of philosophy and ethics, because that is some wild shit, dude. That is some fucking ridiculous shit, and because I don't think you'd be found not guilty if that exact same thing happened in Minnesota. I think you'd be found guilty of not only murder, but possibly on all of them. And if you did get off on the murder somehow and it was self-defense, they still probably would have fucking found you guilty on a number of other charges, and you'd still be going to prison for something. It just wouldn't be murder. Each state is dramatically different.
I agree with that.
So again, just stop flipping out and rioting in Portland because Kyle Rittenhouse was not guilty. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. Are they rioting
in Portland right now because of Kyle Rittenhouse?
I don't know if they're doing it right now, but yeah, they were rioting for sure. I mean, it's what, Monday already? And the verdict was Friday. Friday night they rioted, and I think they rioted again Saturday night, maybe. Yeah, and then fucking Kenosha was quiet, but now in Waukesha, did you hear about this?
Oh, yeah.
The fucking parade thing?
Yeah.
The fuck, dude.
But it seems like that is very disconnected. Do
you think it is? I wonder if it's somebody like, mad about the trial.
Yeah, I maybe to like a personal grief, and like they were like that, but I don't think they purposely aimed for that crowd on that reason. I don't know a whole lot about it yet, obviously.
I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna think it's super hilarious if they end up finding out it's a black dude, right? Because so far I'm looking at it.
It's a black dude.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's hilarious.
And because so people are going nuts about it because...
Imagine them going, fuck these white people! That's not funny. Unless you're joking, which I am. Because I'm always joking, and I'm allowed to make things funny. No, it does kind of crack me up, though. Because, like, I was like, it's either, like, a first instinct. I either thought it's, like, some crazy, weird, like, Bernie Sanders level... progressive Ilhan Omar supporter type, white girl, right? Just pissed off at something. Off her meds, probably. I was imagining like green or blue hair. Or a black dude. Like, I immediately went, those were the two possibilities in my head. It's either a black dude or it's a white girl with like blue or green hair and like maybe, some ear gauges. I like had a whole thing. I had two very distinctly different possibilities for like who was going to be behind the wheel of that car.
That's funny,
and it was either going to be a white girl off her meds or a black dude pissed off about the Rittenhouse trial. Fuck these white people.
And I had just guessed it was like a 50s white dude or something.
Really?
Yes,
Just a pissed off 50s
it's
white
my
guy?
initial thought too. So it's funny how we all project in different ways like
Put
that.
your votes.
You know?
Put your votes in the comment. What you just be honest? Just what you honestly thought who that guy would be or who that person would be. Because I had two, and it really was 50-50. I'm not trying to hedge my bets there. Like I really thought I was like, it's either this or it's this, and you thought it was a 50-year-old white dude. I mean, that makes sense.
I mean, that's who I fear in public a lot of times myself.
50-year-old white dudes.
Yes.
Man, anytime
For
they
real.
get aggressive, dude, like you remember that one guy? He's like, "You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy." Have you seen that meme? You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. Anytime I've ever run into those guys, I just go, "Careful, man. You don't want to break a hip." And it fucks with their head so bad because they're like, "I am getting old. Oh, yeah, you're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. Oh shit, you're right, but neither am I, guy." You don't want to break a hip, old man. You need to calm your ass down.
But I mean, that's my whole problem with this entire case, though, is I feel what all happened, what all boiled down, the turn of events, the way they were funneled
Would you
there.
have voted guilty?
Not for murder directly.
Gotcha. See, I know, and this is why I would have never been allowed on that jury.
Yeah.
I should have never been allowed on that jury because like I said, I don't even agree that he never had a right to be out there, all that shit, right? I also already had an opinion before that trial even started. It was never about Free Kyle for me. It was never about like politics and like 2A. Like a lot of people were like, "Oh, our Second Amendment rights are at stake." I was like, not really. It's more about just like the political leanings. And what I was curious to see is if they would treat it like by the law, by definition, did these things happen? And then the state has to provide beyond a reasonable doubt that those things happened. And that protects us as citizens. Or if they were going to allow corruption because of certain people's wantings it to go a certain way based on their political leanings. Meaning, for me, it was clear-cut self-defense, right? So I thought he should get off, but I never thought. Everyone goes, "Oh, it was clearly biased." Well, dude, I watched a lot of it, and I was never convinced he was getting off. I knew people ask me, "What do you think? What do you think?" I go, "I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know." All I can tell you is that if I were on that jury, I would vote not guilty. But I have to admit, I already had that opinion before any of it started, and just nothing has changed my mind because they're only giving me information I already had access to and already figured out before the trial ever started, right? So I'm biased like that. I'm willing to admit that, which is why I never would have been allowed on the first place. But I was genuinely surprised that he got off. Because I've seen Making a Murderer. I've seen all of the documentaries where the government gets their conviction. And they get wrongful convictions all the time. It happens way too much.
But to me, that this is just a call to this, like a calling to like the system further. Like, not only for its enforcers do they do that for protecting police, but like I get the whole reason he's there to protect, but the whole reason that everything was happening in the unrest in that town and that city that normally doesn't have that type of thing going on was in due to the police brutality. And I feel like if they were to just, I feel like if they were to just let him off, or not let him off, but if they were to convict him, that would be like to them that the mob of the city won or something like that in that sense like that.
It would be interesting. I never thought about it like that. Because think about that. Yeah, like basically what would that, let's think about this. What would that say about the system and the construct, right? Because most people don't understand virtually every single, not a sheriff's department, but a police department, like the city police, the state police, those are actually private companies that are paid for on contract by tax dollars. They have a monopoly. There's not two different Minneapolis, but it's still a private company, right?
Yeah.
Well,
they're employed to protect the bullshit.
Right. Okay. So think about it, right? So the police are supposed to protect us by being paid for by our tax dollars. When they turn around and start murdering us, we should be able to stop paying them, right? Well, if we do that, then we don't have any cops, which proves the government wasn't able to facilitate that transaction properly. So we have to stop paying them, right? I.e., defund the police. Okay. But that puts the power back in our hands, right? By default, like whether you want it to be or not, that's the reality we were all living with for that entire summer, basically. It was the wild fucking West all over the country. Whether you were in the suburbs or in the cities, it didn't matter, man. It was
except
crazy.
rural. I'll say all those rural people made me laugh.
Yeah,
it's fucking bumfuck Egypt. What they be like, BLM's gonna come here and take my TV. It's like no one's coming to your fucking little town.
No, not way out there. No, but they were fucking with people in the city. They were doing some crazy ass shit. And what message would that send though? If you turned around then and convicted a citizen for essentially doing the job of the cops that weren't there because the cops we had hired were murdering us. You see what I'm saying? Like, what message does that send? Because you might turn around and accidentally start a war with all the militias. You see what I'm saying? Like, the cops murdered us, so we stepped up to defend our own towns. In their eyes, that's a self-defense case. You don't convict the cop who killed Jacob Blake, but you do convict Kyle? Boom. Every single militia is ready to go to war. You maybe you're right. Maybe you actually start the Civil War and it was politics. Maybe there is corruption. I never thought about it like that. Because, man, I see a lot of people losing their shit, dude.
I didn't even mean it to that aspect of, like, that complete thought of, like, you know, to that amount of corruption or like it being that deep seated, but just in the rare fact of like the judge making an example of his city and being like, we're not gonna, you know, if we were to convict the person, then that's saying that, like, you know, the people can keep doing this over and over again. I feel it made it easier. That it played some part in it, in a sense.
And I think that's good though. I think that's good though, because it should send somewhat of a message though. And I know this sounds asshole-ish and I'm probably going to lose a bunch of subs for this, but it needs to be said. I think protesting is your right, but running around and burning shit down because you're mad is not a right. It's not even remotely close to it. There's dozens and dozens of laws that prevent that. It is a danger to the public. It is a public hazard. It is a danger to people and kids. And it's millions of dollars in damage, and insurance doesn't always pay for it. And if it does, your insurance premiums go up. It's insane to even. So point being is, yeah, protest all you want, but fuck around and find out. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, don't run after people with guns. Don't chase them down. Don't attack people. Don't take a peaceful riot and turn it, or a peaceful protest and turn it into a fucking riot. And because you could be the one that gets, it's the same reason you don't run around in the hood, run in your mouth, knowing these motherfuckers down here don't take shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, understand what can happen. Like, shit got real. Same thing. Here's another great example. Don't storm the Capitol, because you're all going to prison. And you can die.
A lot of got off in a lot of ways so far, though.
Like, dude, here's the thing: is one of them's a Marine, and the reason you haven't heard about him and you won't is because he won't be on a public trial. He will go to a military court, bro, and he's going to military jail forever. He might actually be put to death for what's it called?
Like treason type thing?
Treason, yep. Like, y'all got to be careful, man, because this is not a game. This is like, that's the thing, and that's what I'm really getting at is, like, protests, that is your right. But as soon as a riot breaks out, get the fuck out of there. Don't be trying to get your Instagram shit. Don't be trying to be a fucking hero. Leave. Because when riots break out, when fucking fires start, people are about to start dying.
So I've only stayed at types of situations like that for being camera, for media, to be showing both ways. You know, like, I want to protect both sides of everything, of knowing, like, this is what's happening right now. Like, it should be captured. Situations. And that's one thing, but I have not taken part of any type of actual riot or anything like that.
Oh, and I didn't mean you.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm just saying, so for my stance as like a protester, though, my only qualm that I come to and problem is that without the uprising, I feel Derek Chauvin would have never ended up being on trial. Without that happening, I feel, you know, that Breonna Taylor's boyfriend wouldn't, you know, be facing things that Elijah McClain's case wouldn't have been brought back up, and him getting like his murderers, those cops getting sentenced. Actually, I feel to an extent that Ahmaud Arbery wouldn't have actually got his actual trial, that or the case to go against them, because they tried to bury it and make it all. Yep. They tried to bury it. With
and I agree.
Was.
I agree with all of that. I agree that there has been serious issues. I don't believe in the there's only a few bad apples things. No, like, dude, the way the cops have, like, because I don't think a lot of people understand where, and even some of my smarter buddies argue with me on this, because they're like, I can't actually find any proof of this. But you have to kind of study where the first, like, birth of this idea came from, right? Okay, I say this a lot. The police, the city police, the state police, it's a communistic philosophy. It's a communistic institution. And the reason I say that is because the Russians were the first ones to create an institution that wasn't the military when it came to
policing the people.
Right. So, like, you go back to Rome, you go to England, they're soldiers. Right? That's what the police were forever. That's just, there was no such thing as the police. And then the American idea of it was an elected position called the sheriff, right? And all of these were shown to be corrupt if they were the only quote unquote police force. So the reason it was working for so long in America is because you had like a balance of power, right? So you had the sheriff, which was elected, and he had power over the county, which technically supersedes any of the cities within it, right? Yep. And then the city police, that's not an elected position. And the reason you don't want them all to be elected is because elections can be bought. We know that. So you have some that are appointed, and so you can't buy and sell those people like elections. But you can also get corruption in there, because those people can stick around for too long because they can't be ejected by simple election. They have to be fired by a chief who's appointed by your mayor,
and
who's elected.
Sheriffs get a lot of loose end of like what they want to persecute and what they want to go after. Like, it is very up to them and their ideologies a lot of times of what laws
is that
fully
true?
Because
Because I think it's still up to the district attorneys, man.
Yeah,
I think it's still up to the DA on what they're going to charge. But maybe I really don't know.
Maybe what's going to get stuck in the long run. But as far as like why they're going to arrest people, why they're going to go after whoever, and kind of thing, a lot of ways.
Well, like, I know Minneapolis said some shit about they're not going to do petty traffic stops.
Yeah.
So, which I agree with, because they've always just been glorified tax collectors. But is the chief of police in Minneapolis just exercising the same type of power that you're describing, or are you saying there's something different than just that? Because that's what it sounds like to me, is like they can just point their resources. Like, we're not worried about this shit. We got to focus on meth, or we got to focus on oxy.
I feel that's part
whatever.
of it. Yeah. On that same scale.
Yeah, and that's also probably a good thing too.
That's why it works in favor or against. What it should be is the people, that's why we elect those people in the area, because they're supposed to reflect what we feel is the, stemming and cause of problems in our communities.
Yep. Yeah, and there's got to be some sort of balance, but I just want people to make. I hope people completely understand. I'm not a fan of the city and state police. Like, I don't like it. I think they're corrupt. They have this weird air of just like, oh man, they're just gross, man. And I've been in their grips, and like, you got to fucking basically be lucky. Because they'll fucking just make shit up sometimes.
Whichever which way they feel. Once they have you, it's however they feel. I've experienced this in Wisconsin myself, actually, too, which may be a little bit biased to the whole court system in general. But when I was 17 years old, yes, I was racing around in my car, and my tire blew out, and I was drifting. And my tire blew out, so I just ended up crashing into these two trees just in this little area. And I'm talking to my mom. I'm a minor. And I tell the cop. Cop gets there finally. And I tell him, I'm on the phone with my mom, because he's like, hang up the phone. I'm like, Ma, I gotta go. And he's like, hang up the phone. My mom's like, don't you fucking hang up on me. She's freaked out. I was just in a car accident.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I hang up my phone, because the cop was getting close to me, he throws me against my car, rips my hair back, puts me in handcuffs, starts walking me to the car. He's like, do you know why you're being detained? I said, no, I don't. And he said, okay. And then he throws me in the back of the car. And then he interrogates me for 3 hours at that point. tries to be like, oh, did you go to this party up the street? And just all these. Yeah. It's like, did you go to this party up the street? I'm like, no, I have no clue what you're talking about. But he sat there for 3 hours. And like, there was a point where he was like, do you know how fast you were going? Like, because he was trying to get me and nail me with all kinds of stuff. But like, it just wasn't really going anywhere. He's like, do you know how fast you were going? I'm like, no, I don't. I was in the middle of turning. I wasn't looking at how fast I was going. And he kept going on that for about like a half hour or so. He's like, well, could you have been going 30 miles an hour since you don't know how fast you were going? And after like drilling that for another 15 more minutes, I was like, okay, yeah, since I don't know how fast I was going, sure, maybe I was going 30 then because I don't know. And then so he did that in repetition to ask about could I have been going 35 for like the next 40 minutes again into that. Till eventually I was like, okay, since I don't know how fast I was going, maybe I could have been going 35.
So what did he get you up to?
That's where he got me at, though. That's all
he got me up to 90.
That's all he had. That's all he had to do to like make me be,
criminally negligent or whatever.
Yeah. So he's like, okay, so you're going 35. I'm like, no, I didn't say that. He's like, well, now you said that. You just said that. Now you're lying to me. And he gave me an obstructing.
This is why I hate cops.
He gave me an obstructing an officer ticket, which affected me a lot of my life, even though it happened at 17, because obstructing an officer can mean anything between resisting or fighting with them to lying. Anything. Yeah. So it is part of probably why I've had other problems in the past.
Dude, I got pulled over by a cop one time and I thought he was being cool, right? First of all, he pulls me over for a muffler being too loud when that's not a law anymore. I don't know if you know that. Not an actual law anymore. They can pull you over for it, but it's not a ticketable offense. But I had just gotten back from Jamaica. My aunt had gotten married in Jamaica. I'm a teenager, right? I had just gotten back from Jamaica, and I didn't realize that my license expired while I was in Jamaica. The only reason this matters is because I had a provisional license, because usually they expire on your birthday, right? But I'm 17, so it's my provisional license. You know what I'm saying? So my license had expired, but I legitimately hadn't noticed it because I was in Jamaica. And I'm driving to school. He pulls me over for it. And I explain, I'm like, I just got back, like literally yesterday. I'm driving to school right now. I'll get it. Like I get paid this Friday or whatever. I'll get it renewed. And he goes, okay, I'm gonna give you 2 weeks, I think he said. And he goes, I'm gonna check this in 2 weeks. I'm gonna make a note. And I'm gonna check this. And if I don't see it renewed, I'm mailing you a ticket for this. And I'm like, all right, dude, I got you, man, I promise. So I'm thinking he's cool, right? I go that Friday, I get my license renewed, and I still get that fucking ticket. Actually, I don't even get the ticket. Check this out. I never get the ticket. Then is what happens is I lose a job opportunity, a really fucking good job opportunity, and I wasn't able to get any driving related job for like literally I think it was like 10 years because I got somewhere driving with a expired license ticket, and he gave me that ticket. The reason I never noticed it and the reason it ended up getting paid is because they'll just take your state income taxes if you owe any traffic violations. They just take your state income taxes or whatever that is. So whatever the ticket was, $150, $300, whatever that ticket was, they just took it out of my state returns. So I paid it without ever realizing I had gotten a ticket. Because I never got that fucker in the mail, dude. Like, why would you do that? Was he short on his quota at the end of the month? You know, like, what's the motivation for this? Why didn't you just give me the ticket right then and there then? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He scared the shit out of me, thinking he was going to give me a break, and then gave me the ticket anyways. Like, what the fuck? Who does that? Cops do that. I fucking hate cops, dude. The cops suck, dude.
So back to this cop, though. For what happened to me then. He tried to give me...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
I thought you were done.
No, he tried to give me a ticket for wrongful imprudent speeding, which he doesn't know how fast I was going. He was not there to witness it at all.
Jesus Christ.
And then on top of that, he tried to give me a ticket for lane deviation because my tire blew out and I went outside of my lane. And then he gave me an obstructing an officer ticket as well. And so we go to court. I have a very good lawyer.
So what's that, $1,000 in fines?
Yeah, pretty much. And it's I have a very good lawyer. Like, we got a good lawyer because he was like, oh yeah, we have a case easy, because he looked at the police report and everything else in between statements. And so we're at the court. We're in court for this, and I don't know if it's standard to have the chief of police be there for every time their officer goes on the stand or not, but he was there. And so the chief of police is sitting there in the room with us, pretty much the only people in the room. Outside of Green Bay, just a little rural area.
That's why.
Yep, of course.
Because this was a big deal for them.
Yeah.
The fact that you challenged it.
Yeah. So chief of police and cop has to go on the stand. We made complaints because literally during this, my mom found out where we were. And so she got there halfway through me getting interrogated, and she tried to come up to the car, and he gets out of the car and like makes her step away, and he like puts his hand on his gun, on his hip, and says, "You're interfering with an investigation right now." She's like, "That's my son." He's like, "You're interfering with an investigation right now." Like, with his hand on his gun.
Man. This is why you just got to keep asking cops questions. You are not required to answer anything. For the viewers or listeners, at least in America. I don't know how it works in any other country, but it's really simple. Just keep asking cops, "Am I being detained?" And they'll be like, "Not yet," because they can't detain you unless, which is your second question, "Am I being suspected of a crime?" And you just keep going back and forth between those two. And they're like, "No, I want to," because they need to, in order for them to identify and say yes to one of the first two things you just asked, "Am I being detained?" or "Am I being suspected of a crime?" in these situations, they need to get you to say something other than those two statements. So, okay, so like, so where are you going tonight? Like, "Am I being detained?" "Not yet. I just want to know where you're going." "Do you know why I pulled you over?" Like, "Am I being suspected of a crime? See what I'm doing?" I'm not saying shit. And because if they know what they're doing, they're going to go, "All right, here's the deal. I pulled you over for speeding, ... Do you have your driver?" And then you just give them the shit. Fucking, you just don't talk to them. And you just keep at, "Am I being detained? Am I being suspected of a crime?" And they'll fucking get really, or they'll be like, "Oh, you're one of those guys, huh?" Be like, "Am I being detained?" I'm telling you, just over and over and over again.
You see, as an adult,
keep telling your story, because this story you're telling is an exact example.
So that's me as a kid, but even as an adult though too, when they came to me and greeted me with a gun drawn to me, I haven't been able to really say much. Yep. And when I've asked why they have a gun drawn on me right now, or why I'm even being pulled over, it's because I look like I was driving suspicious. Or they want to know,
or you fit a description.
They want to, yeah, exactly. I fit a description, and they want to know where I'm going, and that's been the case each time. I wasn't in the middle of speeding. I wasn't in the middle of doing anything that was a traffic violation.
Right.
But it was because of those reasons specifically. I either fit a description, or they just want to know where I'm going.
Mm-hmm. It's fucked up, dude.
Because I worked at UPS overnights. I get off work at like 3 a.m, and so automatically I must be out drinking, or it's just whatever else. They just want to poke and prod.
Mm-hmm. A big part of it is the type of car you're driving, or the newness.
Yeah, I had a Cadillac once, and that got me pulled over.
I will tell you, no, it's like let me put it this way. When I drove my Audi, which was an 04, so not an old car, and it's an Audi, so it's kind of nice even, right? It's got a little bit of body damage, just a little bit, but it's got a little bit of body damage. Or I would drive my wife's 2015 Volkswagen Jetta, right? Depending on what was going on. I never got pulled over in her car, but I would get pulled over in mine probably once a month. I'm telling you, dude, like, it's weird shit like that too, man. Because totally. I'm the same dude. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, a car is suspicious just how it looks easily too. We see this all the time.
And then you take car like the Audi, especially late at night coming home from gigs. I noticed I would almost every night I'd get pulled over coming home from gigs in my Audi, right? Even if it's somebody else's gig, going out to the bar, anything, right? Get pulled over in the Audi. It's just what happens. But that was only once I got the body damage. But then when we started taking Kate's car, even if I was driving, never got pulled over. because it has no body damage. It was essentially brand new, even though it's just a Jetta. It wasn't a nice car. You see, I'm not trying to say it's about driving nice vehicles.
Oh no, not
it's
about
just
nice cars.
The fact that it
just-
was brand fucking new, and it's the same person driving, same passenger, but for some reason I don't get pulled over.
I did get profiled in my Cadillac that I had for a bit.
Really?
That was when the majority of it all happened. It was just a perceived.
The Cadillac thing does. It's got a mystique about
I will,
it.
you know. Yeah, that's what I was like. Yeah.
And here's what we were talking about earlier. There's different types of racism, right? Because I'm sure there's a meth-mobile. You know, I'm sure in the 80s there was a Coke car. You know, like, oh, that dude fucking sells cocaine. You know, the guy in the Camaro with the mullet. You know,
yeah.
Like, I'm sure there's, you know, there's always things like that, dude. There's always stereotypes. And you know, my buddy Kevin says, like the Eskimos have like 27 words for snow. Just like kind of Minnesotans do, you know, sleet, hail, slush, fucking, what do you call it? Powder, you know, different types of snow.
Yeah.
He says we need to develop that with racism.
100%. I agree to that 100%.
Or we just need to stop labeling thing like, or we need to do what I think we should do. And he's probably right, but I think we just need to admit what actual racism is, which is what you said earlier, where it's like you actually think less of another race. Yeah. That's racism.
Being
Everything
racist,
else
yes,
is a form of prejudice, and we should figure out more accurate words to describe each of those things uniquely instead of just lumping them all as racism. That's what I think. But I think my thing's too elaborate. I think his is easier.
No, I like that's my
or
exact.
It's the same thing.
That's my exact same feelings too. Like I was saying, like there's a level
it's the
of
same
it
thing with less
where
words.
It's prejudice is a good. That's a good way to put it because it's not like this whole. You know, prejudice is just like based on thinking that a circumstantial from way you've grown up and have interacted with other people. This is how you perceive them to be on a regular side of things, and that's just that's one way.
Because I wonder if prejudice is actually as negative as pure racism. For example, racism, like if we looked it up right now, I don't really need to, but if we looked it up right now, it would say specifically feeling, basically totaling in that somebody of another race is inferior to yours. And then it even elaborates specifically, you also think your race is superior. And it can be at any degree of how you want to argue that. Prejudice, like I don't fucking like the Packers. I'm prejudiced towards the Packers. I also don't fucking like Wisconsin in general. I'm prejudiced towards Wisconsin. I'm not sure that's actually a negative thing. That's just me admitting how I feel, right? Like I'm prejudiced towards seeing any movie that's not an action movie in the theater because I feel like it's a waste of money. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm not even sure that's a negative thing at all. But I think there is a lot of negative versions of it.
Correct. Yeah, it's, you know, kind of like what we were talking about before all this when we were just kind of shooting the shit for a bit. Like I feel there's racial bias and there's racism. Racism, like I was saying before, is a form of like a hateful act, and it's done in ways of like a superiority thing where they believe,
like I don't want to hire you because you're black.
Yeah, like where you in because you just think there's something better about white people than that, and like it's vice versa. It goes for any race against any race at all, right, in that sense, like that.
Same thing with like sexism. Like if you think women are less, that's straight up sexism.
Yeah.
No, like that legit. Yeah. Like I even, dude, I was shocked. I didn't think people like this actually existed anymore. Me and my buddy were playing video games, and he was like, "Oh, you know, woman belongs in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant." I kind of laughed because that's something I used to hear my dad and grandpa say, and they were saying it jokingly. Like they weren't serious about it. It was like a joke from an old TV show they used to watch. Literally, that was a line from some super old TV show. So I didn't even take that shit seriously. But he's like, "No, I'm serious." Like, I don't know, dude. I don't even want to get into it. But it was like, I was shocked that he was genuine. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't some sarcastic, facetious thing he was arguing. It was 100% genuine. Like, he really believed that. And I'm like, bro, like, I don't believe that we're equal in the sense that we're the same. I think we're equal as in complementary, like a yin and a yang. You know what I mean? Like we balance each other out. Because I'll tell you right now, if you grew up without a mom in your life and it was just your dad and his buddies, you're missing something. Like you're not a complete human. Just like I can also admit growing up without a father and only having my mother for so long, that left a huge hole in me for a long time that I'm still trying to figure out like my own definitions of what a man is from. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
like,
see, to me, though,
like we need both. We need both, and that's why dudes say, "Oh, she's my better half." Right?
Yeah.
Like dudes know. We need like even the strong alpha men know. Like, nah, they got serious respect for women.
I would say, yeah. Shit. I feel though.
Do you know what I'm referring to?
Growing up, yeah. I feel though growing up without a father or another figure though at the same time, and having that fulfilled through a different person or a single person in a lot of ways though allows you to then be able to redefine on what that means. Then that doesn't mean then that like everyone's these days a lot of people grow up in single family like not family but just single parent situations, and you watch them do everything in the end like their parents. So it's like you can really define to be however you want in that sense, I guess, to how I would think of it like that. Yeah. Same with
I don't know. I don't think we'd be able to do nearly like just hyperbolically, right?
Yeah.
If we were in a society of like where chicks were like we went back 150, 200 years where we just stuck all the women in a room, like that would definitely make things way worse. It would make things so much worse because I think women have sometimes almost superpowers compared to like we think differently, like there's no way. I don't know how to explain it, man. And same thing, like if they locked us up, I remember there's this Outer Limits episode back in the day where they like only unfroze like one or two dudes for breeding purposes, but they basically had like gotten rid of all the men. And it was so stupid because in this show they had fixed all the problems. And I'm like, there's no way. There's no fucking way. That's just not how it works. There's a balance to it, right? So, yeah, I don't know where I was going with this, but...
Well, I feel like a lot of it is different chromosome and different, hormone chemical balances in the end. And that's why I almost feel, where people can be defined by either way of how they feel, because a lot of people do have different chemical balances in their bodies despite of whatever organs they have too, I guess. So people, there are tons of women who are very manly in certain ways, we'll say. I don't know how I like to describe it. Yeah, masculine in ways, and same with like, they're very feminine men too in a lot of ways too. And a lot of it can be boiled down to a chemical difference of what they produce or what they consist of.
Yeah, I mean, in some of those traits seem to transcend as well, so like stereotypically you think of women as like more empathetic than dudes, men are more competitive and whatever. And it does seem like the more masculine a woman becomes, the more masculine traits she also embodies, and the more effeminate a man becomes, the more empathetic at least they seem to be. But I don't know, I think there's limits to those things as well, like I think, and it's not, I'm definitely generalizing because there's wild exceptions to this rule, like so many exceptions to this rule, but it just in a general sense, you know what I mean? So I don't really buy into any of that like superior, inferior bullshit on any version of this topic, whether it's sexism or racism. It doesn't really make sense to me because I do think women are better than us in many ways as men. I'm willing to admit that. But it doesn't mean that we're not equal. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think women are superior when I say that. You see what I'm saying? Like, same thing, I don't think men are superior. Like, yeah, if all the men in the world decided to fucking beat the shit out of every woman in the world, we would win like 99.9% of those fights. Sure. So in that respect, we're super superior.
Domestic violence would prove that case to be true.
Right. We're better at fighting, period. We're better at basketball. We're better at baseball. There's never going to be a women's NFL. Like, it's not going to happen. But that doesn't mean we're superior. It just means we're better at some crazy physical shit. We're better at being violent or pushing our bodies to crazy levels. You know, do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah,
it doesn't mean we're superior. It means we're better at certain things. I think there's all kinds of shit women are
physiology, like physiologically advantages in certain ways like that are just undeniable in some ways like that.
People ask me like, what are women better at? I'm like, I don't know, fucking, being considerate, like fucking listening, like all the things my wife does, caring and thinking about others.
That's
basic good people stuff.
Some of those basic physical traits is one thing, and that's not to take away in what you can gauge, and that's why they do separate a lot of women's sports from men's sports like that, is in that sense and ratio, like how hard or where someone works harder, and you're like they can be driven, they can make greater intervals of change, and it can be more than what men have done in that sense too, I guess.
Whoops.
Anyway, back to the court system stuff.
Well, because we were talking about the racism, and I got
off
on the sexism thing because that's coming up a lot too.
Oh yeah. Well, there's similarities in the way that,
and that goes into the court systems. That's where I was going with that. That's right. That's why I brought that up. Okay, so you see a lot of women get off for crimes that men would also never get off for. So there is prejudice towards being lenient on violent women in the courts. You'd be fucking surprised, dude, how many women get away, like, put all the crimes up, 2 totally different sentences because a man did this crime or a woman did that crime. And I do agree that happens across races as well. There's a judge, I think he's from like Arizona or some shit, where he was busted levying heavier sentences against black kids. He had to deal with a private prison. He had like a kickback. So he's just loading them up with black kids. That's just fucked. So I agree with you, man. Like, I don't disagree with any of that shit.
Oh yeah.
I just wanted to have you on to just rap about the fucking Rittenhouse thing, because I was like, I saw that post and I was like, bro, you're high, dude.
Well, to me though, that's like, there are
let's dig into that
tons
one,
of validity. So about that,
let's dig into the Rittenhouse trial.
The only one of the reasons why I say the judge had bias is that he was okay with referring to the people that he killed as rioters and looters, but not as victims. And to me, he said because it's
the people that were shot.
Yeah, that he ruled it. He censored those people that were shot from being called victims, and his reasoning was said that it's too loaded of a term.
I could see that.
Which, like, how is not being called a rioter or looter not just as loaded of a term to justify a killing?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I feel it's the same both ways.
They never used either of those terms. They consistently, over and over and over again, referred to them by Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Grosskreutz, Mr. this, Mr. that. So I wonder if he ruled on both sides. I wonder if that's one of those deals where one side is saying this and then the other side is saying that. Because I know they've done that with the Rosenbaum thing. People are like, oh, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? And it's like, is one side spinning it this way and one side spinning it that way. We brought that, but yeah.
But I mean, that was right on. I guess that was a big part of it, though. That
so when talking about Grosskreutz, when talking about Rosenbaum, you were saying the judge allowed them to be called
rioters and looters.
The public or those individuals?
Everyone in the court. Yeah, for just those individuals, that he could refer to those 2 individuals that he killed as rioters and looters, but he couldn't tell the jury and like
but nobody could
present
refer to
them
them as victims. But I don't, and maybe I'm wrong, but I never actually recall anyone referring to them as rioters, looters, or victims. They referred to everyone by name. And then when they didn't know a guy, right? So they didn't say this random rioter, this random looter, this random protester. They named him like ski pants guy or yellow pants guy or jump kick guy. They literally nicknamed them. They gave them all actual names, even the ones they couldn't identify. And then one of them was unidentified guy. Like, seriously, because they had to identify him on like fucking drone footage and like they corroborated the locations of everything and like it's fucking crazy. But okay, so keep going, because I'm just saying I can't disagree with you on that because I haven't thought enough about it. And judges think about this shit for a long time. They like, oh, hold on, I got to hear both of your arguments and then I'll go decide what's right. And they like read books. They don't just sit there and call their buddies. They refer to case law. Like, being a judge is fucking hard. And I'm just saying, I never actually heard him refer to them as protesters or looters or rioters. So he might have ruled for both sides on that. Maybe.
Not sure. I think there might be visual, like, have it be on the video that it was the other way. But
well,
I'd have to look. But yeah,
that's why I asked if he was talking about the public. Like, you're allowed to call that group the public there.
Yeah.
Like, you're allowed to call them rioters and looters, but you can't call any of them victims.
Yeah. Well, that's
why I'm curious about that, because I never heard about that.
It was to the people who died specifically.
But I do understand both concerns.
Yeah.
You know, because I could see where the argument would be. Like, if I repeatedly call someone a victim for 2 weeks,
then it seems
you are going to eventually subconsciously think of them like a victim.
And that's the same with a rioter and looter. It just puts it as if, you know,
but again,
completely justified.
From me watching the trial, I did not hear them repeatedly call anyone rioters or looters. I repeatedly heard them call them Mr. Grosskreutz, Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. This, ski pants guy.
I'll have to look at that again, because that's what the judge ruled. The judge ruled it as that was the end. Going into the actual trial, that was one of the rules.
Interesting. And I can see his argument, though. I can see the argument of repeatedly calling someone a victim could subconsciously bias.
He quote unquote said it was too loaded of a term, and just to me, so is being called a rioter or looter in that sense. When it's a case about whether it was justified.
Well, you do realize, though, you do realize, like, you would have to object to that first before the judge can make a decision. So did the prosecution even object to them being called rioters or looters? Because if the prosecution didn't object to them being referred to in that way, the judge can't just do anything. He has to hear an objection before he can even rule. That's a legit and the defense did do that. Like, in order for the victim thing to come up, that means the defense was smart enough to go, we object to that. And he heard that. And he was like, you know what? Nope, that's right. But then the prosecution should have been smart enough. So that's what I want to know is, did the judge put a motion to deny calling them?
Yeah, the prosecution talked the other way and asked that. Did it end up being fair? If that's the case, then part of my feeling.
Or did the prosecution just drop the ball? That's what I need to know.
Yep. And that would also shape more of how I feel about it.
Because I don't know. I didn't even know about this part. So what? Okay. So what else do you? Because if let's just say you are 100% correct, then I also have issue with that too.
Yeah. Second, I guess, which I'm changing kind of how I feel by the day about it. You know, we figure more and more out as we've been learning about all this stuff, and we're finally getting all these facts. But to me, that CVS thing, that video, and him censoring it and not allowing that to be played, I get it on both ends. I get why it plays a factor in a way, because to me, it's like he's saying if he had his AR, he then would do something about it. So it feels like it's another example of him ready to just go at and just like be the person to make an incident happen.
So the reason I actually agree with the judge in making that one stay out is because this shouldn't be a trial of character in the past, but even if it's 3 days ago, it was isolating these 3 incidents. And it's the same reason the judge didn't allow the court or the jury to know that Rosenbaum, the first victim, they were not allowed to know that he was not only just a pedophile, but a multi-time child rapist, because that would also skew the jury against Rosenbaum. You see what I'm saying? So basically, here's the point, is either one could paint you to think about Rosenbaum, the victim. I'll even use the word victim, right? If you know, as a juror, if you know that he's a child rapist, you may no longer think about the incident. Is that murder? You might go, well, I don't care about him, so no. See what I'm saying? You disregard that life because you think less of him and his moral character.
Which we're seeing.
Because it doesn't matter. Here's the thing: is
we're
doesn't
seeing that
actually
online everywhere, trying to use that as the reason. Well, he was this.
No, but here's the thing: exactly, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the same reason you can't use that video against Kyle, because it can. Because here's the deal: this is the most fucked up part. Being racist isn't illegal, right? And we do have rules for hate crimes, but you have to like say something racist and combine it with a racial act. So you take those 2 aspects of what I just said. So the Rosenbaum and the Rittenhouse balance of no, because it distorts your view of the victim and the aggressor, right? Or vice versa. And none of the victims in the case were black. So again, it's not actually relevant to whether the 3 people that were shot and the 2 that died, none of them were black. So his thoughts on black people are literally not relevant to that thing. So that's one of the situations where I watched that go down and I was like, no, I agree with that actually. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised I agree with that. But listening to the judge explain it, I was like, no, I'm on board. And same thing with the Rosenbaum deal.
That's why he didn't let the video show?
Yeah, and it's the same reason he didn't allow the jury to know that Rosenbaum was a child rapist. It was the exact same argument, because it would distort your view of that character. And this is not the case is not an issue of character.
Then in that sense, for that, I feel differently myself.
Yeah, and that's where I was like, no, I agree with that. I can't believe I do, but no, that makes sense.
It doesn't change my initial thought other than like how I feel about Kyle and why he's there. That's part of the reasons why I feel like a teen, I mean, granted, he's barely an adult, but shouldn't be running around with a gun in that situation, knowing that lives can be at stake very easily in this moment of time like that. With everything happening, I feel like that was a mistake.
So he was asked to be there, though.
Yeah, which I feel is a mistake, though, on other people's effort for having him there. Not taking actual combat veterans and other people, but kid.
But I just growing up in the country, like, it's a different world out there. There's different rules. Oh, like, I can just see this. Let's pretend this whole thing went down in North Branch. No, my little brothers at 17 would have absolutely been out there. I would have been out there at 17. Like, that's 100% the culture. That's like, it sounds absurd to us, but that's exactly the norm out there.
But I feel like any person still goes back, being that young, not being some veteran, it's a little bit more of a thing to not, have gone through every bit of training, which, yes, I'll agree he was acting in pretty disciplinary, like in a disciplined way.
Well, he was playing medic, and I use that word deliberately. He was playing medic. I don't buy it for a second that he was a medic. Same thing with Gabe Greuskritch or whatever the fuck is. I don't buy that either one of them were medics or they were playing medic. I think that was their cover. Like, they were out there as armed people. My question is, what was that Gage Grosskreutz dude doing out there with the pistol? Like, he's out there as a quote-unquote medic?
Well, because in the same sense of what I've seen happen. And this is the whole thing that I have a problem with the whole Kyle thing and people treating him as a hero and such, and the verdict going the way it going. It's so much that it grants these people to come to protest, like right-wing people and other people, like just extremists in general on either side, either way, to come out and like harm us. I've been chased down the street in the middle of broad daylight, downtown Minneapolis, by a man trying to kill me with an axe, swinging it at me.
No shit.
After he tried,
I think you told me about this last time you were here.
I was the one that confronted him.
We were really drunk.
After he tried to run over a bunch of our protesters when we were in the middle of marching. He tried to run over a bunch of us. So I was the one that confronted him, and then I got chased with an axe. More people
and now
like
here's the
this,
deal. Here's the deal. If I were there, this is where it gets fucked up. Check this out. If I were there, because I am a conceal and carry permit, I know you, right? Yeah. And I hypothetically see this thing go down. If he really is chasing you with an axe, I legally have the right to shoot him. And if I would have shot him and he would have died, I would be on trial for murder. And there would be people across the country calling me a murderer because I was defending your life. I had no reason to be there. Why am I there? Why do I have a gun? Now, luckily, you got out of there with your life and you didn't need any of that to happen. Yeah. But that's how fast that shit. Because I probably wouldn't have done any of that. Because I don't know if I'm ready to whip out my gun in a crowd. You know what I mean? Because we're talking about liability and other things. We're talking about this reckless endangerment.
See, and I feel that shit comes with age, though, too, to know better not to do that. And I feel that the kid felt emboldened in ways not to necessarily, just to be... Granted, you talk about, being more responsible and everything else and say he is, that he'll have a bit more disdain for thinking of people who aren't responsible in the same way that he feels people are responsible. And I feel he's already pre-engaged in thought of how everyone is around it. He's not just thinking people are protesters.
Well, I will tell you this.
That everyone's a riot and a looter.
I will tell you this, though. It seems that way when you think about it on the surface. But I know a lot of people... And I've seen a lot of videos of police. And if cops were to behave more like Kyle Rittenhouse, we wouldn't have Jacob Blakes in the first place. Because this motherfucker, the discipline, it sounds crazy because he killed 2 people and he shot another one. It sounds crazy to say that. But you know what he didn't do? He didn't shoot anyone in the fucking back 7 times. He only shot people that were literally attacking him. And he ran away from people until he couldn't run anymore because he's chubby. The biggest thing that Kyle Rittenhouse is a victim of is being a really brave moron who is terribly not in shape as far as his cardio goes. So zombie apocalypse shit, that movie?
Horror got him, yeah.
Dude, all the rules, you gotta be on your cardio, because that's exactly what happened to Kyle twice. He's running from this dude. He's chubby. He's young. He gets panicky. He gets caught into a corner the first time. That dude had already threatened to murder him multiple times. There's fucking so many videos of that.
Which I'll say right away, Rosenbaum is a person. That's who, the same way that, the people that were there to defend the place should have have your boy a little bit more, keep him on a leash a little bit more, not be so just running off on his own kind of stuff. Is the same way that people need to put people like Rosenbaum in check when they're at these events. Protesters, we need to at the same time stop people.
Because these are the people that turn it into a riot.
Because Rosenbaum turns
things into riots.
And Rosenbaum's not a fucking ally.
Well, and literally and figuratively, those are the personalities that turn things into riots. And I don't know if I said this on the podcast, but I want to. There are definitely people exactly like Rosenbaum in those other spots, like a Kyle. Now, Kyle wasn't like that, but there are videos of motherfuckers coming up, be like, come up and test this. I'll fucking kill every one of you. There are dudes like that are basically inciting riots too. So when you get Rosenbaums like that, you got to get guys like that out of there. And then same thing, if you're one of those dudes like me that was out there on the block trying to actually fucking do shit, we did not have any what I call G.I. Joes. Yeah. You get rid of the G.I. Joes because the G.I. Joes, they're either on coke, right? Or they're literally fucking on steroids, or they got a fucking screw loose in their goddamn
they're
dangerous.
There for the wrong reasons.
And those are not the people I want symbolizing any version of authority with a deadly weapon. No, dude, you got to go. And the problem is they're always going to show up, okay? They're always going to show up. Not only are they always going to show up, but you can't really ever get rid of them without a confrontation. And as soon as they show up armed, basically somebody's about to die, right? Which is why I didn't go to any of the actual big riots armed. When people were like, why aren't you down there filming? Why aren't you down there armed? You know, you preach that Second Amendment when the government I'm like, no, that's not how fucking I'm staying here at my fucking house, dude. Like, I'm literally on my block, and I put my house up for the neighborhood. Well, not the whole neighborhood, but for a couple blocks here as like a hub. My backyard was like, dude, we had a fucking tent. You know, we had fucking like people sitting around fucking like it was crazy because 2 or 3 dudes over on this side of the table had connections with other people in the neighborhood. So they had a text thread going of where certain cars, suspicious vehicles were going, because we were getting all the shit you read about on both sides of the fence. We were getting fucking Mexican mafia, gangbangers. We were getting random like rogue dudes trying to burglarize and rape people. We had fucking dead bodies showing up in vehicles. Carjackings. We had random fucking like carts and baskets of like gasoline and kerosene and soaked cedar. Not soaked cedar, because cedar, that's a terrible thing, but soaked wood in combustibles and shit. Like I didn't personally, but my buddies did. Like, we got pictures of it. We were reporting back to the cops, like, here's what we're dealing with on these blocks.
Same way that, like, bricks were placed in certain places.
Yeah, dude.
Ways,
all that shit was real. And we were dealing with right here in North Minneapolis, which is the other side of where the riot started, but they were going through downtown, and then they ended up right there at Solo, right? And there was a huge gun battle down at Solo, dude. It was wild. It was absolutely insane. And I'm talking everything through and through with the military. And people tried to call me a fucking hypocrite because I'm not at war with the military, because that's why you have your gun, is to fucking, when the military shows up and starts shooting people, you're supposed to go to war. It's like, no, dude, I have this so when the military starts shooting at me, I have enough time to shoot and suppress so my wife and kids can get away safely. It's not about me winning a war. It's about me being able to die with dignity and buy time and stand at least some semblance of a fighting chance for a moment, instead of being rolled over like a fucking, like a peasant with a tank. You
for
know,
actual
I got a
defense.
rake. I got a rake against a tank. Fuck off. At least give me a couple bullets so they stop. And fucking, oh, okay. And then they send a few people in. They're gonna fucking roll over me. But I bought enough time for my wife to get out. Now there's a few people that lived and fucking fled. Yeah, come on, man.
It's for defense, not for the offense of things. That's a whole different aspect.
Yeah, dude. And that's the thing, is you don't want the people that don't belong there, that drive from across the state to protest, or across the state to defend your territory. No, you're not from here, man. Like, we don't want you here because you're not part of this, dude. You're the people who incite a riot. Like, on both sides, quite literally. And that's what I just want to really say that sincerely. Like, there's a lot of dudes who act like it's only protesters who start riots. Yeah. No, it's a lot of motherfuckers who show up to defend.
It's more than typically.
And there's video proof of this in Kenosha, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
There's video proof of dudes with guns, looking militia style, instigating shit, escalating that throughout the night. Like, it was inevitable. And I'm actually serious when I say we're kind of lucky that it happened to Kyle. Because if it would have been one of them other dudes,
probably would have been more of a mass.
Yeah, like a mass shooting. Like,
well, yeah, obviously those people have a bit more of a
man.
different reason. In that sense, that makes it, with that
I know,
makes,
and I know how fucked that sounds. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep ranting, but keep going, because like I get what you guys are saying, But
so that's the problem I have, though, too, is that I feel like those people are even more emboldened to come and instigate against protesters and people, and now they feel that they can get away with it even more so. Like, they're not going to have the same type of discipline that Kyle had in that sense then.
Yeah. And the G.I. Joe scare the shit out of me, too, man. Even when they're on your side, it's like, oh, God, this guy's going to get me killed. Like, we're just as scared as the people on the other side, because it's like, this motherfucker will get me killed. Like, literally, he's going to shoot somebody. One of them probably has a gun, and they're going to shoot, and I'm the one that's going to get hit. And this cocksucker is going to end up skeething out the back end, fucking and getting in his fucking pickup, ski-daddling out of there, and then talking to his buddies about how he's a hero. No, fuck that guy. Yeah, those are G.I. Joes or cowboys, you know?
Yep. And Rosenbaum was the opposite side of that. And that's what I was saying, like, I wouldn't dare call him an ally to but everyone on the right's gonna refer to him as like a BLM terrorist type of person.
Well, I think the point that you made that needs to hit home hard is that the protesters, it needs to be an organized protest, right?
Yeah.
Like an organized, peaceful protest. And there needs to be people in charge with authority who are going to literally get rid of those type of people.
Which is what we've done. Like, that's what we've been successful here in the past year a lot of times.
But we also have to try to figure out how to keep the G.I. Joes from showing up. If you are going to be one of those people jumping out and doing shit and trying to like fucking at least keep some semblance of civility in your neighborhood or block like we didn't have any G.I. Joes. G.I. Joes weren't welcome. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I was in control of shit because this was the command post. See, if we would have been at the park, like some people wanted to do, like actually set up a central command, like, you guys are fucking nuts. There's no way you can control the park. Like, you're gonna have, oh my god, dude, you're gonna have like 18 different groups up there all trying to do the same thing. You're gonna start a war at the park. I was like, I ain't doing that. I'm staying right here. And that's people go, that's the difference, Jared. He drove across state lines. Well, again, what if you live in Hudson and you work directly across the river in Minnesota? Like, that, the state line thing can be a very arbitrary deal.
Yeah, I don't
for
argue.
A lot of people in this country, man.
To me, the state line thing is dumb. Like, my whole intent on his side wouldn't deal with, oh, it's because of his state line and him crossing his state line, it means it's any worse. No, that's just, I
agree.
It's a moot point.
We agree on that.
Yeah,
because it's in many ways, especially for people like that living in those style communities, it's an arbitrary thing. They're like, it's 30 minutes away. It's like, that's nothing out there. Everything is 30 minutes away. That's like you and me walking down the block to buy a pack of smokes. It's a 35-minute drive. That's down the road.
Yeah.
I'm serious. That's a joke. 30 to 45 minutes is literally up the road.
Yeah.
That's how they refer to it.
And like, whether he had a gun legally or not, whether it was across state lines and that was legal or not, that's not my concern. That's like, that is not what my whole concern about the whole situation is.
It's all America. It's all America, dude. And
my whole thing was just the people that it emboldens to act differently that may not, and I thought Kyle was in that aspect, but you bring up a lot of good points on how he did react discipline in a lot of ways. And it's almost better that it was him and not some other people.
Dude, and if the cop who killed Jacob Blake would have been more like Kyle Rittenhouse, Jacob Blake probably would have never even been shot. That's what I meant by that whole thing, is like, he showed an incredible amount of restraint.
Actually.
Like the dude, and that's, I think, why people do have a reason to be upset still, is like, the guy who shot Jacob Blake doesn't even get charges, and Kyle Rittenhouse is acquitted. I get that, but that's a problem with cops not being held accountable, which is why I also hate cops, just like you guys. Like, there's for me, it's not a fine line. It's a very simple problem that we have, and that's where I do have guys like, like even Joe Rogan. I'll even mock Joe Rogan. People think I fucking suck on his nuts. No, I'll even criticize Joe Rogan for that. I'm pro-police. No, I'm not fucking pro-police, man. Like, I get it. We need cops, but I fucking hate cops. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, no, I'm not. I'm not cool with it. I'm not cool with the cops, but I also understand that we need them. I respect them, but I don't fucking like them. You know what I mean? And that's not a contradiction.
There's a handful I respect, and a handful I definitely don't. But
I know. I think they operate with impunity, and they need to be held accountable. And I still have the same issues that all the protesters have.
Yep. Yeah.
I just don't go to the protests because they always turn into some crazy shit.
Yep. And I totally get that. A lot of it gets lost. Like, the connections are still there, but it ends up intertwining a lot of different things altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and like, I don't know, man. The thing is like, people say, well, if Kyle Rittenhouse was black, he would have gone to jail. And they go, okay, now that's a separate issue we can talk about, because at the end of the day, if that's true, that means that the system is working correctly for white people, because I don't think that there was ever proof that Rittenhouse murdered anybody. It was self-defense. And if he was black and he would have gone to jail, that is a separate issue that we still need to address. That's the problem. That doesn't mean Kyle should be in jail. That means that there's innocent black people in jail that shouldn't be for crimes they didn't commit, which luckily we don't have because I don't view that as
yes.
Again, so I'm going to back off, and I forgot to start off with this. I hardcore roll under the belief that it is way better to let 10 guilty men go free than to put one innocent man behind bars. There's way too many innocent people behind bars. We need to look at those situations properly. But then we also see a lot of guilty men go free. Those ones are obvious. Like the Jacob Blake thing, something needs to happen there. Like that's not a self-defense case. Like, I don't know, man. Like something needs to happen there because 7 times in the back is not justified for. I don't know, man. It's just it's not. It doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? Like,
did you see that Daniel Shriver case? It was a white cop and it happened to a white guy too, but it was like a couple in a hotel, and I forget what the call was about, but the cop got there and there were guns drawn, and he had them like. Tell them the hallway and them come. Yeah. It was like the fucking most disgusting, sick game of Simon Says ever. Like his like demands and what he had him do.
I do remember.
It was so fucked up. That cop went free too.
Yep, fuck that.
Not
guy.
a single charge. He even got like paid for his leave and everything, and will continue like to get paid.
That's the exact shit I'm talking about.
Yeah,
like that's unacceptable. That's why I hate cops. Yeah. Because they have way too much authority and they aren't held accountable. And that's where the source of all the original riots came from, like with George Floyd. Because if you and I hope people really understand this, is all the real legitimate protesters and all the real gripesters, the legit motherfuckers out there, here's what it really boils down to. If you or I were to commit any of these crimes, we would immediately be arrested. There would immediately be an investigation. We would definitely go to trial, and the state would have to prove that we committed this crime beyond a reasonable doubt. That's all we're asking for to also happen to the cops. We're sick and tired of cops killing people, and it's 2, 3, 4 weeks if an investigation even happens, and it only happens when the public shows enough outrage. It needs to become standard procedure. When
most time it's an internal too. It's all internal.
If a cop is in the presence of a death, an investigation needs to happen, just like what would happen with us. And it needs to be fair and it needs to be honest. So I'm with you guys on all of that shit, dude. That's why I don't fucking like the cops any more than any of y'all, dude. And that's legit.
And that's the part that sucks that I'm seeing with people sharing right now and everything, is that yes, the reflection of the case makes it like shows exactly more about our problems with the justice system and how minorities and other people are persecuted more often, and even how gun owners of minorities are kind of even treated by police and other people, like, you know, taking the Castile case and things like that, like just the way that perceived gun owners are differently in that sense for minorities. There's things to address.
Yeah.
But what is not the thing to do is to be, it's because Kyle was free and not guilty is the reason. That's not, it's exactly what you said. It just shown that it worked correctly for white people in ways, and that it is wronging a lot of other people in ways too. And that is a separate issue that isn't, it's not because of this, is of that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And if we're going to make the argument that the tragedy is that if he was black, he'd be convicted, that's fucked up. Like, okay, I actually think that's kind of true. Like, even as a white dude who doesn't believe in racism like everybody else does, like, okay, hit me with all the stereotypes, right? Fine. Right-wing capitalist, cisgender pig. Anyways, I actually still agree with that. No, like, because I've seen it, and I've seen these things being proven. I've seen convictions. I've seen judges removed from office. Like, that shit still does happen. I know it does. That we need to figure out. And that is something that happens in the court system. That is something that happens from the police. That that is something that is still happening. So if I tell a cop that I'm a legal gun owner and yes, I have a gun on my hip and he wants to see my ID, when I reach for my ID, he may not be as threatened and might just chill. Okay, cool. Here's your ID. But if a black dude does it and he reaches for his ID, he shoots him. And you go, Jared, that's crazy. No, that's literally what happened in New Brighton, Minnesota. Literally. He goes, I'm a gun owner. I have a conceal and carry permit. I have my gun on me. Dude's got his wife and his baby in the car. And the guy goes, show me your ID. And so he reaches for his wallet, for his ID, and the guy shoots him, what, like 7 times or 11 times? Or like emptied his clip. Like, fuck, dude, it was overkill, man. In front of his wife and his baby. Nah, dude, come on. That's murder. But didn't that cop get off?
Yep.
Was found not guilty?
Yeah.
Nah, that's fucking negligence. That cop needed to go to jail, man. That's fucking, like, at a minimum, that's like reckless, negligent manslaughter. You know what I mean? Like, at a minimum, like you were saying, is it murder? Probably not, because murder is a very intended act. But reckless homicide, negligent homicide, felony murder,
manslaughter. I'm not sure.
Felony murder is a word. Felony murder is a word and a charge, and it has to do with basically general neglect. You know,
I mean, in the same sense of like how people can like catch a case for killing intruders or stuff. You know, it might not even be just at home, but just from being attacked, or you know, women have, like we're facing in some ways. Like there's that case in Kenosha.
Yep.
Or like, and there, I realize it's a little bit deeper than just what's going on, but the girl was 17 and killed her captor that had kidnapped her, that had been raping her, and she's been.
For people that don't know, including me, to brush me up on this again, because I remember this, but I don't remember the details. I gotta piss.
Yeah.
Tell this story. I'm gonna be right there. Right. Tell people what exact case you're talking about. 17-year-old girl, you said?
Named Crystal, yeah. It's in Kenosha, Wisconsin, but she was kidnapped, and there's all types of other things that happen, I guess. But apparently, she got away by killing him and lighting flame to the house, and then left in his vehicle. And she ended up sitting in prison or in jail for 2 years until recent, when there's some fundage on some other companies, and some people met her bail that ended up being lowered to $400,000. So she's out on bail now, at least, but she was in there for almost 2 years, and it's going to be presented. I don't know what's going to happen, but she's being charged with first-degree murder. And if that's, you know, not a case where it's like self-defense in some sense, I don't, you know. Yeah. Then I don't really know, like, you know, how that doesn't apply in that same sense to me. So I don't know. Before, like, after talking about it now, I kind of get more so that it's, you know, it makes us question more of the system itself, and it's a reflection of how we should pay attention to other cases that deserve more investigation and deserve more insight to get the actual right thing to happen, because it is kind of, in the end, seeming to be right. More so what happened with Kyle in that sense. In the same sense, so that girl should not be facing that charge then.
Well, maybe she should, right?
Yeah.
Because that rapist has rights too. Like Rosenbaum. I'm not of the ilk that Rittenhouse should have never even gone on trial. Like, no, that everything went the way it should go for Rittenhouse. It's a perfect American dream, okay? Just so happens he was white. DaBaby is not white. DaBaby shot a dude in fucking, what was it, Walmart or Target or some shit. He didn't go to jail. There was actually another black dude whose trial just came up recently. I think his verdict went public the same day Rittenhouse's did. He was also found not guilty. But there's a lot of other shit happening as well. And I'm okay with them going to trial. I get that. I just wish it worked out the right way more often. So that chick, I'm not against the idea that she's being brought up on trial, because literally her rapist has rights too, right? Like same thing with Rosenbaum. The guy has rights too, even though he's a pedophile. However, if I'm on that jury, just initially hearing this, I'm going, yes, it's first-degree murder, but that's just fucking justified. Because you're captive. Of course you have to premeditate all of this.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? You're
yeah,
locked in.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
of course
yeah,
you have to plan this shit, bro.
Yeah,
like, you're not just, like, what the fuck? What other kind of possibility? There's only one way I survive.
If you want your torture to be stopped,
murder that guy, so I'm not getting raped anymore and I can live. Of course it is. So let's go through the trial. Cute. Say whatever you want. I already got my verdict.
Yeah.
Like, oh wait, so you kidnapped her. Fact. Okay, we've proven that. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
You repeatedly raped her. Got it. Okay. There was we never hear about guys just letting them go. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. She killed you and got out? Justified. Like, okay. I don't care how long this trial takes. Let's go OJ style and drag it on a year. I don't care. I was already, you know what? However I got a vote, bitch not going to jail. So not guilty, acquitted, whatever language the judge instructs me to use. And that's exactly how I'd argue it in the fucking jury. As soon as I got into that room, I'd go, look, let's take a preliminary vote real quick. Yes, she did all of it, right? Here's the thing. Totally justified. What? How else you getting out? Exactly what I just said to you. She has to premeditate the whole thing. There's no other possibility. But it's justified. Not guilty. Let's go.
Fucking bingo.
15 minutes. We're in and out. Hopefully everyone would agree with me, but probably not.
No kidding. Yeah.
I need to look over some more evidence. All right, but I still got my vote. So we're probably going to an 11-1 hung jury because I ain't changing my mind. This bitch is not guilty. She's not going back to jail.
Oh.
And in certain situations like that, I think people shouldn't even have to be in jail while they go to court or await court that whole time. Like, we also need to do a better job of giving people their civil rights when they haven't been proven to be a criminal, if they're not already a repeat offender. So like a poor kid like fucking Kyle Rittenhouse, man, like 17 years old, dude. Man, I went to jail a couple times, and it can fuck you up if you go there for a long period of time. Lockup can fuck you up for a long period of time. Hanging out with the wrong people for a long enough period of time can fuck you up. Like, he could have been hanging out with the wrong people in jail. He could have been listening to some fucking actual white supremacist rhetoric being whispered every night as he fell asleep, just subliminal messages, you know, just fucking, dude, it probably wasn't a good idea for him to even be in jail that whole time. We got to do a better job of like honoring their civil liberties for first time offenders like that, allowing them to at least be in their home and keep them under guard, house arrest, and fucking, you know, make sure they can't be doing any wild ass shit. You know, maybe don't give them the ability. I don't know. The FBI does some good shit with, like, you can't be using computers and shit. You know what I mean? You can't be like out there pleading your case to the public and shit. You know what I mean? Like, you still gotta kind of like, but like to keep people like a rat in a cage, man.
No fly list.
It's fucked. It's fucked, dude. Is he on the no fly?
I don't know. No, obviously he just flew to fucking Florida.
Oh, did he?
And people are like, "Oh, live here, Kyle. We love you here."
Mm-hmm.
The making him a hero thing is kind of fucked up in a sense.
It is. He's not a hero. He's a very lucky, brave idiot.
Yes.
Like, but I don't agree he shouldn't have been there, though. I'm not going to subscribe to that because that's none of my business. That's where I stand on that. It's
if he shouldn't have been there, no one should have been there on any side.
Right. That's a great point, man. I never thought about saying it like that way, but you're right. If he shouldn't have been there, then who should have been there? You know, or no one should have been there.
Yeah.
Who? And that's what I want to know. Who should have been there then? The cops? The people that were protesting in the whole first place? The ones that funneled all the protesters down towards the militia?
Well, the protesters definitely should have been there, but that's the whole thing. Once they started destroying property and community-wise,
because what I don't want is the fucking military showing up. I would much rather have the people
I was
out there.
happier when the National Guard showed up during all the Minneapolis stuff. to me, they were like mediation between. They were gonna make sure that the cops were gonna do fuck shit at the same time.
I don't know. There's a lot of videos. The military coming through.
Yeah.
And then the police would come through right behind them and start pepper spraying people that were sitting on their porches and shit. I don't know, man. I didn't like the idea of the military coming through. That felt like very, like we're on the brink of like actual fucking some real shit.
Well, yeah.
That ain't fucking cool, man. When tanks are rolling down the street.
Yeah. During all this is also the same time that guy chased with an axe and nothing ever happened to him. His license plate was given up and everything else too. Just nothing ever became of it.
Yeah, I wonder like how you would even think about that case, because it's like he's trying to drive, fucking ends up in a group of protesters. Maybe it was intentional, maybe it wasn't. We got to start there. That's one crime. Boom. Then you confront him, right? Crazy situation. Did you attack him? We got to figure out that point. Then he defends himself, but then chases you down. So now he's the aggressor again. It's like that shit gets so layered so fast, and it's like, man, I don't know, dude. It's a fucking because again,
well, he did. There's a tons of witnesses to show that he just it's tons of witnesses that he made a point and purposely tried to run over people.
Really?
Yeah,
that's fucking crazy. Well,
why it pissed me off so bad?
You got video of it still, right?
I don't have video of it because I was driving the other vehicle.
I mean, if he's trying to run people over, he should probably be charged for that. Because that's a different deal than
that was all brought up, though. Nothing ever happened to this guy. Nothing ever happened to the case.
Well, I mean, maybe
anyone knows about.
There's probably a lot of these cases, though, and we know for a fact they only have so much like efficiency, right? They only have so many resources to do these things. This is why I kind of laugh at the conspiracies of like, oh, they're everything's the government. Because like, if the riots proved anything, they don't have a lot of resources, and they're not very good at very much at all.
Yeah,
like the military is quite efficient, but
the police were rolling around in vans doing drive-bys with rubber bullets to people, being out past curfew everywhere. Like,
were they really?
Yo, yeah. Did you see the one guy who got acquitted? He got acquitted, thankfully.
No.
But so him and other people were defending his business or whatever there, like right on Lake Street. It was in a parking lot. It was after curfew. So a van goes rolling by and starts like shooting at the parking lot because there's a couple people there. So the guy then fires his gun back at the police, not knowing it's police because they were just in an unmarked van. And they were just like doing drive-by style. And so then the cops bust out and swarm them. Now, what happens is the guy immediately, like, he was like very like, careful. He like threw his gun away to the side and just lay on the ground before they even got close to him. He was already hands down, laying on the ground, face first. Like he was ready. Like, once he realized there's police, he was like, oh shit. Just like tossed his gun to the side and did that. And the cop runs up, fucking kicks him.
I was just gonna say, let me guess, they beat the shit out of him.
Beat the shit out of him.
They didn't just arrest him; they beat the shit out of him.
Beat him so bloody that the other cops that arrived were asking, he got shot, right? They thought he had been shot, caught in the crossfire of it because he was so bloodied. He was beat up by the cops. Now,
so not only should he be not guilty, but he has a guaranteed lawsuit.
Yeah, because this is on surveillance footage that it was found in that parking lot now that shows the cops lied about it. The cops lied in the report. They lied about what happened. They said that he provoked it all.
This was here?
And that he was resisting arrest. This was in Minnesota. It was during that first week of everything happening.
Oh, man.
He was a person protecting his business.
This is the craziest shit I've ever heard.
And so the cops lied on camera, and even the cops would come up, and they were other cops would come up and be like, well, what happened here? Is like did he get shot or whatever? He's like, he was resisting. That's what they kept telling every other cop that kept coming. That main cop would just be like, yeah, he was resisting arrest. And they're like, oh, okay.
No,
and then like, yep. But it's on camera now that he wasn't, and he was actually acquitted, and he's not facing any charges then for firing at the cops because they were were literally driving around in an unmarked vehicle doing drive-bys to fucking people that were out past curfew. Shooting rubber bullets. There's tons of other footage. Same kind of cops. You saw. I'm sure you probably seen that clip of them like laughing and got one and like when they're like.
Do you remember the rooftop Koreans?
From like the 92 stuff?
No.
What?
Well, I think they actually were originally from the 92 stuff, but they popped up again during these riots. And there was it like I think it started again in LA, but it went viral on fucking Twitter. And basically all Korean business owners got on their roofs in all the riot areas. Not all of them, but like enough of them to where like there was Minneapolis rooftop Koreans. There was
So the
Chicago
echo of the
rooftop-
92 LA riot type
dude,
of stuff.
It was, dude, but here's the thing, man, is the Koreans did not get hit as hard as anybody else, dude, because those motherfuckers were up on the rooftop with shotguns and fucking ARs and shit, and they were willing to shoot people, and those businesses were a lot better off during the fucking riots than all the other ones, man.
Yeah.
This is what was scary is people had to put fucking children live here on buildings.
Yeah.
That's a thing, man, is it's like something went dark. And I don't think because
Well, you saw the people that came into town that were even from here that instigated a lot of that.
I mean, I know. I also do know for a fact, though, there's a grip of local people looting.
Yeah.
A grip.
Well, I know that for the fact too because I was there in downtown and caught a bunch of. I caught the scuffle and everything that happened in between after that one man shot himself in the head in downtown after killing someone in the parking ramp.
Yep, I remember that.
Remember that? Yeah.
Yep.
And somebody else, some bystander, lied and said that it was the cops that shot him and did it, and that they
Dude,
saw him do
and
it.
it was on video. She's like, I saw you with my own eyes. You shot him. You murdered him. And it was like, bitch, you're lying right now. Like, that girl should be charged for inciting a riot.
Yep.
Like, that's irresponsible. It's crazy what people are willing to say and do. And it's, fuck, man. But let's talk about the Umbrella Man.
But so people were looting right away.
Riot.
People right away were doing that. What are you saying now?
Let's talk about the Umbrella Man, the man in black, who started the whole thing. Like, none of this happens. None of these riots, the Kenosha riots, Kyle Rittenhouse isn't even on trial. Butterfly effect all the way down. It's this dude dressed in all black in the middle of fucking June or July, like 100 degrees out. He's got a black umbrella, and he walks up to an auto zone, and he just starts smashing windows out.
Tons of people thought he was a cop.
I don't know if he was a cop. I don't know if he was an Antifa. I don't know if he's a BLM supporter. I don't know if he's a white supremacist. But he's somebody who went there with deliberate intent, knowing exactly how to start a riot.
That guy wasn't with the BLM
it was
people.
I mean, we don't know that. We don't know anything.
I mean,
we don't know anything.
But we saw the video as it started to happen when like people were like, "Nah, man, no."
He wasn't with those people, but we don't know who sent him there. We don't know who he worked for. We don't know if he was a rogue agent who did it all by himself. We have no fucking idea who that guy was. All we know is he went there with a very deliberate intent and the exact perfect know-how on how to start a riot, which makes me think he also wasn't alone. I think he started that, and I think a couple other people. Like, it was too perfect.
Probably, on the other side started, that were like blending in more so and not just like blatantly out.
Yep. Like, I'm telling you, dude, there's something fucking weird about how that, because if none of the riots across the world happen if that dude doesn't show up at that AutoZone and break those windows.
Yep.
I'm telling you, man, there was something fucking weird about what was going on, dude. And it was like, once the first window was broken, somebody was like, dude, there's fucking tools in there, like a lot of tools. And like, look, dude, none of the cops, because they had just burned the police station down. Remember that? Or maybe they hadn't even, they had just burned the police station down. That's what it was. The police station was on fire, and then somebody fucking went after the AutoZone, and then fucking set
AutoZone was during the day. Police burnt down at night.
Wasn't it the night before?
Is either, or I forget offhand.
Or it was the windows being broken in AutoZone.
I think that was the whole spark of everything that eventually led
maybe
to
that's where they got the
precinct
fuel.
being burned eventually.
Maybe that's where they got the fuel. They got oil and fucking other flammables from the AutoZone to start the fire at the police station. I'm just saying, that shit was methodical. That shit was not a random set of accidents, dude. That shit was very well, like, not planned, but once there was a certain level of fervor in the air, that dude showed up knowing exactly how to get it to the next level. Because he just smashed a few windows, stirred people up, and then remember he just disappeared.
He spray painted on their free stuff.
Oh, is that what he did?
Yeah.
No. Oh, I forgot about that. You're right. I do remember seeing that. What the fuck, bro? And before we know it, it spreads to Target.
Worldwide.
Oh, I know. I was just getting to Target down the block.
Yeah.
But yeah, it goes to Target. And then all of a sudden, it's the entirety of Southside. They hit the other police station. Then they go downtown. And that's all basically in one night, essentially. I mean, a 124-hour swing from when the first real fucking fire started to, oh my God, what's going on here? And then literally the next night, it was like a series of cities across the nation. And it just kept going further and further and further. And all of a sudden, when I heard it went to France, I was like, this is fucking wild. Like, y'all got nothing to do with us. You're not even in our country. Like, what the fuck?
Resonates with everyone, though, in a lot of ways, you know?
It seems like a lot of opportunists who realize that they're, oh, dude, if we riot, they can't stop us. Let's go get some free shit.
Totally.
That's what it seemed like to me.
Totally. Well, I mean, in the initial protests. So protests
Which is exactly
happen.
why the fucking government needs to be scared shitless, because if you do piss us all off and we're unified, think about how much damage was done and we weren't even unified.
Right.
If they piss us all off, don't tell us we can't fucking defeat them. Like, that's why we have the guns.
That's part of why I am pro-gun myself, even as I hate to say leftist, but a lot of my ideas lean more that way, but I'm totally all for guns.
Yeah, it's surprising how many people have come around on it. What were you going to say before that?
About what?
Where I rudely interrupted about how much damage was done when we weren't even united yet. You were saying something. You were about to say something right before that. We were talking about how it spread globally, like to France.
Oh yeah, I totally believe in that. There'd be other people that implemented in that too. And the fact that no one ever figured out who he was. Because he easily had the escape route all planned. It was obviously a fully premeditated thing.
That's crazy.
It wasn't a happenstance of a riot, just being of being in a crowd and it just getting out of hand. That guy was there, fully intentional on what he did.
Yeah, and there was originally, I was seeing a lot of social media clips from people here locally where somebody was bussing people in to the protests here. And a lot of them were dressed in all black. And people here, people I even know personally, were like, that's fucking Antifa, dude. Like, somebody's bussing Antifa in. And they were like, dude, these motherfuckers are going to start a riot. And that's when you started first hearing, the groups of people, these motherfuckers ain't with us. We don't know. Remember?
Yeah.
And you still see those. Is what you don't see is the videos of the buses coming in. Those somehow got scrubbed, right? I don't really understand how that happened, but I didn't think that could happen anymore. But those I can't seem to find anymore. But you still see videos of the crowds going, these motherfuckers ain't with us. We don't know who these motherfuckers are. And those are the motherfuckers who were they'd come in with literally frozen ice bottles, frozen water bottles. They'd come in with Molotov cocktails. They'd be dressed in all black and fucking now it is detailed how people went into those protests planned with the intent of turning them into violent riots. There is heavy amounts of drone footage showing and tracking.
Not only
people.
was there just opportunist criminals taking advantage locally, but also, like you said, people on both sides of agendas and ways coming to actually instigate something into a greater way.
Which, honestly, I think
some of the people who were even arrested that were from
part of me thinks it's kind of cool, as a big 2A guy, I'm like, it's kind of cool that we can do that again. So the government does need to fucking respect the civil rights, because if you start pissing off enough of them and you start an actual, the last thing you want is the American people actually trying to overthrow the government, because we will do it. Like, if you unify us and we do it, we will accomplish the task. The riots kind of proved that, because y'all didn't even have 100% support from everyone, and it was still very impressive how organized that got. Because the government will never be able to nuke its own people. Then who do you have left to rule? You know what I mean? Like, they're never going to do that. So you don't really have to worry about that. That's not really an actual factor. But the problem is when it's not done.
We will bomb our own citizens, though.
I don't know if we'll do it on American soil.
Well, what about Baltimore?
We didn't drop bombs in Baltimore.
Pretty damn sure. Pretty damn sure.
I don't think we dropped a single bomb in Baltimore, bro. Like, bombs are a very specific word. Like, dropping them from a plane. Like, that's what it means to bomb your own people. It's like to drop a bomb from the sky or launch it like a missile. I don't think we were doing any of that. I don't think we were rolling out tanks and firing tanks at American citizens.
I don't know about tanks. No.
I mean, what is a bomb? What do you mean bombing people in Baltimore? Oh, are you talking about like the Boston Marathon?
Not that.
When the Terrorist Act?
Yeah, no, that's a bombing.
We bombed the shit out of our own people. If you're talking about that, like,
no.
Like,
that's not
the Unabomber. Yeah, you're right. We bombed the shit out of our own people.
Yes.
I don't think the government's bombed our own people on soil. You looking it up?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'd be shocked.
Yep. Philadelphia, 1985.
What?
Police bombing.
What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a matter of like one of the revolutionary groups, like Black Panthers or something else related. In sense,
they bombed the police, or the police bombed them.
Police bombed them.
Oh, that's some fucking wild shit.
Yeah. Rows of houses burn after local officials dropped a bomb on the Move House, home of Black Liberation Group.
What?
May 13th in Philadelphia, 1985.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
That is the most egregious thing I've ever heard. That was in Philly in 1985, bro?
Yep.
The police dropped a bomb on a house. Oh my.
I hate to use like one example to like, you know, but I was like,
but if you're going to use one, that's a hell of an example, because that is that is literally illegal. Like, that is not allowed to happen. You can't do that. I need to know more about that. Like, I need to know what happened immediately afterwards, like what happened long term. 85, so that would have been during Reagan's presidency.
Just 2 days after it.
That is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life, as far as America goes. I had no idea that it ever happened. I'm pretty fucking well versed in American history.
Yeah.
Just because I'm obsessed and I love it.
I mean, there was a shootout between the Liberation Group and the police, and then they
still, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Still
other
houses.
It's
burned.
the same reason I have an issue with Waco, Texas. You don't be driving tanks over fucking people, like.
Yep.
Like, yeah, because that's what I'm thinking. Like, even in Waco, they didn't fire the tanks. They shot at the house, and then they drove the tanks over, which was fucking horrendous. You know about that one?
Yep. Yep.
I'm not sure I buy that he was raping everybody.
I don't know the whole logistics behind that all.
I'm not sure I buy it.
Yeah.
I think the government made all that shit up to cover their ass.
Cover ass.
A bunch of people for stockpiling weapons. That's the thing, man, is like, that's what scares the shit out of me, as like, I'm being labeled a righty, and it's like, dude, I'm not really a righty. I just seem that way because of the way my personal beliefs currently align optically with the world. Like 30 years ago, I'd have been a complete hippie liberal with the same exact beliefs I have now, because that's how the world would have viewed me. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Oh yeah.
But dude, when the state or the government decides, they're coming for you, man. That's why I am happy with the way it went with Rittenhouse. Like, I'm kind of happy anytime somebody gets off, unless they're a serial killer, right? Like shit like that. Like that's pedophiles and serial killers, kind of the only ones I ever want to see go down. The rest of them, I'm kind of always cheering for the person to get off because I'm always terrified of the government. Like I said, I've watched Making a Murderer.
This makes you very far from a rightist at this point. They're all like, they need to toughen sentences on everyone for everything.
But a lot of the righties also are like, oh, fucking, the government and tyranny and civil rights and and whatever. But that's what I'm really worried about is civil liberties and civil rights being abused by the tyranny of the federal government specifically. Because the government is getting, including the state governments now, they're getting so powerful and they're getting so big. And things are being oversimplified and too broadly applied. Like everybody wants a simple rule that everyone can understand. It's like life isn't simple. Every circumstance is unique. That's why we investigate every crime, or we're supposed to. That's why we have every court trial, where we're supposed to. There's ways that these things have been corrupted and are being abused, but I don't know that there's an immediate, obvious solution towards it. People like Colin Kaepernick are pissing me off because everything is white supremacy. Same thing with Elon Omar. Same thing with that entire... What you say, a progressive. Like that's where I have a problem. I don't have a problem with liberals. Because I'm liberal. I have an issue with these progressives that literally label everything as white supremacy. I'm sick and tired of hearing we need to destroy the system. We need to rebuild the system. Like, no, the system works. We just need to do a better job of making sure it works for everyone. Because the system fails. It's not that the system is fucked up. It's that the system is not properly working for everyone. The system works. The system fails, and we need to make sure it fails less. That's what we have to do, because it's the most just system in the world. Nobody else has our rights.
Well, that's the part of that people like misconstrue about a lot of progressives is this whole like super far socialist like rendition of things, but a lot of them are in that exact same way that that you're kind of stating things to be. Like they just want the system to properly work for everyone.
Yeah, but then you hear people like Colin Kaepernick and Elon Omar. Everything is white supremacy. Everything is the system needs to be torn down and rebuilt. No, fuck you. Like we've fought in literally dozens of wars to build this thing. Fuck you. No, that we have a procedure for how these things get fixed, and it has been proven to work over and it takes time, and it's fucked up, and it's not perfect, but it's the least fucked up system on the globe. Like, there is not a better place than America when it comes to this. Like, there's places that don't even have free speech. There's places where we would go to jail just for having this conversation, this podcast. Oh, you disagreed with the courts? You're in jail. Like, that's not an exaggeration. That still happens in this world.
And right tough as we are on immigration and things, we still are one of the leading, like, ones that are less kind of prejudiced to immigrants in general, actually.
You think America's bad on immigration? Okay, cute. Do me a favor. Try to immigrate to Canada and then come talk to me, because that shit is way hard.
Or try to move to Europe, to like...
I think France is really easy to become a citizen in.
I mean, I'm sure there's some places, yeah. Yeah, France is one of those places.
But I might be making that up.
I'm pretty sure France is. Just because there's diversity there. So I would assume that would correlate in some sense. But
all that diversity where they also had riots.
Yeah.
One of the European nations that had riots for the George Floyd shit.
Well, that's what you get though when you have free thinking and like standing up for people as a whole, like in general.
I have zero respect for the French. Remember we were talking about prejudice?
I forget.
Fuck France.
I forget the cases though, but they've definitely been oppressed by their police in a lot of ways too. I mean, that's where I feel a lot of nations and places that resonated with what happened to George Floyd, I feel resonate on that level of like they know how people with authority in any situation across the globe abuse that authority more often than not.
Right. No, and I agree. That's the problem. And that's what this whole thing keeps boiling down to is like people get authority, like the cops, it gets abused, they're not held accountable. Shit hits the fan. People feel like they need to defend their own neighborhoods. They have a little bit of power, meaning they're carrying around a gun. Shit hits the fan. You see what I'm going? Like, it's not a good cycle. Like, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I still think we already figured out the solution, though. We just need everyone on the globe, not at the same time, to do mushrooms once a year. Like, you just do the math. 8 billion divided by 365. That's however many people that is. And then you lottery that out across the globe, scattered. So every day there's X amount of people doing mushrooms across the globe. But, it's only so many people per 10,000 capita. Because otherwise you'd have orgies in the streets. What do you think?
I'm all for it. Orgies in the street. No.
No. You're all for orgies in the streets?
No, I mean, I'm all for everyone, dosing with mushrooms. I'll say it's in a broader sense, altering perspective. Like, there's something to gain from altering your perspective and stepping outside of yourself in whichever way that is, in whichever way it happens. Mushrooms and chemicals like that are a great way to do that and alter your perspective, but it's important. It's in the same way that, like, moderation is key. You don't want to keep tripping all the time and you lose it too. Like, it's just having that variance and having that different way to step outside yourself every now and then and internally reflect from an outsider point in a way, almost in a sense. That is the exact reason I feel is why you feel that people should do that.
Yeah. So we were talking earlier about, like, there's a bunch of other cases that only got light shed on them because of the George Floyd riots, like literally because of the riots. And then we mentioned the it's Ahmed Arbery, right? Yep. Why does that not sound right every time I keep saying it? Am I pronouncing it wrong?
Ahmed Arbery.
Ahmed Arbery. That's just, I feel like that's not the right name. Anyways, same thing with the Rittenhouse, man. Like, I wouldn't have been allowed on that jury either, because I'd have been like, nah, I kind of already have an opinion. Like, y'all fucking murdered that motherfucker. That shit looks like some old school fucking redneck KKK shit. Like,
that's some good old fashioned Georgia lynching.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what it looks like to
Broad
me.
daylight, ain't even got to worry about it.
Exactly, dude. But are there any other cases that?
Again, that one too, especially. That's one, like, shut and dry. Not only, like, it should be. I mean, good thing it's going to trial. Glad we're at this point where it is actually going to trial, having it getting actually reinvestigated because of the protesters saying, "Hey, hold up, this was handled internally to be determined."
You've been
whether
following
it was.
that trial closely, right?
Not the trial itself.
Oh,
I had to step away.
I was
from
hoping
that one
you were, because
yeah.
I was hoping you were, because I want some fucking highlights in that trial.
That one really pissed me off when it happened, that I've been, like, shielding myself and away from it, in a sense, from kind of going over and living all that stuff for a bit. Because when it happened, I was heavily into that. I looked at every single aspect. I looked at every single video. I looked at the Georgia law, like I said, and, like, I was arguing with people and debating, like, they're like, "Oh, it's self-defense." Like, no, it's not self-defense.
I don't know if it is or not. Yeah. It seems like they murdered him.
Yeah,
that's what it seems like to me.
They had no right to chase him. There was no right.
Because I didn't look into the law. I'm just looking at the videos.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I seen somebody put together the timeline.
Well, first off, he chased someone.
And I'm like, dude, you guys just chased this kid down and murdered him. Like, and it looks super bad. Like, it looks the worst because it's 3 white dudes in a truck. Like, they have guns. He's just jogging. Like, dude, this literally looks like you're from the fucking 60s and this is coming out of a fucking movie with Matthew McConaughey in it. You know what I mean? Like, dude, this is the worst possible thing you could do. And then, like, in the time that we're in, you know what I mean? Like, it looks like it's a racially driven thing. So it makes it even harder to, like, put ourselves in your shoes. It's like, there's no way I would have been in that truck. There's absolutely no fucking way I'm chasing a dude down the street like that, unless somebody I very well know and trust comes up to me and goes, "That guy just did, and it needs to be insane. Like, stabbed, killed, raped. It's got to be insane." And then, yes, I'm probably chasing him down and beating him half to death. If I can catch him, because that motherfucker looked kind of fast. Oh, yeah. It looks like they wouldn't have caught him without
they had to drive up. Yeah, they had to get him. They had to drive to him. But that
is still just, that whole thing just...
Again, Georgia law.
Seems like murder.
You can't do citizen's arrest on someone that you're not in the act of catching them do a felony activity.
Right.
You're not allowed to chase him. You're not allowed to arrest him. And that's why the dispatch told him not to do that. They told him. He's like, I'm gonna follow him. And they're like, no, don't.
Yeah, I think that's actually a law, like a common law for the basis of every citizen's arrest is you have to see the crime committed.
And it needs to be a felony. Can't just be, oh, this kid was stealing a piece of candy or something like that. Like it has to be in the middle of a felony activity for a citizen to get involved and stop and apprehend someone. So in that sense, they never had a right to chase them to begin with. And if you're just chasing someone, that's not self-defense. You're putting yourself in that. That's like all you're saying to me is that I could chase someone with my gun, and when they try to reach for my gun and defend themselves, I get to kill them then. Like,
I mean, that's fucking kind of how the stand your ground shit in Florida works.
yeah, well, yeah, Florida's fucked in ways. Like,
I mean, it's weird though because like if you agree with it, then go there, right? Like if you want to be down with some stand your ground shit, then move to Florida. Like if that's what's kind of the beautiful thing about America and why I don't want anything given to the federal government like this, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, no, man, that's the culture in Wisconsin is like, this is how all of them live and think. This is why they voted these laws in this way. And honestly, man, I think the progressives, I think if y'all really want to like feel better about all this shit, you need to pick a state and y'all need to move there and like just pass the laws you guys want. No guns, open borders, do your whole fucking progressive shit, free healthcare, free housing.
All I want is equal access.
Make it your
economy,
progressive utopian access, your progressive utopia, and just do it.
But that's like most major cities.
But don't go to a conservative place or look at a conservative place and get upset because they don't think or do things like you. It's just crazy.
Well, that would be like the rest of America getting mad at Los Angeles and people.
Exactly. They're idiots. That's fucking LA. If you don't like it, don't move to LA. It's like when I tell my grandma, who's a very old school Christian, very lovely lady, talks about like gay and all that stuff. And I go, Grandma, here's the best part though. If you think being gay is a sin, here's the thing. Don't be gay. Like it's really that simple. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're pro-life. Okay, then don't have an abortion.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to pass laws, because not everyone thinks. Like, again, my principles attack conservatives and liberals and progressives, just depending on the issue. Because I'll be like, dude, fuck you. Same thing with like the vaccine thing, the vaccine passport. Go get vaccinated. But don't be fucking making people prove they're vaccinated. You're just going to create a black market for fake vaccination cards.
Which happened immediately.
It's stupid. Like, it's just dumb. You can't do that, man. Like, just... And what's the point? Because now we already know that even if you're vaccinated, you can still catch it and you can still spread it. So, if you think...
It's in a less likely standpoint.
Okay, but for you, right? So like if you think the vaccine is safer, then get vaccinated. Why do you care if I'm vaccinated? And they're like, well, because you can still catch it and spread it. And I'm like, so can you. And if it's less likely for you to catch it and spread it. But
how it's like the whole 1% that people are like, oh, it's nothing. It eliminates it even to like a further extent. It's like people who are vaccinated are like 63% less likely or whatever, or so you have like a lot less percentage of a chance to even get it or passing it at that point. And if you
I don't think that's actually true anymore. I know that's what they were saying for a long time. The studies are actually showing if you caught it naturally and got over it, you're like your antibodies are stronger or whatever. That's why they're doing the booster shot now. But nonetheless, here's my point. Doesn't really matter to me. Really doesn't actually matter. I don't give a fuck. Then get vaccinated, right? Because, like, if you're less likely to get it and spread it, then get vaccinated. Why do you care if somebody else is or not? Because
then it mutates into another variant, and then we gotta
you can
go
still
through all this again.
I don't think that's how that works, man. I don't think that's how that works. Like, I don't think it's only mutating because there's unvaccinated people. In fact, like,
because we're letting it live on this long.
I don't think that's how it works, dude. Super viruses, like, Do you know how? I don't even know if I feel comfortable, but here's my understanding, the basic concept of how these things work. So super viruses that show up in hospitals, like the things they're super bacteria, super viruses, they actually survive because they're the very few versions that survive through like bleach and our harshest chemicals, and they evolve to become immune to these things, and they become extremely dangerous. Same thing with why you have to stop taking antibiotics after a while, because they'll quit working, right? Like
Wouldn't that work with our natural immunities though too? Where it would get stronger and better even with their just natural immunities. It would still then mutate.
It's like a balance. It's like a war, right? The virus is going to continue to try to mutate and evolve so it can continue to attack people, right? And your immune system is going to continue to try to adapt and create immunities to prevent that virus from attacking you. So in theory, like the vaccine either works or it doesn't, in my eyes. This is the concept, because in theory, if you just keep dosing yourself with like a version of a vaccine, and it's going up against, it's like kind of like the virus. Like we have to take the flu shot if you really want to, like really be protected. You have to take the flu shot every year. It's not like you just take it once or twice and then you're good for the next 10 years. Like you really kind of got to take it every year, right? Because you have to get the new strain of the new flu virus every single year. Kind of how viruses work. That's definitely not happening because there's not enough people getting the flu vaccine. It's happening completely irrelevant to whether people are vaccinated or not. I think that's what I'm trying to say with the COVID thing. So just go get vaccinated. Like if you're worried about it, go get vaccinated. But like, it just doesn't make sense to me why you need to like prove somebody else is vaccinated before you're willing to be near them, especially if you're vaccinated. Because that's what I think is. I think it's a lot of people secretly admitting they're not vaccinated, but they want to be the person who's not vaccinated. So they're like, I need to see that you're vaccinated. Like, why do you care if you're vaccinated? You only want to, because you're not vaccinated and you want to make sure you're the only unvaccinated person in the room. That's what I think secretly going on.
Well, at First Staff venues, I will say that we all had to get vaccinated to be back on staff.
Really?
So with everyone, for them requiring people to either have a 72-hour negative test or to have a vaccination or whatever to attend the shows.
So how do you prove if you're vaccinated?
You just bring your card.
Right, but like, if the vaccine wears off, which we know it does now, how do you prove that you still have the vaccine? You take a blood test for antibodies, right?
Yeah.
So why don't we just skip the vaccine card and test for the antibodies? Because whether I got it naturally and got over it or you have the vaccine, we both have the antibodies. And the science is actually showing that the natural antibodies, if you caught it naturally, they're actually way stronger than the vaccine, which is why the vaccinated are having to get the boosters already, right? So again, my logic is very simple. Why don't we just skip the whole vaccine mandate and go straight to antibodies? Because if you have antibodies, you're good, right?
Yeah,
Does
but
it
how
really
do we,
matter?
How do we administer that?
The same way you would do anything, right? It's a fucking finger prick. They do it at every NFL game.
People are crying about having a piece of paper as it is. You think they're gonna be okay with getting pricked?
Well, let me ask you this. How do they know you have COVID now at work? You gotta still like, even if you're vaccinated at First Ave, you can still get and spread COVID. So whether you're vaccinated or not, what's the protocol for that? You take a COVID test, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but we also know that those aren't as reliable as an antibody test. So just switch the COVID test for the antibody test. Let's do more antibody testing. We can skip the vaccine mandate. We can skip all the other shit. You just fucking take a quick little, and it takes seconds. Like Joe Rogan talks about this. Like you just fucking do it, and it takes a second or two to pop up. And if you got the little red line, you got antibodies, son. Why do we care whether it came from a vaccine or it came from you being a badass motherfucker who beat it naturally? Because the vast majority of us were asymptomatic anyways. That's what you see what I'm saying? Like this is why I don't understand why people don't think like this. Like to me it's just so simple. Like go get vaccinated, But why do you care what other people are doing? Let's just test for antibodies.
I feel
if we
care.
have to, like in your situation, right?
I feel like they care for the sense that it's easier to pass, if that's the case. Maybe that's not even the case, as you're saying. But if it is the case, I'm pretty sure that's why people are thinking that it's very necessary to have the vaccine, and why they care about other people being vaccinated is the whole thought that if you're vaccinated, you're less likely to pass it to other people, kind of thing.
But I just don't see how you enforce that. What, with cards? Like, I have to carry around 2 IDs now? Or is this going to go on my fucking state ID? Which now, dude. I mean,
I've seen it happen at a lot of different venues all over. You're not even just like for 7-Elevens, but like other ones in other states. So how do you know
if I have a fake card or a real card? You see what I'm saying? Like, no, but that makes it dumb. If we're creating,
Photoshop my report card as a kid.
Exactly, but that's pretty easy to figure out if you fake that or not. Because there's one type of report card that comes home every trimester or quarter from school. I can figure out you faked this motherfucker. Like, it's pretty easy. You know what I mean? There's a consistent comparable.
I have a good scanner.
But from every hospital, from every insurance, from every CVS, from every Walgreens, person's handwriting, quality of the paper they print. Dude, it's the most easily forgeable thing. So what, we're going to create a whole new bureau to enforce the integrity of your COVID registration card? Like, come on, man. Because there's an old phrase that if you can't realistically enforce a law, by default, it's unethical to even try to pass it. And that's what I'm saying. And that comes to really any rule. Like, if you don't have the way to actually regulate or enforce a rule properly, then it's unethical to even make it a thing.
That would be half the fucking laws and things we have with driving and other things.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. That's exactly the point. So let's not keep adding more bad shit to it just because we've already made dumbass mistakes in the past. Because again, once you make a law, it's almost impossible to get rid of it. That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. Because we've already done this in 1,000 ways. Let's not do it again with COVID. Because we never did it with the flu, which has killed millions over the last 100 and so many years. You know what I mean? Seriously, dude, the fucking flu, it's a serious bad motherfucker, dude. Like, I don't think people realize how many people swine flu killed. Swine flu killed a lot of people. Recently, the one that was like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yep.
Killed a lot more people than people remember.
Oh, yeah.
Like, a lot. It's kind of crazy.
It's just not on everyone's phone at every moment these days. It was on newspapers, and it's whether you pick that up or not.
It'd be one thing, and again, it would be one thing if this vaccine was 100% reliable and effective, and there was a lot of data on it, and there was really no, like polio, you know what I mean? Like, where it was eradicating completely. What are some other vaccines like that? Like, not even tetanus or some of the other ones where you had to do it like every 10 years. I'm saying ones where it just fucking we eradicated that motherfucker, like polio. I think measles for a while and mumps. That's a little different story now because whatever, but those were that's a vaccine where like
bird flu.
No, I don't think so because that mutates every year. That's why same thing with swine flu. That's what the flu vaccine is.
Cow?
No. I think like polio. Polio's like the best one though. Yeah. Like the polio vaccine, dude, eradicated polio essentially. Yeah. Like it is so absurd to even think in America of somebody getting polio now. It's ridiculously absurd, right? If that's the vaccine we were talking about for COVID, I don't think we'd even be having this argument. And I was saying this from the beginning, before they were even talking about the vaccine. I was like, I don't think they're ever going to be able to make one. And my wife was like, why? That sounds crazy. And I was like, the common cold is a coronavirus. We've never been able to develop a cure for the common cold. We've been joking about this for years in all the technology that the world has ever created, and we've still never created a cure for the common cold. Now we've got a mutated version of it that kills people. Why do we suddenly think we can create a vaccine for it out of the bottom of a fucking hat? Like, that's what confused me from day one. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist
Don't we kill the germs from cold, though? The bacteria?
But we don't ever spread them. We don't ever stop them from spreading. we've never been able to prevent the common cold from spreading. It comes around every season, cold and flu season, and everybody gets one. Still got a cold. You still got a cold. Even with the mask, you still got a cold, which was a
Less likely,
coronavirus.
though, big time.
That's what was cracking me up when they were like, remember when they, at the beginning, when everybody was testing positive, your dog and cat was testing positive for corona? Remember that? The tiger tested positive for coronavirus because they weren't testing for COVID-19. They were testing for coronaviruses, which like 75% of coronaviruses are the ones that your dog catches and your cat catches. It's like their common colds. And we catch some corona. Like it's like a family, you know. There's a bunch of different versions of it, and I don't know, man. Get vaccinated, dude. But I don't understand why we're like ostracizing. People are talking about refusing medical care because you're not vaccinated. Like
it's the perceived.
What the fuck?
Like I said, it's the perceived that you're less likely to spread it and things like that that make people feel. All right, if you're not going to get the vaccine, then
fuck you.
Well,
that's what they're saying.
Well, then like,
we're not
going to
give you medical care.
Then when
fuck
you get sick, it's on you. At that point, we need to save up beds for people who aren't just.
I actually do kind of agree
taking
with
the
that.
extra step to alleviate it from happening.
I do kind of agree with that. Like if you get sick from COVID,
yeah,
like. I mean, I don't, because that's totally unethical if you think about it.
Same time,
dude,
yeah.
No, dude.
But it's yeah.
So wait. So because I'm not because let's think about this. Let's think about how absurd this is to actually say out loud. So because you're not vaccinated and you get sick from COVID, we're going to deny a bed to you, and we're going to give it to somebody who is vaccinated who got sick from COVID.
Because they're still less likely.
No. Listen. You're both needing a hospital bed because you both caught COVID. One of you's vaccinated and one of you is not. Who's the fool? I'm not saying anyone is a fool, but the unvaccinated person is no less foolish than you both ended up in the fucking hospital. You see what I'm saying? So that logic does not make any sense, brother.
Yeah, but they took the extra step to not get it and
still ended up in the same hospital needing a bed. So it is not even, in that case, would not even be a deterrent. You're both ending. That's like saying this.
Yeah, but that's like getting denied a kidney.
Think about it like this. That's
alcohol.
Like saying, okay, we don't have enough grave sites, so we're only offering grave sites to people that die from COVID if they were vaccinated. Like, wait, what? We both died from COVID. Why does it matter whether we were vaccinated or not? Well, because you tried to not die a little bit harder. Fuck it, what? But we both ended up in the ground. We both ended up in the same place, so why does it matter who was vaccinated and who was not? It just proves, in that exact hypothetical situation, would literally prove that the vaccinated people are just as likely to go to the hospital from COVID as the unvaccinated person. So the argument literally nullifies itself, dude.
So I will refer to this in the sense of like how, and again, this is, you can compare it to however you want in the end, but I would refer this in the same way of how people get denied kidneys because other people need a transplant instead of the people who had drank and did something, who didn't take precautions to not destroy their organ, kind of thing.
I mean, I hear you, but that seems like a stretch. Bro.
I know it's different, but you know what I'm saying. It's in that sense of like
right now.
It's in that sense of where like again, the whole thing with the vaccination is that you're less likely to spread it to other people and less likely to die from getting it in that sense. In the end, and because of that, it's like you're taking more of a precaution then. And so they're saying, don't give the beds.
Yeah, I don't know though, man, because it's like, I still think if you're both ending up in the same exact situation.
Because it is definitely more people hospitalized are being the ones that weren't vaccinated are still being the ones that are being hospitalized more often than not. At this time.
Right, but not at a rate where anybody should even be thinking about denying them or like they're still human.
Well, yeah. But we're like in our state, it's gone up by 58% in like the past, like I don't know, however many weeks or week or whatever.
Have you heard about this? There's two theories going on that I've heard. Both make sense. One is that we're the only state that's honestly still reporting because the rest of the country's kind of moved on.
Yeah.
Right? And so it seems like our numbers are higher than everybody
Wisconsin's
else's.
There too.
But everybody else just kind of stopped reporting them normally. But then the other theory is that we're falsely inflating our numbers to justify bringing in another lockdown. Like there's two different levels of conspiracy. Either the rest of the country's negligent and falsely reporting and we're the only ones that are accurate, or we are falsely inflating our numbers for whatever reason.
Or I feel like we just haven't spiked as much.
We're actually doing better on vaccines than most of the country.
Yeah.
I think we're in like the top 10.
We have a good efficacy rate, like a big time. Like
but our cases are up.
Yeah.
Again.
Same time right now, yeah. But that's also because it is still mainly the unvaccinated still getting it. It's just that everyone's going about their regular lives a little bit more. Everything's less places are requiring you to either wear a mask or be around.
I know a bunch of vaccinated people. Personally, I know a grip of vaccinated people that got it again, and it fucked them up. Like, they didn't go to the hospital, but it fucked them up. And they were like, it was way worse than the first time. And the first time they weren't even vaccinated. So, and I might have even caught it twice. Like, who knows? I think the first time I was completely asymptomatic. If not, then it was, I caught it like, when did we really discover it? Like December or January? Something like that. It was like January. December because it was like 2019. Yeah. But I think it allegedly didn't make it to America until like February or something like that.
Yep.
Bro, I got sick in December.
Same.
To a level that fucked me up for one day. Like, I couldn't go to work on Friday, but I went to work on Monday. I could have had it right then and there, for all I know. Because it was very similar to what they describe, but people are like, oh, it couldn't have been because it was months before the first case in America.
I know Do we
really know that? It was months before.
I know a lot of people that feel the same way, and I also feel the same way. It happened to me, but I ended up getting it in 2021 in January.
Oh, so you got it again this year?
Yeah. Before there's a vaccine or anything else, but just, yeah.
You for sure got it. Well, and this is the thing is like, I was so far down on the list of getting vaccinated. It just was like not even in
your realm of thought of if you
it wasn't
would
even
or not.
A possibility. I was literally last in line. And now it's like every single person I know is vaccinated, including my wife and my roommate and my parents. Everybody I know is vaccinated. I'm the only person I know that isn't vaccinated. So I'm literally operating, including every guest, like I don't even ask you guys, but I know that you're all vaccinated because you all talk about it, like you're pretty public about things, So it's like I'm literally insulated in a bubble of vaccinated people.
I didn't even have a choice if I want to do sound.
And I know a bunch of you motherfuckers.
If I want to work in my industry.
And here's the funniest part. I also have the thing on my phone for contact tracing. So if any of you get COVID, you would obviously tell me. Dude, people call me and cancel because they've gotten COVID before they ever come on. Right? There's people that have canceled who have COVID who've never been on. But not once has anybody ever come on the podcast and then been like, dude, I got COVID. It's never happened like that. So something should have given, right? If I'm really this like hub, no, dude, you sanitize shit, you stay fucking clean. It is what it is, dude.
It's a big part
if I got it, I got it.
That is a big part of it.
If I got it, I had it, and everybody was vaccinated. Moot point, right?
A lot of it is just that basic of being clean.
Yeah, just fucking sanitize shit, dude. Just fucking. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. If you want to get vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you want to wear gloves, wear gloves.
It's still fun.
I'm definitely going to think you're a weirdo if you wear gloves, though. If you're still wearing fucking plastic gloves, I think you're a fucking weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo.
Dexter.
That's where I drew the line, was the gloves. Do you remember when people were making fun of us for wearing masks while we were driving?
Yeah.
And I was like, bro, it's Minnesota in the winter. It's like...
It's almost nice.
I forget that I have it on.
It almost feels good.
Yeah, dude. I walk out of the store and like my hands are full. And then I put my stuff in the car. I shut the door. I get in. The car's cold.
Yep.
I turn on the car. I start driving. I'm pretty, and especially if I'm going to make multiple stops, like I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, it's kind of a pain in the ass to take this thing on and off.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so funny, bro. Yeah, I still have to wear a mask in a couple spots, but I don't wear the motherfucker unless I absolutely have to. Unless they put a sign's got to be there that says mask required, and then I'll pull that motherfucker out and I'll still put it on. I don't fight anybody on it.
I'll do it in confined spaces.
I don't fight people
with a bunch of people.
I don't ever argue about the mask. Like if they say masks are required, I just put it on.
Yeah.
You know, if I don't have one with me, I just ask them, "Do you have like one of those cheapies, the little blue ones?" They always do. They're usually pretty cool about it. I put that motherfucker on. I never complain about it, but like I ain't wearing a fucking mask unless I'm required to. Tell me I have to and to enter your establishment, fine. And I'm probably not going to shop there very often. I'll probably try to find somewhere else to go get my shit because I don't think the masks work. I really don't, man. I'm sorry. Call me an idiot.
But that's also why.
Cancel me.
But damn it, why do doctors wear them? And why have the Japanese population wear them for a long time too? And it like prevents spread of just bacteria in general.
I mean, I think
the 6-foot radius and like trying to measure it down to measurement, I think is bullshit. Like that's.
I mean, from what I understood, the reason you wore them is if you were at risk, right? But they had to fit right. Like for the Japanese people and shit, like they had coming out of a surgery and they were immunocompromised, so they had to wear a mask. That's what I was told about that. Like they had an issue going on. So when they told us that it was to prevent you from spreading it, that made more sense because that's why doctors. But the reason doctors wear masks,
that is the whole reason. It's not to stop you from getting it.
But the reason doctors wear masks is because they're usually over and exposed, like they're cutting you open. Like that's why they wear masks. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like if they sneeze, that's a completely different deal. Like, I mean, let me put it this way, dude. From flushing your toilet and farting, there's enough fecal matter floating around in the air naturally to where there's always fecal matter on every toothbrush in the world. Right. Period. Mythbusters showed this. This is proof. This is reality we live in. So the arrogance that this little mask is going to stop the most prevalent virus. Again, the common cold. That's what a coronavirus is. It's the common cold. This is just a different version of it. Way more vicious. Think about that.
Yeah, but
we've never been able to stop or prevent the common cold.
You cover your cough and sneeze, and you don't sneeze at people and everything else. And
right. It stops there. Yeah. When you're going to sneeze or cough, cover your fucking mouth. And don't be an asshole and go into your hand and then still shake. No, do that. Exactly, right? Let's get some handkerchiefs. Let's go back to that. When you sneeze, cough in your handkerchief, put that shit away. Is what we don't need to do is make a fucking mask mandate. You see what I'm saying? Like, because it's still not going to stop it. And that's what I'm getting at. Like, oh, well, it slowed it down. It prevented. Okay, so at the beginning, for a while, that made sense till we could get enough PPE, till we could get the beds, till we could get this. But then we didn't get the hospital overflows, like the FEMA camps. They just laid vacant, in certain areas because the government doesn't know how to allocate resources
That
properly.
Is the only reason why I believe in any type of mask mandate or just any type of mandate things is when it gets to the point of where the beds are overflowing and we're going to now possibly lose extra life for any reason because of the fact that there's just not that resource available.
Yeah, it just I don't like the idea of it because who's going to enforce that law, right? The cops.
Yeah.
Really, we're going to give the cops another thing to stop you for and have the right to physically kick the shit out of you for, which we literally seen happen in New York before there was a mandate. There was a video of a black woman getting the shit kicked out of her because she wasn't wearing a mask on the subway before there was a mask mandate. There was no mask mandate, and cops were already trying to do that shit. I don't believe in giving them anything more to enforce because you're just going to get more fucking tyranny. You're just going to get more fucking rights abuse, dude. It just, that's what doesn't make sense to me is like, I feel like if you were part of the protest and you were part of the Black Lives Matter thing and you acknowledge that the police had already gone too far, why are are any of those people, anybody, advocating for mask mandates or anything where you're going to give the cops another thing to fuck with you about. Like, it just to me that just blows my mind.
That is why a lot of people in that movement don't necessarily feel that it should be a mandate, but will still, as a whole, all of us will all wear them. So, like, especially all of last year.
You'll just verbally assault people.
Well,
right? You don't want to stick the cops on them.
No.
You'll just verbally assault them and try to cancel them on social media because they didn't comply.
Not in our movement. I'm talking about people in our movement and everything else like that. Like, whether it's mandated or not, people would still be expected to show up in masks and wear your mask, not to be showing
whether
who
it's
you are.
Mandated or not, you're still required.
It's out of courtesy for everyone around.
It's not mandated, but it's still required.
Yes.
Get out of here, dude. That's the same thing, man.
Not
Wear a mask.
Well, that's
Wear
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Required in a sense that, like, if you're going to be at this event with all of these people, everyone else around, and people are putting it on, want everyone to be required to wear them there. It's also
that's the same thing as a mandate.
Well, mandate is like fucking federally enforced and like enforced in a way.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but like it's kind of the same deal. I don't know, man. I think it's just crazy. I think it's fucking crazy because again, who's gonna enforce that? Kyle Rittenhouse? Because you don't want the cops there, so you're gonna give hands into the. You see what I'm saying, man? Like, we can't keep making more rules for others. Like, we adopt that as your personal principle. Wear a mask, get vaccinated. Do both. You know? Like, you really want to be the greatest fucking thing in coronavirus history, then get vaccinated and wear a fucking mask. Do both, bro. But I don't see how enforcing your beliefs on other people is going to be effective, man. I just don't see, because who's going to enforce it? Again, how are you going to actually police that? You going to ostracize people who show up to your event without a mask? What if he's vaccinated? Now you have to admit, well, even if he's vaccinated, he can still spread it. So at this event, everybody's masked. So now we're admitting that the fucking vaccine doesn't work, bro.
No, now there's no more. No one's done that since there's been a vaccine at all. No one's.
Thank God.
No one in any of those groups have been like, everyone needs to wear a mask.
Well, there are certain institutions that are doing it, like all government buildings still got to wear a mask, which I think is absurd. I think that just doesn't make sense because all those people have to be vaccinated anyways.
Every time I work.
Yeah, there's a lot of private employers. The one I do understand where you at least have to wear a mask, like no exceptions, and it makes perfect sense to me, is all hospitals and medical buildings, because there's a high probability that there's immunocompromised people in that building that can't get vaccinated. Yep. So whether you're vaccinated or not, we have to wear a mask. And again, that is to say, not just because you can spread coronavirus, but you can spread anything else to these immunocompromised people. So coronavirus, so throw that out the window. You would still probably be smart to be wearing a mask around some of those people. With coronavirus, it's just one of those deals where everybody should wear a mask because we're all in the same building. But that's about it. The government building, I think, is a little ridiculous because government workers were already required to get vaccinated, I think. Maybe not.
I think so, actually.
Yeah. And then they're talking about a vaccine passport. Again. Wait, what?
New York has that.
That's tyranny, man. This is fucking tyranny. This is tyranny. So you need me to show proof before I can go buy vegetables in this grocery store to feed my family. You want me to prove I've been vaccinated?
I think it's more of a matter of coming and going, leaving, I guess, in a way.
Sounds like more of a matter of fucking tyranny to me, bro.
Yeah.
Like, this is not cool, dude. This is some fucking bullshit, bro. And I just, this is what blows my mind with the lefties, man. They want to tear down the institution. They want to tear it down and rebuild it while single-handedly turning around and being the ones trying to give it more power. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, dude. And that's why, like, I have such a hard time even saying I'm a liberal anymore. Like, I have to be honest. Like, that's where my policies really align. They're very moderate and left-leaning, except basically gun control. Gun control in 2A is really the only Republican or conservative value I have, other than lower taxes. I think everybody wants lower
I
taxes.
don't even
for
think most
themselves
Democrats
personally.
want guns or like gone though. I think they just want more like background checking and things like that, like more gun control in a sense.
Dude, bro,
They don't want to eliminate guns.
Your president said anything
He's not
beyond
my president.
He's definitely both our president. He openly said that you can have a shotgun for hunting, but you don't need anything more than that. Oh, fuck you, Joe.
That's
Dude,
not him to
let me
decide.
ask you this, bro, because I think the "Let's Go Brandon" thing is stupid.
Oh,
what do you
God.
think of "Let's Go Brandon"? Do you think it's funny? Do you know where it came from?
It rolls my eyes. I'm just like, ugh.
Do you know where it came from?
Oblige me.
So I'm sure some of the listeners don't know where it came from either. So here's what happened. So there's this dude named Brandon who wins a NASCAR race. It's his first win, okay, ever. And he's being interviewed right on the track after the race. Well, like many sporting events going on across the country, people have been going, fuck Joe Biden, fuck Joe Biden. That's happening while this kid named Brandon is being cheered for or being interviewed, right? The girl who's interviewing him, this is my only question. I don't know if she tried to spin it or if it's genuine, but she hears this happening in the background while she's interviewing him. And she goes, in the crowd here is chanting, "Let's go, Brandon." That must feel pretty great. While they're going, fuck Joe Biden. Da, 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 da. So it just immediately became the joke. Like, "Let's go, Brandon" is fuck Joe Biden. Which I guess sort of makes sense if you felt you had to hide your loathing for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to keep saying fuck Joe Biden.
Dude,
I don't need to say "let's go, Brandon."
See,
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I think it's kind of dumb. Just say fuck Joe Biden.
So yeah. And that's exactly where I stand. And that's why it's
Unless you're in a position where saying fuck would make you lose your job. Like, if you're already a senator, then it's kind of clever. You're like, "Hey, let's go, Brandon." It's like, okay, grandpa.
Fell into the semantics
Okay,
of
boomer.
loopholes. Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I mean? Like,
how political.
but dude, no one else should be saying "let's go, Brandon." It makes you look like a 12-year-old.
I was gonna say, so like the biggest thing with that is like if it's a inside joke amongst y'all, fucking cool. That makes sense to do it. But what the dumbest shit is to sit there and when I see people like on the right, like go and try to use it as like a just to like sting to like the left, they'll just be like, "Oh yeah, let's go, Brandon." And they're like there's no one that hurts.
Just say fuck.
It's
Joe
not hurting
Biden.
anyone. Yeah, people on the left will be like, "Just say fuck Joe Biden." Fuck
Just
Joe
say
Biden.
fuck Joe Biden.
Biden.
Just say fuck, because that's
Every
what I'm
which
doing.
way.
I'm saying fuck Joe Biden because fuck Joe Biden.
Same.
But also understand that when any of us say fuck Joe Biden, if you supported Trump, when we say fuck Joe Biden, we now sound like the people who said fuck Donald Trump. Like, that's exactly what we sound like to them now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you're going fuck Joe Biden, there's a lot of legit Joe Biden supporters out there, man. Like, there are. And
nothing like
that's what we
nothing
sound like to
the
them
cult
now.
following of Trump though. Same time, that's like a different kind of fucking following.
I don't know, dude. I think it's very
They hold
much
him in
the
such
same.
a regard.
The flat denial is what I see being equal between the Trump supporters, like just the blind faith in the denial.
I guess you gotta be, because you gotta be blind to believe in either of them.
Right, and that's where I see the similarities, and I see zero differences. I see that, like we were talking about beforehand, when fucking Biden made the Negro League comment.
Yeah.
Like, dude, and then I see Newsweek and a couple other legitimate news sources putting out things. Fox News edited the Biden Negro comment to make him look racist. First thing I thought is, you mean like y'all did to Trump for fucking 4 years? And number two, I watched that clip unedited. No, they didn't edit it. That's what he said. And then number three, I'm not even sure that's actually a racist comment. It was a really dumb, outdated thing to say. Like, I don't know how many people said yes. That's a smart thing to say on the teleprompter because you know he didn't improv that shit. He was trying to read something. What a moron. What a bunch of idiots that are in control right now to even allow that to make it to public. But if you are going to say Joe Biden's a racist, there's way more better evidence than that. Like that's my criticism of the right.
Crime bill.
I'm like, that's the horse you're going to jump on? Like that's the one you're going after?
Granted,
Really?
he said that it was wrong, and that's part of the reason why he
It
got
sounded
elected.
bad. It was hilarious. Oh, speaking of hilarious. I'm just trying to hit you with all these random thoughts I have as we start wrapping this up, dude.
All right.
Speaking of, that's why I wanted to ask you if there's anything been hilarious or funny in the like highlights of the Ahmaud Arbery trial, because, dude, you have to go look up Kyle Rittenhouse trial highlights, and there's a couple videos like part 1 and part 2 where it's like week 1 and week 2 or something like that, dude. There's multiple times where I died laughing. If I would have been in that courtroom, I would have gotten kicked out. Like, not even on the jury. Like, I definitely would have gotten kicked out of the jury because he goes, "So Kyle, is this your TikTok page?" And he goes, "Yeah, that's my old TikTok page." And he goes, "And this is your name, your screen name here?" And he goes, "Yep, that's my screen name." And he goes, "4 doors more whores." And Kyle's like, "Yes." Just straight face, dude. I'm already dying. I'm laughing out loud, gut dying, hysterical. And then he goes, and this tagline here, it's "Bruh, I'm just trying to get famous." And then they show it on the screen, and it's a picture of Kyle standing in the middle of the woods like any other kid from the country. He's got his AR-15. He's just standing there like a yokel, just
yeah.
There's no crazy weird racist shit in the background, and it really is. It's his name's 4 doors more whores. Bruh, I'm just trying to get famous, dude. I died laughing.
People took that literally though, that he went there with that person,
dude,
like the intent.
I'm like, no,
to
dude,
become
this
famous.
Kid, I'm like, this kid is fucking funny. Like, I'm thinking of this kid like my little brother and his idiot friends at 17 years old. And they're fucking hilarious, dude. They're a bunch of country kids. That's what you do, man. You go fucking, you shoot guns, you dirt bike, you fish, you hunt. Like, that's the life. Like, they think boring is video games. They think coming to the city, they're bored. Like, everything that you and I think are dope, my little brothers, my sisters from the country, they won't even come to the city and visit me and hang out for the night because they're fucking bored. They're like, this sucks. There's nothing to do. We're just stuck here in this house. Especially now where you don't even dare go out downtown and partying and shit. Because that's what we would do. They're like, this isn't cool. Like, we want to go fucking up to the cabin and fucking blah, 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 blah. Let's go back up to our place. They'll drive an hour and a half back up just to go finish the night doing what they want. Sometimes it's nothing more than working on a tractor. Like, it's a completely different lifestyle than what we think is fun. But I thought that was fucking hilarious, dude. 4 doors more whores. And bro, I'm just trying to get famous, dude. I'm like, this kid is funny, dude. This is just a kid. It's a dumbass kid with a hilarious fucking TikTok handle. 4 doors more whores. Damn, I don't think I was that funny at 17, bro. That's fucking funny. Come on, dude. Come on, man. That's funny.
To me, it just further shows the like immaturity in them in a sense. Like, that's funny, yeah, but it's like, yeah.
I mean, he's 17. Of course he's immature.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, and that's why I felt like if there's any reason as to why I don't feel like he should have been there, that was the only reason, is that he was not really mature enough to make all the decisions that ended up costing life in the way that it did.
This is what I'm asking, and this will be my final question. Who is? Who actually is?
It's a very hard thing to tell.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Man, because a lot of these adult-ass cops with a bunch of training,
and you make
they ain't
a really
doing
good,
any better.
See, and you make a really good point with that.
I don't know that I would have done any better. I don't personally know anybody that I would have wanted out there.
And it's funny how we look at that, and it's all from, the other perspective and thought, because you think of Kyle as, as the other people that you've grown up with, you can relate in ways, and you play into the, the idiosyncrasies of his like life and like characteristics that like are the innocent side of him and the like what means well in him, and then there's the other side of things then too that what could be, but it's all speculation. And the same with like the way that I would look at things, where I saw Groskowitz or like and do with skateboard
like
as
we
people
saying, that could have been me.
Yeah, exactly. That could have been me, or
I
someone,
could have been either one of them
or someone
dudes.
else that I knew. In that sense, of where like if I'm out and things are going off around, and it's a tense night on all sides. It's a tense,
All I know is I'm definitely not going to be Gage Grosskreutz, whatever the fuck his last name is, Grosskreutz. Because I am not a moron. I'm not chasing down somebody with an AR-15. I'm just not. You're an idiot. Like those people are anybody chasing if you're chasing somebody with a gun, you're the biggest idiot of them all. So yes, Kyle may be a fucking moron. Maybe he's a very lucky, very brave idiot.
But if you're chasing him,
everyone else is way dumber.
But if you're chasing him in the purpose of knowing that he just killed someone and you don't know why or anything other than like he's the same, he looks exactly like the same people that have been talking shit all night long and all day long.
I'm not doing it.
And been the people that have been doing
that.
I
might follow him, but I ain't chasing him. I'm not trying to disarm him. I'm not trying to attack him. I'm trying to follow this motherfucker. I just seen him shoot somebody. I'm watching him because, dude, he has an AR-15. It is an irrational proposition to run up on that motherfucker. Period. Like, I'm telling you, dude, I wouldn't have done that. I might have followed him, but I'd have been across the street, probably 45 degrees behind him.
Things that
right?
you can duck around.
Like trees, like mailboxes, things, and I'd have been about 45 degrees behind him, probably about 30 feet, just out of his view, just far enough behind him where he probably doesn't even know I'm there. But I got eyes on him now. And that's exactly how I'm handling. I am not fucking trying to be Gage Grosskreutz, run up on that motherfucker. What do you think this is? A fucking video game? Like, you think this is Call of Duty? You're going to run up on a dude with a semi-automatic rifle and you're going to fucking sideswipe it like you're Jackie Chan, and you're going to fucking what? With your pistol? Like, what are you doing? Like, the only option you have is to murder him.
To shoot.
Like, you actually have to shoot him.
Yeah, you should confront him and try to take the gun from him.
Dude, all of them motherfuckers were... The dude who ran up behind him and hit him in the head with a rock. That's another thing. Nobody talks about that. Everybody acts like he just was running around shooting people. No, man. Shot that first motherfucker. Called somebody. He's like, dude, I just shot a guy. What do? I need help. And dude on the phone was like, get out of there. Because everybody knew the situation. You're about to get mobbed. Get out of there.
Mobbed, yep.
Right? And so he starts running towards the police. Like, literally, that's the route he was taking, was directly at the police. Fucking police fucked up again. But then some kid comes running from behind him, hits him behind the head, in the back of the head with a rock. Fucking Kyle, he takes that hit, takes like, I don't know how many more steps, enough steps, but he eventually fucking falls, right? Because not only is he obviously tired, he's carrying a lot of fucking weight on his personal body, plus he's got a backpack, a medic pack, an AR, and he just got hit in the back of the head. Stumbles. He turns around, boom, gets hit in the head with a skateboard. It's only then that
after a bunch of people are saying, "We're fucking kill him." Dude, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, I'd have shot every one of them motherfuckers, whether I was supposed to be there or not. And that's what bothers me, man. Is like, that could have been me, dude. Any one of those, I would not have been Gage Grosskreutz. And honestly, man, that was a dumb... If that was my kid, I'd have been like, you're fucking lucky you didn't lose your arm. That was the dumbest shit you ever did in your fucking life. You don't fucking run... Who thinks that's a good idea? Those are the kids that play too many video games. When you think you can literally bum rush a dude with an auto weapon like it's Call of Duty, and you can somehow disarm him and get the kill.
Well,
like,
I
dude,
mean,
you're dumb.
It's
you're
the
dumb.
same. It's the heat of the night. It's the temperature and the climate of the town and the city. Whatever's going on, people are protesting. People are ramping up. People are taking stands on both sides.
Gage Grosskreutz. Here's the craziest part. Whether I agree or you agree. Here's the craziest part. Gage Grosskreutz will most likely get convicted of attempted murder for Kyle Rittenhouse. Because Gage did not see Kyle shoot Rosenbaum. Someone said he shot him, and then Gage took off running, chased him down, and when he pointed the gun, there's state laws, and you're brandishing a weapon, chasing people down. You don't have a conceal and carry permit. It's a pistol, which is a big difference from a rifle. Even if it is an AR-15, it doesn't matter. Shotguns and rifles aren't under the same laws as handguns. Like, and honestly, like, yeah, that's one where after listening to you now talk, I might go, fuck, I don't know if I can convict this Gage kid, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I could, but like the way the law actually works, I'm like, I don't know, man. This is pretty fucking egregious, dude, because you're truly running around trying to play cowboy. Like, you're trying to arrest people for crimes you didn't even see them commit. This is seriously reckless.
But I feel like, in the same sense, if he was just trying to murder him, he would have shot him while running and not actually stepped right in front of him and stepped in front of the gun and try to stop him.
That's a good argument. Good argument. That's a good argument. Unless he had a safety on, you know, there could be a bunch of reasons where maybe he did, and maybe that's the other thing is maybe he pulled the fucking trigger and who knows? I don't know what happened there, but I'd have shot all them motherfuckers, which is why I don't go to situations like that. That's what I'm getting at. That's why what I did stayed here. Because, like, I feel like all of y'all are asking for trouble, man. All y'all are asking for trouble showing up at those spots. Like, every fucking one of you, whether you have good intentions or not, you're all asking for trouble. Showing up in large group events, fucking mass amounts of people, pissed off, fucking hungry, hot, middle of the summer, violence in the air, broken windows, free shit painted on walls. Like, dude, no, fuck, I ain't going to those protests. I didn't either, man. I knew better.
I didn't go to those ones, actually, either.
I seen all that shit coming. I think you're all asking for it. And same thing with the G.I. Joes running up with AR-15. You're fucking dumb. You're begging to be mobbed. Like, you think you're going to be the fucking hero who's going to control a fucking group with an AR-15? Bro, you're going to die. Or you're going to be painted as a white supremacist. Like, you're all idiots. Like, that's what I honestly think, man. And I know that makes me sound super arrogant, like I'm talking down to people, but in simplest terms, in bro language, you know, without trying to get too intellectual, it's actually the opposite of trying to talk down to people. Like, that's how bros talk to each other. You're fucking morons. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not actually talking down to anyone. That's just my bro language kicking in and going, we can go philosophical and deep and do all that shit and sound smart. But, like, when we just talk man to man, like, I think everybody who showed up at those protests and riots were fucking idiots. Because it was so bad. It was so obvious that it was going to be a powder keg. I seen it coming a mile away, and like, I don't know, man. It's like hearing your buddies are gonna go fight behind the fucking gym, and everybody's gonna go. Man, all y'all are getting written up. I remember being in high school when those fights would happen. I'd be like, I ain't fucking going. Be like, why? Like, cause as soon as the teacher shows up, anybody he sees is getting written up, and I got one of them faces because I play football or because I do this or because I do that. Like, they fucking know me, dude. I ain't going to those crowds, dude, because you get busted, dude. That shit'll change your life too, man. Some of those people are being seriously tried for serious fucking crimes. People that started fires, people that were doing looting, like, they are going after those people slowly but surely. Motherfuckers are being brought up on charges. And that's fucking dumb on all sides. Because Minnesota laws aren't like Wisconsin. Like, there's motherfuckers running around without conceal and carry permits. Some of them are getting through. Some of them aren't, man. Depends on how you handled it, basically. In Minneapolis over here, we kind of got a free pass.
One of the guys that got arrested was a Boogaloo boy out of state.
Did he bring?
Who was friends with Chris Dorner or whatever too.
And if he brought guns across state lines,
he was the guy who murdered that San Diego cop.
Yep.
The Boogaloo boy that did that or whatever.
Yep.
And tried to pin it on the opposite. But yeah, that he got caught on footage here in Minneapolis during when the precinct was being burned. He was actually, I guess, one of the guys who fired rounds into the building while people were inside of it.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I didn't realize that those motherfuckers are actually like a real thing for the longest time. And I'm willing to admit I was wrong on that, man. I didn't think the Boogaloo Boys were like an actual tangible threat. I didn't think the Oath Keepers were nearly as popular.
So what do you think about Kyle Rittenhouse getting part of the bail money out and like being freed and set on bail by a guy who's tied to Proud Boys and then going to
That's
the bars?
unfortunate. That's super
and then
unfortunate.
going to the bars with the Proud Boys. You seen that infamous photo at this point, the free as fuck and blatant showing the fucking the white power symbol. He's doing it with
I saw that thing, man. Here's the thing: is that's not a white power symbol.
It is though. It is.
I mean, it kind of is now.
It's been in talks and been in ways for the past 3 years. And when you take into correlation,
but that started as a joke on 4chan. That's what bugs me. Same thing with the Proud Boys.
Yeah.
It started as a joke gang on a radio show that anyone could join, and these things are taken over by right-wing extremists. So that symbol,
praise on people who extremes on all sides. Yeah,
dude. But that's my point, though. Is the weird thing about the right is there's things that are started as jokes, literally jokes. So the white power thing was a joke on 4chan. And then same thing with the Proud Boys. That was a fake. Yeah, but dude, that's the same thing. That's the keychain game that we play in the local scene.
I know.
When I show up
but
to
you
shows,
flip it down, dog. You flip it down, dog. It's below the waist.
That's true, but
hey, Mr. Oakley Dokley.
I mean, it is true. It has to be below the sender's waist, so it has to be below my waist. So even when I'm at stage, I can't lift it up. Like
even
that.
5 years ago,
down.
you would have caught me at some point doing that for like and like a poet,
Right, and that's the thing is this used to be, you know what this used to be? 666 in the Illuminati conspiracies. That's why I kind of chuckle about it because I'm like, that's some old shit. That doesn't mean white power. That means 666. That's what all the Illuminati people do because that's some shit that's been around for 30 years on that end. It's just reappropriation of conspiracy culture, bro, and I'm fucking offended. I don't fucking like you guys taking our culture from the conspiracy world and appropriating it to your own conspiracies.
You sound like the Hindu guys that are pissed about the Nazi symbol. Yeah.
That was our fucking symbol, man.
But I get that. But take into account visible evidence of him being at that bar doing that with prominent Proud Boy members at that time. And that is where I don't think it was just okay or something else. It was, that was,
nope. And
was
I bet
in
you,
that.
And I bet you that happened because we threw the kid in jail and he had to sit there for a year and a half and he was probably in jail with some actual white supremacists, and through this horrific process, he's been brainwashed.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you he wasn't a white supremacist going into it. He was probably what we talked about at the beginning, an ignorant white kid who said some dumbass racist shit, but wasn't actually racist. Yeah. He grew up in rural Wisconsin, not a lot of black people, didn't know any better. But now, after that shit went down, kid went to jail, probably hung out with a lot of white supremacists. They were probably the only ones willing to defend his life.
Well, they're holding him
jail.
as a golden boy, kind of stuff like that. Like,
dude,
same with like politicians, like Matt Gaetz is like, yeah, we'll hire you. Like, you could be an assistant. Like, he's like trying to get him into politics and things too. Like, people are trying to ride off of him, which is disgusting.
100%.
It is so fucked up.
If the kid lives to
Tucker
40,
Carlson even did that too. He did a special with him that just came out.
First exclusive interview. I seen that. I didn't watch it, but I seen the ad
whole
for it.
trial, explaining and trying to like show his innocence and everything else. And then at the same time, having something to profit after the trial happens that would, fully show on anything that, goes to his narrative in that sense. Like, he purposely, it's known Tucker does that as well as already. It's like, he literally,
I thought about this.
He's already been having to say it on air that he's a liar.
So I thought about this, right? I thought, well, what if during the riots, I would have shot somebody and I'm on trial, right? And this public groundswell of support comes in, and I start getting money towards my defense. I already know how powerful and well-funded the federal and state governments are. So I'm terrified that I'm going to lose my life, right? I want to win. Nobody wants to go to jail.
No, yeah.
So you're going to take that fucking money.
Right.
You're taking that fucking money while you're in jail.
If you're facing 3 murder charges and
you're taking
you're
the
getting
money.
bail, you're getting out.
Then what do you do when you get out? Do you immediately distance yourself from the people that literally saved your life? Everyone in the world calls them evil, but they saved your life.
No.
Do you distance yourself from that? Is that a natural expectation? Because I thought about this, dude. Before I knew about what you said, I actually thought about this exact thing. Because I bet you, I know for a fact he's gotten money from like your normal everyday hicks all the way up to actual fucking supremacists, right? Like I guarantee
Politicians,
you, right?
yeah.
I guarantee you. What do you do in that situation? That's what I'm saying, man. So you finally get out. Do you have the balls? Again, now you're only 18. Okay, you're fresh out of jail. These motherfuckers kept your ass from getting raped while you were in jail, right? These motherfuckers paid for your defense counsel. They got you off on 2 murder charges and a fucking reckless whatever. Man, I don't know if any 18-year-old denies the money. I don't know if any 18-year-old has the ability to dip. You know what I mean? Like, this is a bad look. Just like I said with all the other shit, this thing,
that is a big part why people tie him to white supremacy, though, too.
That was a bad look. Dude.
It's not so much the act of him like killing 3, or trying to kill 3 white people. It's more the fact stuff like that. Like people are like, like,
yeah, that
really makes him seem like he's a white supremacist.
Like if I know Kyle, if I'm related to him, I'm going, dude, you're a fucking moron.
His lawyer,
like you literally dodged you metaphorically dodged a bullet.
His lawyer told like Tucker Carlson's like crew to get out multiple different times during stuff.
Really?
And told them, and like he was asked, I forgot by what other network, probably some left leaning whatever. But anyway, he was interviewed and he was like saying like, yeah, he doesn't feel he should be seen with these people and interviewing with Fox and like getting buddy with any of these people at all, and that they're all just trying to profit, monopolize off.
They're also the only people not trying to villainize him, though.
Yeah,
because again, like we talked, and I don't know if we brought this up properly, but the judge is being accused of bias, and I don't think the fucking the ringtone is evidence of bias. I'm sorry, dude. I just don't. It's just too. It's too broad, man. His age. It's a song that people his age genuinely loved way before Trump ever used it.
I'd be curious to see his affiliation and like what he thinks of the Trump administration.
Okay, but what if he was a Biden voter? Then he's biased the other way. Like they.
Well, I'm just saying
they vote
though.
For somebody too.
I'm just saying in the sense of like the climate of what happened that night. We all know how Trump and his supporters and people. Like, any of his main supporters feel about protesters.
Okay, so what if you have a judge who's on the other side? Then they're just biased to the other side. Like, what are we asking? Are we asking ourselves to find judges that don't have personal political beliefs? Like, what are we asking our judges to be?
I'd like to just know his context and having that ringtone.
You know what I mean, though?
Because if he is a diehard Trumper that literally put it on his phone because it reminds him of being at a rally with Trump,
which I highly doubt. I think it's his generation. Like, dude, my grandma and grandpa,
and he's from Kenosha, and he's at Kenosha, where that's Kyle's like has ties. There's people say, "Oh, you travel across state lines."
Just
he had
like
family
such
and
a
people
stretch,
there,
bro.
Yeah,
it just seems like such a stretch. That's all I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
And then
I would just like to know why.
That video they didn't allow, where Kyle is saying, if I had my AR right now, I'd shoot those people. Well, the victims weren't black, and we already kind of addressed this. It's the character thing, right? So that may seem, well, it favors Kyle. Well, they also didn't allow the thing in about Rosenbaum being a child rapist, more than just a pedophile. He didn't just diddle a couple.
I didn't know that. So when you said that, I'm like,
look, dude,
okay,
it's public record.
Cool.
It's public record.
Then that makes sense to me, and that makes sense to me because that's the same reason I came to that conclusion on my own, just like trying to understand why, not like, that was part of it. Even in my mind, I was like, well, it could incriminate in ways to feel like he would have more intent on using it, which is part of the reason why I wanted to be used, because I'm just like, right. It seems like it could show either or, but then you think about it more.
I will guarantee you, based on the way the judge explained it, the way I heard him, is that if one of those victims or people, whatever, if one of the people Kyle shot was black, the judge would have allowed it, because then it would have been relevant. But none of the victims were black, so it didn't have direct relevance to the actual issue at hand. But the way the judge verbed it, the way I understood it, is if one of those people happened to be black, because it all did happen at night, and it happened quick. Kyle didn't know. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
you see what I'm saying? Like, if one of those people happened to be black and you combine that video, not only does the judge probably allow it, but it probably flips everything and turns it all into a conviction as well. But there's no way Kyle knew that the people chasing him that night were black, right? They just happen to all be white. So that's, again, when you
I thought
think
you were about
it,
to say something about it being nighttime and not being able to, like...
No, I'm saying it's nighttime. So, like, you're running.
Yeah.
It's nighttime. You fall. Most of these motherfuckers were dressed in black.
Yeah.
When you turn around, like, you're not seeing color of skin and deciding whether to shoot or not. All you see is somebody's trying to beat my ass, and you decide to shoot. But if one of those motherfuckers happened to be black, that video would have probably ended up in court. But because they just happen to be white, which, trust me, there's no way in realistic snap moments that was a factor in Kyle's mind.
No.
There's no way.
Attacking.
But it would have been admitted, and it probably would have flipped the verdict. That's what I'm saying. So, like, he got lucky because it would have been coincidence that it was a black person who attacked him.
Especially if you were bailed out by Proud Boys.
You see what I'm saying? Like, dude, like, it would have went real bad real fast.
Yeah.
It would have went. So he got lucky, man. And I think that's another reason a lot of people feel like this kid's like almost a messiah, because the stars fucking aligned for this kid, almost like OJ. You know, it's like just there's an argument. But I'm just telling you, dude, I could not have convicted guilty, and I don't care if Kyle's white or black. If Kyle was black, I still would have voted not guilty. Because I'm a big proponent of that. Like, I've gotten my ass kicked. I have CTE from losing fights, and expecting a person to allow themselves to be assaulted with restraint is insane. Like, no, once a person feels their life is threatened, dude, it is unreasonable to ask that person not to defend themselves with lethal force. Like, I'm just a big proponent of that, dude, because I've been attacked. I've gotten my ass kicked, like you said. I've been jumped. I've been chased down. I've had all those things happen, dude. And like I have permanent fucking brain damage because of those exact situations. And dude, no, there's a reason people decide to learn martial arts. There's a reason people decide to be armed. There's a reason people decide to fight back, is because you can't expect somebody to allow themselves to be victimized and then like, oh, you know what? We've met the proper arbitrary checklist to, nope, this person now deserves to die.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's why I don't have opposition to the verdict in the end.
At least you went to trial.
But my thought is, you know, it's still debatable on intent, reason, and everything like that.
Yeah, I have an issue with people saying if he's black, he would be in jail right now. Okay, if that's true, which I'm inclined to believe is true, that's the issue we need to address. We don't need to be mad that Kyle did get off. Don't be mad that a white dude did get off.
Just like
Let's
you
be
said,
mad that black people
just like
are
you
being
said,
incarcerated
it's
incorrectly.
It's not that this wasn't just. It's that the system actually worked this time.
Right. Because we need to make sure that you were innocent until proven guilty. The state has to prove you committed this crime beyond a reasonable doubt. They failed to do that this time. Thank God. Because most of the time in these situations, it's the exact opposite. They convict an innocent person. And we can find countless examples of where those are black men, specifically black men. Young black men without means, meaning without money.
Yeah.
Those are the issues we need to address. So that's where I still stand with the progressives. It's the only thing we agree on, really. It really is, because the rest of y'all's points are fucking crazy, man. Like, although I have come around on national healthcare, I do believe we need a national healthcare option.
Yeah.
It does not mean we need to completely get rid of private healthcare. That's not what that means. And I do believe
options.
I do believe that we should have a high school funded version, meaning like through some taxes, like a community college style tertiary education. So like we have elementary school, we have middle school, we have high school. We need to have a public option or like a community college, technical trades, things like that, where it's not,
Yes.
you don't have to worry about the money. It's an option. Just go or don't go, but that will contribute to a better society.
Yeah.
Those are technically originally liberal ideas that are now adopted by the progressives. That's why I say those are the only issues we align at all.
Yeah.
Because the rest of that shit, y'all are
That
freaking
is
nuts.
the progressive side of it. I mean, I'm not all for UBI. The only way I would see that is if we get to a state of automation of robotics and things where people aren't working and jobs are literally
displaced
not
workers.
there.
Yep.
If we have that to that scale of degree where that's really affecting the population, then we can talk about universal basic income. But UBI is not something that I see as like a.
I'm not
thing.
against UBI if it's for the right reasons in the right situations, like a displaced worker.
Yes.
Right. That I'm open to that idea. I don't think it should just be to everyone. Like that's just insane.
That's the same. I like the healthcare option. I mean, healthcare. The ones that I'm like as progressive, the ones that I follow, don't just eliminate all other privatized companies. It just makes it as an option available that you can get actual free healthcare at the same time too.
The housing is a human right thing is an issue I have a problem with, because it's the same thing the Republican Party was pushing in the early 2000s, which is everyone deserves a home. And that is just not a feasible thing, because owning and maintaining a home, is expensive. And it takes an immense amount of responsibility and resources or skills, right? Like you can get away with not having a lot of resources or money if you can do everything yourself. But the level of responsibility is the same as if you make enough money to pay other people. Not everyone deserves a home. Not everyone deserves to own a house. Everyone should be able to have access to a place to live.
To have shelter.
Right. But not everyone deserves the houses in Edina or Minnetonka.
No.
And that is a big piece of rhetoric that is happening in the Progressive Party.
Well,
that housing is a human right. It's actually literally rhetoric written into the Build Better Better Act, Build Better Now Act, or whatever it's called. Housing is a human right. I'll send you a video later tonight. It's just like the Republican Party, man. They have a mantra and they have written shit that they just continuously drill into people and brainwash them. Housing is a human right. Fucking almost the exact same philosophy as what the Republicans tried to push in the Bush administration when they said everyone deserves to own a home. Everyone deserves to own a home. And they just pushed up the housing bubble, and then the housing bubble collapsed right as Obama joined. Or not joined, but well, maybe you did join if you're really conspiracy oriented. When Obama officially joined. Because it's really all just kind of pushing the same thing. It's just a faux economy, inflating everything, pushing money. You know, the cool liberal thing to do is say, you know, the corporations aren't paying enough taxes. Doesn't fucking matter how many taxes they pay, dude. At the rate of inflation, it just doesn't matter. Like, since I've been alive, since 1984, every single president, liberal or conservative, is just continuously pushing more. No matter what they say, no matter what their intent claims to be, the result is always more and more money going to the rich elites. And it doesn't matter if they're a Republican, a Democrat, a liberal, a conservative, a progressive. The math just always moves towards the money going up. It always goes upstream. And it doesn't matter. And you don't have to believe me. You can just look into it, disagree, fucking... It doesn't matter who you vote for, in my personal opinion, dude. It's always going to funnel that money upstream.
Well, especially if we continue with just a two-party system. They're both bought out by both sides. Like most of them, most lobbyists cater to both sides and pay to both sides.
You might be right. I've thought about that a lot too, and looking into the past, we had more than two parties for a long time. And honestly, the way I look at it, it just seemed like even less people ended up happy with who won. You know, if you split the vote 3 ways instead of 2 ways, it's even less of a majority rule. Because we already don't live under a majority rule on purpose, and we never will. because 51% of the people never think the same way.
That is why I am fully for ranked choice voting.
Yeah, we did that this year.
We did
in Minneapolis.
Yeah,
it worked for some things, but I don't think it matters if all the like it was crazy. We had Jacob Frey as one option. Pretty lefty. He's pretty lefty. Like there's nothing really conservative about him. And
but he's also not.
He's not a progressive.
No,
but he's still pretty lefty. And the only other two people running.
He does a good job of staying centrist, in my opinion, in the end, in a lot of ways.
He is not a centrist. He's a cuck.
I mean,
here's the thing.
I'll say centrist as
here's Jacob Frey. Here's Jacob Frey in a nutshell. Zombie apocalypse. You could fuck his girl in front of him and live. That's Jacob Frey.
Yeah,
here's the thing.
He has no spine. That's what I'm talking about. Centrist, as in like he won't take one side.
If you're Brock Lesnar, you may be able to fuck my girl in front of me and think you're gonna live, but I'm hunting you down. I'm gonna let you walk miles and miles and miles. But trust me, Brock Lesnar, you're dying. Like I may not be able to beat you in hand-to-hand combat because you're Brock Lesnar and I'm not. But guess what? You fucked my girl in front of me. You're still dying. Zombie apocalypse, I'm murdering you. Like, I will slowly... But see, Brock Lesnar doesn't let you live. That's the point. But you don't have to be Brock Lesnar to fuck Jacob Frey's girl. Anybody could fuck Jacob Frey's girl in the zombie apocalypse, and you're still going to live and leave. And that's just going to be his thing. And he'll cuddle his girl and see if she's okay.
I'll tell you what.
But he's not claiming vengeance. That's Jacob Frey in a nutshell.
The whole protest community feels the same way about him.
Oh, I know. No one likes him, but somehow we all still voted for him.
Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah, because he was the least of the shitty candidates. That's the problem. Like, cancel culture has gotten so crazy that no one can run for office anymore. Like, you and I should be able to run, but there's so many things cancel culture could use against us.
Yeah.
Just the fact that you listen to death metal. Oh, you're a Satanist. Boom. Conservative vote out. No chance of winning. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? That's not a thing. I drop F-bombs and smoke cigars and smoke CBD openly on my podcast.
I only smoke CBD. I don't smoke THC.
We would never smoke illegal narcotics on this podcast. We'd never.
Never.
We have too much respect for America.
Being filmed right now.
We have too much respect for America. Like, and we are about as American as you can get. Well, at least I am. He's a full-blooded communist.
Oh God, David!
Just kidding. I was gonna start off the podcast that way. I was gonna be like,
"So,
okay,
commie,
let's start off admitting you're a full-blooded communist, and I'm a right-wing, or you're a left-wing progressive communist, and I'm a right-wing capitalist pig." That's how I was gonna start the podcast. All right, let's discuss now. But let's wrap this up, man. We've been going for quite a while. I've had a very good discussion with you. We didn't resolve anything. But I don't think that was the intent either, because I don't think anybody's going to resolve anything.
No, yeah. You kind of, the same way we both look at some of the things in different ways, but there's a lot of things we agree upon. And in the very least, we've all, in the same as we have in the past, we're able to understand more on why other people think the other way. And it's like a dilution of it, because then people, because people extreme on both sides, right, left, both, are just coming out with, it's either he's a fucking hero or he's like a goddamn white supremacist, like mastermind.
Yeah, and I definitely didn't post anything like that, but I seen a lot of us posting some wild shit, and I posted a couple things. I fucked with you a little bit. I was like, bro, you're fucking high. But you know me, that's all in good fun. Because I immediately was like, here's the thing. I'm not going to argue with you online. Come on the podcast. Let's hang out, chill.
Yep.
We'll have a civil discussion. That's exactly what we did here.
Outside of other people commenting on things and just having, their own ideas and projections of however our characters are.
That medium is the opposite of conducive for these discussions, though. That's really why I was like, here's the deal. Because the problem is, I was able to watch that whole trial, almost the entire trial, right? I skipped most of the opening arguments because I already knew where they were going with it on each side, and I already had all the information they were going to give. Is where I got into is when they started bringing on the witnesses' testimony and the cross-examinations, and they started bringing up footage I hadn't seen and reviewing footage that I had seen as well, but doing it with certain witnesses because I had already seen that footage. And then the way they were trying to portray on both sides, like there was times where I was like, man, the defense is going to lose this shit. Like, I don't even agree, but they're doing such a bad job. If I didn't know any better, I'd vote guilty. That's how I was thinking. But I can tell a lot of people didn't watch this trial like I did.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of crazy shit I'm seeing online where I'm like, that's not even true, including from the media. The media is flat out lying and spinning shit. Like, you're still not hearing. The only place you'll hear about Rosenbaum is if you watch Fox News, or you already knew. Like, we knew about Rosenbaum the day he got shot. He was identified. There's people on Twitter who were there that night already putting together timelines. There's people online fact checking him. Oh, well, here's his ID. Here's who he was. Blah, 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 blah. We already knew everything. Like, the cops took a year and a half to do what we did in like a day and a half. If you put in the work, if you put in the effort of actually searching this information down. So
I'm sure that they probably motioned for delay of trial and things though too.
But CNN's still doing it is what I'm getting at though, man. The CNN is still not going to tell you that Rosenbaum is a child rapist. They're just not going to do it because it doesn't fit their narrative that Kyle's a white supremacist. You see what I'm saying? Like, each side's got, and same thing, Fox News. I didn't, and I'm not pretending I sit here and watch Fox News, but I also haven't been following it since the verdict has been released. I didn't know that he's taking pictures with Proud Boys throwing up white supremacist things. I'm like, when you're telling me, I'm like, yeah, that's not a good look. That was pretty stupid. If he's doing those things, that I can't defend that. Like, that's not cool. It doesn't sound cool.
It's right after he made bail, even way before the trial thing.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. That sounds like a horrible, horrible. Oh my god! Like what? That. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, if he was like a star and he had a publicist, they'd be like having a conniption.
Yeah, I don't know how to even think about that one. Like, I gotta chew on that because I also brought up like the accepting the money, the bail, the lawyer fees. Like, it's like, do you even have the balls?
That's the one thing to speculate at this point and go over and wonder is, this is creating such a magnifying glass and climate around this kid that, like you said, its life will never be the same for him again.
Oh yeah, his life is ruined.
And like,
it's probably not even going to be a good life, whether he's famous, whether he's rich or not. His life is probably going to be horrible. Like he'll never go anywhere in this country again without being treated like a hero and a genocidal maniac.
Yep.
Oh God, I do not want to be Kyle.
Yeah,
I would never want to be that kid.
And like you said, like like Tucker Carlson making the special about him, following him around, getting in bed with him.
Like you said, everybody else making a buck off of him.
Yep, yeah. Gates trying to hire him, like just using him as like another fucking like just puppeteer thing.
Bill Gates.
Not Bill Gates.
Oh,
Matt Gates.
Oh, who's Matt Gates?
Senator.
I was like, Bill Gates.
He's like either senator or congressman, whatever it is. He's the like dude with the really big chin, the young like asshole on the Republican side. The guy who got in Florida, not DeSantis, but the other guy.
I don't know who.
He's the guy who went on tour with Marjorie Greene Taylor to try to do this whole innocent tour thing because he I don't know what's happening with his case yet, but he was like, it's found out through the messages, through everything. He bought a girl with his friend, and his friend was in trouble.
He bought a girl.
Yeah. And this girl,
like a human,
ended up not to be, well, like for sex.
Oh, okay.
For like prostitution.
He paid for a hooker.
And she wasn't of age.
Okay, so he paid for an underage hooker.
Yeah, and traveled with her over state lines. So it's sex trafficking.
Oh, yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying.
And then he went on an innocence tour type thing and kind of thing too.
Dude, you basically like you're done. Like that's.
But he's still going right now. And what he first handled too was just like he's just one of those people who play. He's like a Ted Cruz kind of person. It's
so crazy though because it's like underage girl, ethically fucked up. Maybe legally not actually an issue, right?
Because I think possibly
underage is
she
a
didn't
relative
say
thing.
how old she was.
Well, and in certain states, the age of consent is still as low as 14 years old.
But then on a federal side, traveling
right across state lines. We kind of talked about that earlier. Like in Minneapolis, Minnesota, it seems kind of crazy to go to Wisconsin, right? But the closer you get to Wisconsin, depending on where you're at, sometimes you don't even have to cross the river to get to Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So it's an arbitrary line on a road. Like literally, boom, federal crime. Yeah. It's crazy how that shit can happen so fucking fast, dude. Whether you have intent or not, like it's a wild deal, dude. But no, when you put all three of those things together, you just sound like a horrible criminal. Like underage hooker across state lines turns the crime into sex trafficking. You're like, oh yeah, throw them away. Even me, I'm willing to do that right now. I'm like, oh yeah, no, dude, you're done. Like, no, sex trafficking, you're done. And it's like, is it even sex trafficking?
Let alone he's one of the biggest
know,
pandering politicians that there is too, for the most part. Like he's, like I said, he's on that Ted Cruz level of like theatrics and trying to like make this whole like big. He makes the fucking GOP seem like a goddamn circus.
Honestly, man, the only one that came out of all of that Trumplandian GOP shit that got appointed or elected or whatever, who I'm actually like kind of surprised and impressed with, is Judge Kavanaugh. Like,
he has ruled fairly in things.
I know. And like when I listen to his arguments, because I follow a bunch of lawyers that will like break down the audio from these arguments, you know? And they'll break it down in sections and they'll commentate on it and shit. Like when I listen to him, I have to like slow down and rewind it. Because I'm like, this motherfucker is actually super smart. Like, super smart. Like, the wisdom he breaks down his arguments with, whether I agree with him or not, because I don't agree with him on everything. Yeah. I'm like, this is not a flippant guy. He really sits down and thinks about them. And again, whether I agree or not is irrelevant. He's not just like, sounds like we should do this. Yeah. Like, and he doesn't always vote along the party lines.
No, yeah.
That's the other thing, too. So it's like,
I've noticed that.
He got in there and he like really votes on his principles, and he's extremely intelligent and extremely thoughtful. Because I have to rewind some of it and like hear it twice. I'm like, what the fuck did he just say? And then I'll hear it a second or a third time, and I'm like, oh, that does make sense. And I'm like, I would have never even thought about it that way. Like the paying the college athletes thing, or allowing college athletes to make money. I'd always been like, no, dude, they're getting paid fucking $40,000 a year in tuition. You know? I mean, I don't even make $40,000 a year, I was thinking, for the longest time. Seriously, I was thinking about that. I'm like, I'm fucking 29 years old at the time. I'm like, I don't even make $40,000 a year. I was like making like 38 or whatever the fuck it was. I'm like, no, they're getting paid with free education. If I were to go to school, I would have to pay them $40,000.
You're getting the ride, yeah.
But Kavanaugh broke it down, and I was like, okay, yep, I guess those kids deserve to make some money. Like, It's gonna ruin pro sports. I'll tell you that much. These kids won't ever be hungry again. Like, you'll never get another Michael Jordan. You'll never get that drive where truly being great and being truly the champion and dominating like that will never be a thing, because you'll be able to make money the whole time. You got to be more of a celebrity. There's like, for example,
college
right now,
football is arguably more fun to watch in a way, because people are fucking,
which is going to ruin that.
Yeah.
Which is going to ruin that, because right now, like guys like OBJ, do you know he makes more money on his Instagram than he does in the NFL? Yeah, that's why he sucks as an NFL player, because he's not focused on playing in the NFL. He's focused on being a celebrity on Instagram, which is working for him. Good for him, man. If that's what you got to do, if you can make generational wealth and take care of your family, I'm not actually hating on you. What I'm saying is that it's not good for the sport. It's not good for the sport. It's good for the people playing the sport, but it's not good for the sport, because now it's basically turned sports into no longer being about working hard and being a team player and learning how to sacrifice to become a greater player, to become a greater teammate.
You mean the same way that capitalism kind of ruined music in a lot of ways?
Yeah. Wow, I never thought about it that way. Holy shit, you're right. No, you're right, because that is capitalism ruining something where you would think it wouldn't be. Because capitalism is also what made football dope in the first
Yeah,
place.
yeah. Same with music in a sense.
Yeah, because it allowed it to prosper to a certain extent. So now high school football will be the only thing that's dope, because you can't pay a minor anything.
No, yeah.
That's the thing. When you go to college, you're an adult.
Yeah.
But you were a student athlete.
Yeah.
You don't get to do that. But a high school kids, so high school will be like the last thing. You know, you'll have some poor kid from the hood come up, skinny, freshman, barely makes. It'll be Rudy, but in the high school level. You know what I mean? Like has to really like.
I can see like it'd be hard to first become an adult and then just getting paid.
Oh God, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like some of these kids are
going to school,
be making
and you're also
bank.
then just playing sports, and then you're just like you have no monetary like handle on finance from growing up and not having.
Yeah, I mean, like part of being human is struggling. It seems like the earlier you have success,
every bit evolution is out of discomfort.
Yeah, and it seems like generationally, like so the longer through years and years and years, the more and more people born into a situation where you're not struggling and that lack of struggle lasts deeper into life, the less successful people become over time. So like, for example, here's what I'm saying, right? Like, okay, cool. If most 12-year-olds don't have a lot of access to ice time, right? You develop a par for what a normal 12-year-old is able to do at hockey, right? There's a struggle, there's a certain thing there, right? And then you get one or two kids whose parents are rich and can afford more ice time. Their kid's able to practice more. You're going to see a huge benefit to that one kid, right? He's going to be better, okay? But over time, as everyone has more access to ice time, it's less of a privilege. It's more of a standard. People don't give a fuck. They actually will spend less time on the ice because it's always there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so the quality of play actually goes down. You know, I'm getting it. But that takes generations to unfold. That's not just like it happens right away.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's like after 30, 40, 50 years, just generation after generation of kids. It's a thing, you know? Like there was a time where if you and I were sitting here and there was a little kid hanging out with us and we threw a carrot at that kid would fucking grab that carrot and eat that fucking carrot. Like, I'm fucking hungry. Generation after generation after generation of kids have had so much fucking food. You throw a carrot at a kid, he's like, fuck you, and throws it in the garbage. You know what I mean? That's the exact example of what I'm getting at, you know? Fucking it's basically inevitable. And that's like I think what I'm really getting at the end of the day is like, well, what do we want? Because it seems like we're growing more and more unhappy as a society. And it doesn't seem like it really matters what anybody does or anything happens. Like, there's always a huge group of people now that are just furious and pissed off. And I just don't think the outcome of it. Yeah, and it's like I just don't see an end to this, man. I just don't see a way where we're going to solve all these, because there's always going to be racist people. There's always going to be people that are phobic on something.
There's always going to be people who are trying to take advantage of a system as well, you know, as people who are also should just be, you know, helpfully like taken care of. Like, oh, and there's a whole, you know, it goes both ways too. Oh. Just in the same sense that, you know, there's a need to equal out, you know, the like systematic oppression that's happened in our society against poor people in general, but there's also always going to be people that also still abuse that system too and try to like that, you know, that don't, not deserving, but just will overuse and like overtake and like take advantage of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I don't think there are answers, and that's why I kind of started off this finale here with like we didn't really resolve anything, but I don't think we're going to. And that's what I kind of. No matter how much I think about these, no matter how many of these discussions I have, there's never an actual solution. Like we can continue to point out problems, but no one has ever presented an actual idea that actually makes things better, including the fucking Build Back Better Act. I fucking read that thing. That is fucking lunacy. You want to talk about the rate of inflation increasing exponentially now over the next 40 years? I mean, we're literally, all we're doing is adding zeros to every problem. You're going to make more, things are going to cost more. You're going to make more, things are going to cost more. And someday, everybody's going to make $1 million a year, and that's going to be the equivalent of making $40,000 a year. But your house is going to cost $2 billion. You see what I'm getting at? It's going to be the yen and the won and all the other currencies around the world. We're not attacking the real issue. We want to talk about poverty differential and wealth differential and all these we need to actually start thinking about and looking at truly inflation. That's the Achilles heel. It's really that simple. Because we ain't fixing shit until we actually start looking at inflation. And guess what? I ain't a fucking economist. Almost none of us are. And most of them motherfuckers are the ones who cause this shit. So I don't have a single one of them to recommend start listening to. That's why I think we're fucked. Because the people who are actually causing this issue, which are the economists, those are the people making money off this shit, right? They're all in on it. That's why it is a conspiracy. Because there's no one, like literally you're not fixing any of these issues. All these issues we bring up, not one of them is going to actually be fixed until we address inflation.
Correct. Yeah.
And I don't know how to do it, man. We can keep pointing up more and more problems, but I don't have a single solution for them. And I don't think anybody does. Do you? Like if you had a magic wand, let me ask you that. If you had a magic wand and you were the president or whatever, maybe even let's keep it more simple. You're the governor of Minnesota, because let's just keep it to what we actually know and deal with. We got a homeless issue. We got a fucking police abuse issue. Magic wand, what do you do if you don't want to go super deep? Maybe just one or two or three things that you think, if you had the power to just say, nope, fuck the bureaucracy, fuck voting, I make the rules, here's how we fix up to three things, even if you
I
only
would
got
take
one.
Probably half the police budget and put that towards growing community things, I guess, in the poverty areas, because the root of most crime is, poverty in general. It seems to be the case in those communities in general. So I feel you put money back into programs and like things that help build up communities in those schools around them, like putting them into the school system and stuff like that, I feel would help a lot. It's the same way that like communities in more affluent neighborhoods and suburbs have great education for their kids and they don't have problems as much, and like they have better access. If we give that access to all of our community members, not just the affluent community members, I feel we'll get that ripple effect of ways that we can hopefully end more lines of poverty and kind of just ignorance and crime.
But when we already only have fucking like 6 or 8 squads, and a squad has 2 cops in a car for the entire north side on a Saturday, how does cutting any of their budget solve any?
Well, because they make millions and millions, though. The
cops don't.
Yeah, I know, but
they're taking millions and millions, but the cops aren't getting paid millions and millions. And
well, that's where we need to make sure, though, that it's being spent properly.
Like, but you want to take any of the police budget. I already have a 45-minute response time when I call the cops for anything, including gunshots. Like, unless somebody has been shot.
Yeah.
Unless somebody has been shot.
Yeah.
Like, there's a victim laying on my fucking. It's a 45. So how does cutting? I already have 45 minutes. This is my concern as an actual citizen. I'm not being a pain in the ass. Yeah. This is my concern. Whenever I hear about taking money from the police, this is my number one concern. I already don't have cops. How does taking more money from the cops keep me or my wife or my neighbors any safer.
Because it's in the same sense that a lot of people think that like they worry about taxes and not like paying that, but nobody adequates like what it's actually being spent on. I feel we need to actually have more insight on what.
So you're talking more of an audit,
Yeah.
not necessarily taking money.
Oh, in ways, it depends. I don't want them to.
I'm telling you, in North Minneapolis, we don't have enough money going to the cops. Like,
yes, but then what the fuck then when they're getting like 16 million at a time for just crisis training alone and things like that? Like when that's like, so where's that going?
I think that goes to the companies that are doing the training.
See,
like the police department has to pay for that, so they're hiring like literally like here's what's happening. Stephen and Jared's defense counseling.
Yeah.
And the Minneapolis Police Department pays us $10 million, right?
Yeah.
To do a thing. And then they do another one with another company for $6 million.
But
that's why it costs $16
But that's a big
million.
problem. It's the same reason why we spend millions on defense contractors who will like
right.
I hate to use AOC
right.
as the example, but she's the one that pointed out how this one contractor, they charge like they inflate, like they were charging $3,600 for each part that was for this one piece of mechanic.
Oh, I already know. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's
when it costs like $36 to make.
Dude, here's the only issue I have with AOC on that. Bitch, welcome to the club, because I got taught that shit in high school. I was shown a documentary when I was in high school, which you guys,
but
that was 20.
Away, though.
I want you guys to understand. This was 20 years ago. The reason I get irritated with her on this one issue, because not only is she right, okay, but like, bitch, you ain't saying nothing new. Like, you're basically jumping on apartheid now. Like, we already know that shit. And that's actually already kind of been addressed. It's just not, again, classic government not doing it correctly.
Yeah.
It's still a fucking problem. But somebody already addressed this. A bill got passed. Blah, 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 blah. It's being regulated ineffectively. This is why people hate the government, because it costs us more money to audit you to do the same job you were already doing, which was already wasting money. We're actually spending money for you. There's this old phrase. The bureaucracy has to expand to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy, right? Think about it like this. This is just a metaphor, but bear with me. This is the idea of government, and this is why conservatives and me hate the government, especially on a federal level. Okay. We have crime. How do we fix crime? Let's create police. Cool. Now we have corrupt police. How do we investigate that? Let's create a new police force to investigate the police. Okay. Well, but internal affairs, that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Well, now we have corruption in internal affairs. So how do we police internal affairs? Because now we have corrupt internal affairs that are being bribed by corrupt cops, which are being bribed by corrupt criminals. You see what I'm saying? Well, we'll create a new department that investigates internal affairs. This is exactly what I'm talking about, right? This is why conservatives hate the government, because we just want to keep creating new shit that costs more money, that gives more power to more people to fix problems that aren't being properly addressed in the first place, which is get rid of these motherfuckers and start from scratch.
Or you vote for the people who are not going to take those handouts,
which they all will. Find me one. Even Bernie Sanders has fucking millions of dollars worth of lakeshore property. I don't want to hear this bullshit. None of your politicians, Republican or liberal, progressive, fucking conservative, they're all taking money. Look at the net worth that George Bush increased after he left office. Already a billionaire, him and his dad. Then they leave office, they get richer. How's that possible? Obama goes into office with a net worth of like 400 grand. Leaves office with a net worth of like 4 billion or some crazy shit. How is this possible? How is it you get rich being president? And it happens everywhere. Like I said, Bernie Sanders, he's collected a senator's salary his whole life, but has somehow magically accrued multiple.
His books, bro.
He's talking about taxing the rich and the elite while he owns absurd amounts of property. He is the elite.
But he's also willing to pay that.
No, he's not.
Yes.
He avoids all the same taxes Donald Trump does. because they're rich and they're smart and they pay people, because that's how America works. It's all virtue signaling. It's all pandering. None of them care about us.
You'll have to show me this. You'll have to show me this.
They
stuff
all want
Sanders.
power and they all want fucking money.
You'll have to show me this stuff on Sanders. That's what I was going to say. We'll follow up.
I'm just guessing. I'm just talking shit. I'm just assuming because I don't trust any of them. Like, I think
he's one of the only ones I trust.
I think they're all exactly the same.
He's one of the only ones I trust.
And in fact, Joe Biden and John McCain were like seriously good friends, like best friends. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Do you remember this when Obama was running against McCain? Like, Joe Biden and McCain were literally best friends. One is a Democrat, one's a Republican. They're playing a game.
They're the same shit.
I would do it too. That's the point. Like, this is why it's not a conspiracy, because it's exactly what I would do if I had the ability to do this. If I were a shitty person and had money and had power, this is exactly what I would do. Hey, here's the deal, man. We don't like what's happening, so we're all going to run for office. We're all secret, like a NASCAR team. As long as one of us wins, we all win. Okay, you know what? We're not winning enough. Let's pretend you guys are on the other side of the fence. So now there's actually two different options. Yeah. But dude, it doesn't fucking matter who actually gets voted in, because we're all really on the same side. So if I get elected, if you get elected, it doesn't matter every 6 fucking years. We don't have to keep shifting gears. We can keep moving forward on the track. This is exactly what I would do. This doesn't sound like a paranoid conspiracy. This sounds like the completely rational, logical thing you would do in any system. In any system. Like this, I'm sorry, man. I know what I sound like right now, but I'm just saying, dude. Like, they're all pushing the exact same shit. Yeah. One of them's tricking you that they're saving you money, right? That's the Republicans. Saving you money. They're tricking you, and then the other one's tricking you that they're helping poor people. That's the Democrats. We're helping poor people.
Democrats have a huge, Well, that's the thing.
Like, literally,
Republicans and Democrats are not for the people party. They're part of the corporatocracy. Like, it's all about corporate interests and everything on both those sides. To me, like, progressives and libertarians are the weighing out of the left and right of people who actually represent of like the interest of people.
Maybe. I think what scares me about the libertarians is they
live in a utopia the same way the progressives do.
They are they're a couple fries short of anarchy, dude. That's all I'm saying, man.
It's the same type of utopia.
Libertarians are a couple fries short of a happy meal of anarchy over there, and that shit makes me nervous. And then the progressives, dude, y'all are a couple fries short of fucking pure communism, man. Yeah. And I ain't down with that shit either, dude. So, like, I'm actually more on board with most of the Democrats and most of the Republicans in that regard. My issue is the unfettered capitalism that is purely like turned into basically the Matrix,
the monopoly style.
And it's just it's increasing to this point where we're not even going to have a government anymore. The world will be run by corporations. Like, corporations are becoming AI. Like, we keep worrying about AI and the government, but the reality is corporations are exactly those fears. And it's almost like they're the devil, right? Think about that old adage. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist, right? That's what corporations are doing. Corporations are getting one group to hate the government, right? And corporations are getting another group to hate communism and all this other shit and all these other entities, while corporations, no matter who's fucking in office, bro, they just keep growing. They keep and again, there's another sect that's worried, like Elon Musk, geniuses, right? Idiots like me and Joe Rogan, worried about AI, the Terminator, Skynet taking over, right? The Matrix taking over. Well, meanwhile, corporations are doing all of these things. They're using the algorithms. They're gaining the power. They're gaining the money. They're gaining the structure. They're building militaries. Like, these corporations are getting more powerful than governments. And that's where I am 100% finally in agreement with you guys over on that side, where I'm like, no, this unfettered capitalism shit, this isn't capitalism anymore. Now we've gone beyond an oligarchy. We've gone to now what's called an aristocracy, which are the rich families of the world rule everything. And it doesn't matter what your government looks like. It doesn't matter. If you're rich, you have a voice. You ain't rich, you're voiceless.
Yep. Which is why the middle class is disappearing.
Yeah. That's and again, it starts with stupid shit like, oh, we need to tax corporations more. No, stop saying that. Like, do you realize like how many millions and millions and millions of small businesses are corporations? Like, you can't just say you're going to tax corporations.
Yeah, but
more.
it's a certain threshold that they talk about doing. It wouldn't affect any small business owner at any type of scale.
That's literally not true. I'm going to drink this.
Yeah.
No, that's literally not true. That's not how taxes work, and that's not how taxing.
But that's like as far as what they want to tax for the ultra rich like that.
It's just not a thing, dude. It's such a farce. It's such a farce, dude.
Well, that'll have to be. Such a farce.
And the rich already.
We'll have to do another episode on this stuff in the next few weeks or whatever.
Because you already kind of hit what my belief is, which is we need to audit them because they don't know how to spend it. Because the government, when you give the government tax dollars to hire a private corporation, the private corporation will charge them $800 for a $37 hammer because that's a tool they need on the job. This is where we agree 100%, and that's already you already nailed that.
Yeah,
that's what the whole next podcast would be about.
Yeah,
that's not actually a victim of capitalism, right? Is what that's a victim of is giving the government money and then trusting them to spend it wisely.
Correct.
That's what the issue is, and that's why the fucking conservatives don't want national health care, because we're going to give them more money to now trust them to. And I get it, man. I see it both ways because my parents are getting fucked by the private healthcare system right now. My dad had the aneurysm.
My mom is too, yeah.
He's in the hospital. The private insurance company sent him up to Duluth for physical rehab. Now he's done. But the private insurance company that my parents have paid a huge amount to over the last 30 years with zero fucking... My parents never go to the doctor. They're those type of people. We can't afford the deductible. They totally could have. But anyways... they refused to pay for him to come back from Duluth to Minneapolis. My mom has to drive to Duluth, pick up my dad, and drive him back to Minneapolis because the insurance company won't pay for it anymore. So I'm not one of those dudes who's like all about blah blah blah. Now the private healthcare system we have is also fucked. Like the whole situation's fucked. But here's my challenge, and this is what I'm going to leave us with. I don't expect an answer from... I already asked Magic Wand.
Yeah.
But here's my challenge. Let's seriously start thinking of real solutions. Not just taking money from one person and sending it somewhere else. I think that's a hollow idea. No offense to you or anybody else that does that. But I think it's a really bad idea because if we take the idea of like homelessness, right?
Yeah.
The states... who have the highest rate of homelessness also have the highest budget and increasing. Like they increase the budget to address homelessness becomes worse. They increase the budget for homelessness, the homelessness becomes worse. So it increases into the same pattern where the more we give the government money to fix our problems, the less that becomes a solution. To me, this is my challenge is, can we start coming up with actual ideas? And this is what capitalism really is. Can we come up with ideas that can bring the cost of something so low that it's legitimately available and affordable to the masses? Like Gator, you remember those stupid Gator shoes that everyone started wearing? That's a perfect example. Crocs. That's what I meant. Crocs. That's a great example, right? Affordable footwear for everyone. That seriously solved an issue for footwear. Like, I don't know if you guys know that story, but kind of like Crocs is like one of the dopest inventions in the last like 30, 40 years. Like, it's really kind of crazy what they were able to solve as far as like issues with footwear, supply and demand, blah, 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 blah. It's just the cheap and replicable 3D printing in general. But anyways,
that's what you get in prison now, in jail.
But that's what capitalism is supposed to be. Is like innovation because we need to solve a problem. And we're able to do it at such a cost that it's available to everyone to solve a real problem, but you're still able to make money off it. And the better you are at it, the more money you can make off it. That's
the true utopian way, actually, in the end.
It's not even a utopian way. That's what actual capitalism, right?
Yeah.
That's actual capitalism.
Well, that's
right
the
now
utopia of capitalism. Is that?
Okay,
that's
fair,
like the
fair.
That'd be like
Fair,
end game
very
goal.
fair.
This is how it would work.
But if everyone thinks of it that way, like, just try to start thinking of a solution, even if it's something stupid like coming up with an affordable 3D printable version of footwear. It's a stupid thing in the big scheme, but it solved a huge problem. Netflix, disrupt is a tech term because ideas like Netflix may have completely destroyed an entire industry that was fucking Blockbuster and video update movie rentals.
It's the same way that
but it
the
brought
music
the
industry
cost
is
to you and
happening.
I. You and I, the cost to watch premium movies as a consumer, it's better for us. Yes, the movie studios are making less. The music industry, we are making less. But as consumers, for you and I to watch a Marvel movie, it is way cheaper. Dude, just wait and then pay $9.99 and you get a month's worth of Disney Plus on your phone and you can just binge every Marvel movie. Dude, you can't do that 30 years ago through Blockbuster. That costs you $300 in movie rentals. You see what I'm getting at? Like, this is better for the consumer. So
CDs
but
used
this
to be
is
like
a solution.
$17.
This is an actual solution instead of just saying Blockbuster makes too much money. Universal makes too much money. Somebody came up with a solution and said, fuck these guys. The record labels were making too much. Yes, we, the musicians, are casualties, and we are now broke and struggling, and it's almost impossible for any of us to make it. But you know who's no longer making billions off of us like slaves?
Fat
the masters.
record execs.
Yeah. And you know who did that? The internet and all those motherfuckers who said, you know what? Fuck these guys. They're making too much money. And instead of just trying to say they need to pay more taxes, because all that would have done is increase the cost of records. They said, no, we're going to fuck that shit up. We're going to ruin that. Now the power is coming back to us again with NFTs. We have the ability to fucking take this new idea, this new technology. We need to get creative, figure out how to start fucking monetizing these ideas, these NFTs, because this is the last bastion and it's over for them. They don't have distribution anymore. We have CD Baby. We have DistroKid, right? They don't have any of the clout that you can make the music video. We don't need them. Yeah. And now we have the ability to fucking crowdfund, do everything. We don't even need a fucking, what's it called? Kickstarter or any. We can just do direct NFTs through our own fucking website, we can monetize through TikTok, Instagram, and then funnel. This is the shit I've been talking about this entire time since the dawn of this podcast. Get your own fucking website, right? Take all your social media, get all that funneled back to your website. From there, you start bringing everybody in, and then you start doing things like nowadays we have terms for it. NFT. You don't need to go on Kickstarter and give them 30% anymore. You NFT that shit directly to you. You can use crypto. We're on the horizon, bro. And too many of us are running around again looking like victims, saying they're not paying for enough. They're not paying. When honestly, dude, yeah, it's been a rough 10, 15, 20 years for us. But if we're smart, especially if we start putting our heads together, dude, I'm telling you, things are about to change big time. And you're already seeing it with people like Billie Eilish and other artists pop just out of nowhere. Yeah. Because a lot of them do it themselves and shit. But you're gonna see a new wave. And we want to be on the front end of that wave, because on the back end of that wave are corporations who are finally figuring it out. Yeah. And they come like esports. Now you're seeing universities. The university of whatever state you live in has an esport team for Rocket League. Do you know this?
Sick.
This is legit.
Nice.
No, like colleges, real colleges.
Yeah.
Are signing kids to esports scholarships. Like, you're going to be an esport athlete, just like the football player, just like the guy who just went and won the national championship for Auburn. Whatever school is signing esports, because you're that dope at Rocket League or Fortnite or whatever the fuck, dude. This is the world we live in. So let's figure out how to adapt. Let's figure out how to monetize.
I'm thinking about that tax solution too.
We're already the old dudes. That's why I'm trying to get these new wave kids on, dude. For real, man. Because they're like, yeah, dude, duh. And I'm like, okay, cool. How do we do this? Because none of y'all know actually how to do it either. We're all watching people already do it. Let's fucking reverse engineer this shit and figure out how to replicate it.
So you see recently how, like, an example of what younger generation has accomplished in a way, but on TikTok there was like this person or people that were having problems, like people who have Parkinson's, with their like pill bottles and stuff like that. And but they couldn't get like a patent made, and there's no way to get certain things made. So this person on TikTok who had the know-how to do anything 3D printer, didn't have the sources for it, came up with an idea and like a schematic of like how it would look and how it would be. And then other TikTokers took that and then like applied it and created the device.
That's fucking dope.
And then they put a patent on it to not ever be able to sell it out, to where now it's just open source, and now people are going to be able to make them and like eventually, so that way it can never be above a price to where insurance companies or people can like blow it out and like gouge on it. It'll be stuck at that kind of level.
Well, especially dude, that's why I'm thinking 3D printing is, we're on the verge of something very amazing. You can 3D
print a house now.
Oh yeah, dude, you could hand make a 3D print house too.
That could help solve a lot of the housing crisis in ways.
I mean,
if
honestly,
we did make some areas that we 3D printed some houses, didn't cost people
not even 3D
or man
printed,
hours
dude.
to do them.
Even not even 3D printed, dude. Like I've watched something called Earth Bag housing.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, dude, there's a lot.
The motherships,
dude. Again, that's not even real technology.
Yeah.
Well, it's technology because of the bags and shit, but that's not new technology. It's not like a real technological innovation for today's day and age. That's what I'm trying to say. But it is human innovation for today's day and age. It's repurposing old technology in a new way, taking those old bags, filling them with the right type of sand that basically turns to cement, right?
Yeah.
Insulate that. They just get super resourceful living in the desert and shit. Barndominiums is a new thing.
Dude, I love barndominiums. Barndominiums are tight.
Dude, there's a whole new... I'm telling you, brother, we're on the cusp of something really cool. And there's a lot of people who are scared shitless. But there's this whole other world of people out there that are like, fuck your Twitter bullshit. Fuck your cancel culture. We're out here fucking living, man. Like, they're out there doing shit in nature. I gotta send you my favorite video I've ever found on the internet. There's this guy who's been living off-grid for 51 years. He bought 400 acres in the redwood forest. And he's built multiple buildings. It was just him and his wife. And a couple of them. I'm telling you, man, it's like a 20, 30-minute video. It's the coolest shit I ever... Dude, my heart started pumping. And I was like, I kind of want to just hang everything up. Like, how do I get enough money to do exactly what he did?
Yeah.
Because he kept talking about how he started with $0. Like, he kind of lucked out, stumbling into the right situation. $0. The forest pays for itself. Right, because it's so big and there's so much timber, and he was able to log small sections of it and sell some timber, and then he like built these little cabins and started renting that out to people who wanted to come up and escape.
Yeah,
he got 400 acres up there.
Yeah,
dude, my heart started pumping. I was like, dude, if I had the ability, I'm doing that right now, and I guarantee you, Kate would be.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. That's like
I gotta send you this video, dude. I know. I'll share it with you guys.
That's like when I'll
put a link in the thing.
When I went to the commune, when I worked on that documentary project thing, and I went to like one of the reservation areas, and it's like a commune. Everyone carries out tasks and like changes it up, but it's a fully self-sufficient place. Like all food, nothing, like money's not spent there really.
Yeah, that's this dude was doing. He was joking about how like he's like, by the time we finally put our first phone line in, we went 27 years without a phone, and you know, I laid at 2.5 miles. I laid it by myself, and you know, there's animals and bears, and squirrels chewing on the. And I'd have to service that phone line myself, 2.5 miles. Imagine that. And he's just walking through this whole complex he's built over 50 years, and he's just joking around and hanging out and says, I could die tomorrow and I'd be happy because I did everything I wanted to do. And his wife had died a few years earlier from leukemia and shit. And it was honestly, it's the most satisfied dude I'd ever seen in my life. Like, I could honestly listen to this guy and there are no regrets in this dude's world. Like,
you fully get to dictate your way that you wanted to live.
Yeah, and he found his wife and he dipped out and he never struggled. Like it wasn't easy. Living on the land isn't easy, but he didn't like struggle like a lot of. He's smart. He was really smart. I'll send you the video, dude.
Well, yeah,
I think you'll know what I'm talking about.
Especially if he like priced out like timber and everything from his area. Like, obviously he had some, and then like started renting. Like, he figured out still how to capitalize in his own sense, on his own way.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and he's bragging a little bit too in the video. He's like, yeah, that tree right there, that's worth about $300,000, maybe $400,000. And that's 40 years ago. And I'm like, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Like, you stumble. And he did talk about how he started off and he stumbled into this whole thing and he didn't have any money to start off with. But back then, people didn't value land the way they do now. That's why I do wish I was born. That's why I do think, like, I understand the idea of nostalgia, with the Make America Great Again. I really do sympathize, not with Trump and that bullshit that he was spitting, but I do sympathize with what people thought that meant, because it was a simpler time. Things were cheaper and there was more available. Like, you could go buy 100 acres for like $3,500, dude. And yeah, that was a lot of money, but that was still only like, if you figure it out now, the way everything, it'd be as if you could buy that same thing for like 15 grand now, which 15 grand for that much, that's kind of a steal. You're like, oh my God, I'm doing that.
Yeah.
I'd make so much money, right? But back then, it wasn't about making money. It was like, well, what are you going to do with it? Some guys would be like, I'm going to live on it. Some guys would be like, I'm going to build a cabin and I'm going to hunt on it. Now guys are like, oh, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to sell it to this company and we're going to develop and we're going to lease it into townhouses, blah, 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 and we're going to turn it into a. You see what I'm saying? Like, the whole world has changed, man. It's not the same thing our parents grew up. So I sympathize with them, dude. I really do, man, because I wish I was born like 30 years earlier, because I could have done all that shit that they want to do back then when it was affordable.
I guess I go both ways, I guess, and sometimes I feel wish you could be in that sense of things and have that simpler time.
Basically, listening to music and watching movies and recording music and recording movies, like, making media is way easier and way more awesome now.
Yeah.
Everything else sucks. That's my official opinion. Like, making media is in every possible way better and easier now.
Or we're having a clash of knowledge and ideas, and I feel eventually we'll get to a spot where, I mean, it's either this or we all are fucked, but eventually we'll come into a new sense of awareness. I feel that, everyone's a bit more aware of both things. I feel
think
like that's...
In order for us to make it the next 200 years, instead of us like going the Elon Musk Neuralink path, instead of doing that, I think we need to spread out. I think we got to burn down the cities.
Dude, I think
we need to spread out so each person has a couple acres. Like, seriously, fucking spread the fuck out. And so each person can like reconnect and we can blend nature and technology instead of trying to like take our brains and plug into the iPods. Like, I don't think that's going to work to make it. Ultimately, we have to do that, right? But I think to make it through these next couple 100 years with sanity, I think we actually need to get more in touch with like being independently resourceful instead of depending on the city and going to the grocery store.
That is 1,000,000% the stance of every environmentalist and every
again, like I said, I'm very liberal. I'm very lefty, dude. I've said this a million times. I draw the line at the progressive commie bullshit. Right? I've said this my entire life. I'm a super left-leaning hippie. If you would have fucking put me 30 years ago, I would be the ponytail, yeah, man, fucking hippie. Yeah. Now and only now am I considered a conservative right-winger, which I continuously disagree with. Yeah. I'm a liberal. I'm a fucking liberal. And that's why I continue, because the more I explain these things to you guys, you're like, that's a lefty perspective. I'm like, yeah, I fucking know. I know all this. That's why I love you guys, man, because you guys are right about so much. And the fucking dude, the epitome of the right is oil, polluting the environment, destroying everything for fucking profit, sucking everything out till we end up with a world that's literally the movie WALL-E. I get that. I ain't all about that either.
For real.
But is what I'm not down with is where it goes the other way, right? Which is where we trust the government to make those same decisions. And is what I'm trying to explain to everyone is the reason, especially
which is where
now,
I'm still up in the air about too.
The reason we can't do that, though,
and it's still.
But the reason we can't give the government any more control is because the corporations control the government now.
Yep.
So you give the government control because you think they're going to control the corporations. No, the corporations already control the government. So you're actually just giving them. It's like voting in the fucking the Empire fucking from Star Wars.
Yep.
That's all we're doing. We're just voting in the Nazis, right? Only
Correct.
They're not committing genocide. They're just making money on everyone.
That's why I teeter the line of I don't even fucking know what I am half the time. Like I'm like progressive at heart in a lot of ways, but that is the exact thought that takes me away from it a lot of times. But then I look at libertarianism in the way where I'm just like, well, if that's like, it's like unfeathered capitalism as we went over that goes to that range at the end, and I'm just like, that's not the answer though either. And
yeah. That's why I do think is what we need to do is limit the size of corporations allowed to be, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think a corporation should be allowed to, like, I'm worried about nationwide corporations, right? So you get, like, I don't know that Walmart should be allowed to have a store wherever they want, right? I get the idea of what they provide, and I don't want to be a communist and say you can only make so much profit or you can only make so much money. That's not cool. That is literally the opposite of what this country was ever supposed to be. And anybody, including me, will be like, fuck you. If you introduce a maximum wage, we're all gone. Like, we will all move to Antarctica as it unthaws. Like, we won't give a fuck.
As it unthaws.
Freedom matters more than being comfortable at that point. That becomes some serious shit. Like, you're not allowed to tell me how good I'm allowed to be. Like, that's just not, and that's how we measure shit is money, right?
That's so let's just the opposite of the American dream.
100%. And just the epitome of anything that anybody's ideals are actually talking about. Like, no, that's pure communism. So, where I think we could start making arguments, though, is limiting the size of a company in its entity so it can't become a virus that can take over a continent. You know, like, yeah, dude, but you got to create another company over here, and those profits can't be shared and divided. Like, maybe you do something like that where each company can grow in its own size, you know, and you can try to collaborate. But it's the same reason I don't believe that. Oh, God, I think I just figured this. Okay, so it's the same reason I don't believe you should give that much power to the federal government, right? Because what Minnesota wants isn't the same as what Texas wants, isn't the same as what California needs versus what New York wishes. So, you know, I'm getting at different. It's the same reason we have this 50 states of glory, because we can divide ourselves into pockets, but we're all still kind of in it together. If we could do something like that on a corporate level, I think we're starting to approach a reasonable solution without being communist. So breaking up these huge corporations from being monopolies. But at the same time, a reason McDonald's is dope as fuck is because it doesn't matter if I'm in Minnesota or Florida or Texas. That fucking burger tastes exactly the same. And that's America. So I'm kind of arguing against something that is also America. Is like they're institutions, right? They provide stability. So no matter where you at, you know what McDonald's is going to taste like. If you break up McDonald's, you break up Walmart, you break up Target, you start having not only a diversity but a limitation on it across the board because they're not consistent.
That reminds me when I ate
See what I'm getting at,
A&W
though?
in Canada. A&W
Yeah, that's a different
fast
vibe,
foods
ain't it?
in Canada is local sourced produce and things like that.
Tastes better, probably,
It fucking goddamn right it is.
but it didn't taste the same.
Didn't taste like regular American ass greasy
Did it?
A&W. No, it didn't. It tasted way better. It was like I went to like a gourmet place, but it was A&W.
That's the other one that fucking pisses me off too. Is a lot of my lefty buddies, the really smart ones, are super sciencey, and I mean super sciencey, meaning they're like really intelligent. I don't know if their IQ's actually higher than mine, but they're definitely way higher educated than me. And they run circles. They'll say a few things. I feel like one of the girls from Big Bang Theory. I gotta like go home and do research. So next time if they bring it up again, I can like pretend I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But they'll even say some crazy shit like that. They'll be railing against corporations and blah 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 blah. But then they're all about fucking GMOs and fucking all these companies and Monsanto, all the companies that make GMOs, right?
Yeah.
They're all about that shit, like corporatization of farming and all the same shit that they're railing against on the other side of the fence. And then that brings me back to the vax thing, because that's Pfizer. Pfizer is Monsanto, which is the same company that did all this other dark ass shit. Like, Have you seen Dope Sick? This will be the final thing I bring up. This is a great ending to this. Have you seen Dope Sick?
I haven't watched it, but I'm
Apple
very
TV?
familiar with the Sackler family, though.
Is it Hulu or
I think it is Hulu, but I have access to watch
with
it.
Keaton?
I've seen it come up. I just haven't watched it yet.
With Michael Keaton?
I'm not sure, but I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So,
And I'm familiar with the Sackler family that it deals a lot with too.
all right. So
That whole story of things.
So check this out. There's a lot of us that already know about that.
Yep.
However, Dope Sick does the greatest job of putting that into context where people can actually start to understand the level of corruption from huge corporations and big pharma and that whole side of things, and literally corporations having a grip over government that is borderline unfathomable. It's hard to believe. We already understand that. The show does a great job of doing this. However, that's one pharmaceutical company. I think people should start having a little bit of respect. Watch that show and then have a little bit of respect as to why people are a little apprehensive about trusting Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and Moderna on this current vaccine. The big pharma, the people who are quote unquote saving the nation are receiving tax dollars, and they are not liable for any. This is the fucking part, right? We federally funded this with tax dollars. Then the FDA, before they even approved the vaccine, and the federal government allowed them to get a special waiver that said they are not responsible and cannot be held liable for any side effects before the FDA even approved any of this. And they rushed this thing out faster than any vaccine in human history. The technology, because it's like an RNA, not the same type of vaccine either. Like it's a new deal. Works a little differently. It's supposed to be better. Science makes sense. I do believe that. You know, I've read it. Like logically, it makes sense. But it's all new.
New approach
From an industry and companies that are notoriously known as being some of the most corrupt versions of capitalism in American history. Don't lose your shit when there's millions of Americans that don't want to be part of your lab experiment. That is my final argument to the vax thing. Like, dude, people that are paranoid and don't trust big pharma companies, they are justified. They are not irrational.
It's the same reason I don't trust police.
Exactly. These are institutions that have proven to fuck us over more than once, over and over and over and over and over again. And Dope Sick, that TV show, that silly TV show, it's great. Top notch. Michael Keaton's the shit.
I love Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton has instantly skyrocketed to one of my favorite actors of all time because of that TV show. Seriously. And once you see it, I want to talk to you because there's one scene where I was like, that dude is a great actor. Because as soon as he delivered one line throughout the entire show, my heart dropped and it reminded me of situations I've been in real life with buddies. And the acting was so wow. Like, it made my heart sink. And I was like, I was like, now I understand why everyone else says Michael Keaton is one of the greatest actors of all time. Yeah. It was that moment. And it's this show. It's Dope Sick. But once you guys get done watching this show, this is why millions of people around the globe and around the world and around America don't. I think that was redundant. You get my point. Yeah. This is why people don't trust Big Pharma. This is why they're apprehensive, because it's a great example, and it's not an exaggeration. It's reality, man. And just back off, let people get vaccinated. And if they're not, just stop judging people.
And that's my stance on it.
Especially if you're a lefty who hates corporations, realize you're railing against corporations for corruption, while also ridiculing people for not blindly trusting some of the most evil and corrupt corporations in human history that are also the epitome of your crony capitalism, I control the government bullshit. Like, you can't have that. It doesn't work, and y'all need to stop, because all you're doing is alienating people to think it's a conspiracy to turn them into like some weird,
to make it greater than what it is. Yeah, that way.
Yeah, man. Just fucking get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Hang out with them. Be cool. Just like the same way you would change the mind of a racist.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. You can't just call them a racist.
Yeah.
And
you don't go lynch racists because you think that you're just going to make more racists.
Yeah.
No, you sit down, you fucking hang out with them, fucking show them how silly and fucking ignorant what they're thinking is, and you change their mind over time. Maybe, if you're lucky, they see things your way. That's it. If you're doing more than that, you need to stop. Y'all need to fucking stop.
The problem on both sides, I feel, right now going on in this country is both sides doing that to each other, in that sense where everyone's either a fucking racist or a snowflake or whatever. Either way, it's like,
same thing with the far right trying to be like anti-gay or anti-abortion.
All of it. Yep.
Okay, here's my answer for you. It's simple. Don't be gay. Don't have an abortion. But stop telling other people what to do with their bodies. It's really more complicated than that.
And that's the same thing. If you're pro-choice, it transcends.
Dude, if
my thing about pro-lifers though is that most of them are not actually pro-life. They're pro-birth. That's it. Because then if you don't think and conform in the ways that they feel that you should and live your life in the way that they should, then they don't give a fuck about you, and
you're allowed to be born, but I'm not responsible for you after that, is what you're kind of saying.
Well, no, I don't believe your life matters unless you follow my same religion or follow my idea of laws.
So you have the right to be born, but if you don't think or feel the same way I do about these things, if you don't subscribe, then you're not my responsibility. You can go fuck off.
Correct. Yep. Yeah.
So they're not really pro-life.
Pro-birth.
They're pro-birth.
Is my idea.
That's actually pretty brilliant, dude. I don't think I've ever thought about it that way. Let's wrap that up, dude. They're not pro-life, they're pro-birth. I think that's pretty smart, dude. I think that's pretty smart. That even makes somebody as arrogant as me think a little bit differently about it. Because I'm totally pro-choice, and I always have been. But that's a clever line, dude. Where can people follow you?
Instagram, Hi-Fi Samurai.
Hi-Fi Samurai.
Yeah.
You guys, Reaping got anything coming up soon?
Got a show going on in St. Cloud, and then another one in Duluth coming up. And then we're just kind of riding the winter out. We might do a few different things. We'll see kind of what happens. I will say, in correlation to band stuff, almost has to be said in this day and age, but all of my ideas don't reflect on our band's music. We all have.
So funny. This sucks. No, we're not doing that. I already put that on my YouTube channel.
Beautiful.
His views do not represent mine. Mine do not represent his or any of the music acts that either of us are affiliated with. Yeah. But we shouldn't have to say that. That's the thing that pisses me off the most about all this.
But it's like, I almost have to clarify because there's some other people that might not like.
Right.
I've had a whole bunch of people be mad about my music stuff in the sense that then because of my political views or my just what I advocate for, what I speak about.
There's a bunch of people who follow me who aren't as quote unquote right leaning as I am, which I'm really not, but whatever. I seem that way right now because I love guns and I'll fucking defend anybody.
Amen, brother.
I seem very right wing. Fine. I don't care what I seem like. I know who I am. And everybody, trust me, zombie apocalypse, everybody wants to have me as an ally. They're like, that's a motherfucker I want on my side. Because that, you want... Everybody I know is like, yeah, I'll fuck with Jared doing some shit. Yeah, for real. But there are some motherfuckers who may not be into death metal, but they really can relate to you, dude, after listening to some crazy shit like this, right?
Yeah.
And they might be heavily more prone to actually check out your band, because that's the reality. We talk about that all the time. I thought their band was all right, but dude, I really liked them. Like them as people. Yeah. And so the more I hung out with them or the more I checked them out or whatever, I started liking their podcasts or I started liking their music or I started liking their comedy more just because I liked them, because I could relate to them. So that's why we do this, man. And that's why it's because I love you and I respect you. Yeah. And I same thing with your band members. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, I don't have to agree with you to have you on. We don't have to get to the bottom of it. It is very much like the Joe Rogan shit. We're going to shoot the shit. We're going to have a couple beers. We're not getting hammered. We're not getting shit-faced. Neither one of us are drunk.
Yeah.
Right? And we just hang out and we talk about things because there are wildly different perspectives that can't be hashed out online. And that's becoming the norm. And that's got to end. And basically, this is kind of the only hope for that is situations like this podcast, whether 100%. They're an hour long or 3 hours long or whatever.
100%. That's why I don't dox my friends who feel otherly and things like that. It's like there's, in fact, I try to make sure we have these types of conversations so that we find common ground on things or we just have fun together and focus on things that we do so that when we have conversations, we can respect each other enough to actually take in and not just block up and just be like, no, that's not even true. You can. That's how you actually reach people.
No, I agree, man. All right, well, if you guys like this kind of shit, hit like, thumbs up, all that bullshit. It's hilarious. All night long, we haven't really had anybody jumping in, and I was worried. I was like, oh my god, is it even working? I think it was, but nobody wants to listen to this in the music scene. But that's fine. No. It still needs to be done. It still needs to be talked about. And guess what? We're gonna do more of these things. We're gonna do more of these things, dude. Because honestly, man, these are the kind of conversations I really like to have. Where I don't feel like I actually convinced you of anything, but I feel like both of us made and I don't feel like I actually convinced you of anything. I also know for a fact and stated at the beginning I was probably not actually going to change my mind on anything, which is true. I didn't. But both of us, I think, are able to look at things and think about things a little bit differently because of this conversation. And that's the only real purpose that either of us set out for. So goal accomplished, dude. Yeah. And these are the conversations I really like having. Yeah. What I was getting a little bored with was, coming on here and just jacking each other off for 2.5 hours. Yeah. That was getting a little old. It's fun. It's really fun when I'm getting to know somebody for the first time.
Yeah.
But after a while, it's like we can only do that so often. Let's start talking about some actual shit we're going through. And this is what we're fucking going through right now.
Yeah.
All of us are online reading each other's comments. You're fucking high. I said that. You're an idiot. I didn't say that one. Yeah. But I did say if you're upset about this verdict, I actually feel bad for you. Like, I did say that. And I do. Because if you're mad about this verdict, then you have a distorted perception of the way things are supposed to happen. And that makes me feel bad for you.
And that's where, once we talked, we're able to figure out, in the end, I felt the verdict was just. It's just my idea of intent and
needs
other
to be
ideas
just across the board different. More often.
Correct.
And that's where we can agree and resolve on this, is there are too many poor black dudes that are being convicted for crimes they didn't commit, that are just like this, where it was self-defense, but they're convicted of murder. That's a separate issue that we need to fix. We're in agreement on that. And whatever we got to do.
This isn't in correlation, but it's in reflection of to how you can see. And I think the best point of all this with the Rittenhouse and the back and forth of what we went over and what is the current climate of everyone online right now is what you said earlier about how this isn't if and what, but it's more of a showcase of how the system is supposed to work properly.
Oh, and if you really want to fuck with Kyle, don't send him any weird hateful shit online. Don't do any of that. Just be like, I forgive you. Because that'll fuck with somebody real bad. Like when they're like, but I was like, I didn't do anything wrong. I got not guilty. And you're like, I still forgive you. They're like, wait a minute, did I do something wrong? Like, actually, you know what? Don't do that, because that might make that motherfucking kid commit suicide. We don't need that kind of guilt. But like, I'm telling you, man, trust me, that kid's never gonna have a good life.
No, like I said, it's very sad.
He'll be rich, but he'll never have a good life.
Like I said, it's very sad what's happening right now when politicians and other people are trying to parade him as like a point to further their careers and further their publicity, and put it in a way of a kid that's in a toxic situation right now. It's 100%. Very toxic for his life.
Fucked up, dude. Well, I appreciate you, man. I love you, brother.
Definitely.
This is awesome, man. Let's do it again soon, dude.
Definitely.
And if you guys like it, hit like, subscribe, share, all that bullshit. And
I would say we'll do something in like the next month, and we'll just talk more points, talk more about taxes, ideals of solutions. Let's really think on solutions.
Okay, let's do it. That's my challenge. Let's think of actual solutions. Like, what can we do? All right, if you guys like this bullshit, if you want to follow me and see me say a bunch of other dumb shit that's not related to this podcast, follow me, Jared Singer, live on whatever platform you guys are on. All right, we are out. Boom and boom. Yeah, I was super